Chapter 51, Team Rocket's second in command. 51. The rain continued to fall, cold droplets beating against Arcanine's face. Rainy days posed a challenge for fire-type Pokémon, reducing the power of their fire-based moves and often dampening their spirits as well. But speaking of spirit, Arcanine was undeniably a Pokémon worth special training. Not only was Arcanine intensely loyal to its trainer, but it was also steadfast in its resolve. Just like Gary's Arcanine at this moment. Luo Yuan watched Arcanine closely. Though the rain impacted it somewhat, it didn't douse its fighting spirit, rather, it only seemed to make its drive stronger. Arcanine's gaze at Dragonair was full of determination. "That's it, Arcanine, let's go." Gary shouted from behind, "Use extreme speed." Extreme speed. Luo Yuan was no stranger to that move. In the game before he crossed over, extreme speed had once been Arcanine's signature move, boasting both high priority and powerful impact. When Arcanine used it now, the effect was phenomenal. Arcanine was already swift, and with extreme speed enhancing it, its velocity nearly surpassed human sight. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from where it stood. A flash of orange streaked through the rain. In an instant, Arcanine was beneath Dragonair. Its muscles tightened, then it sprang with all four paws, launching itself into the air toward Dragonair. Flare Blitz. Gary's voice followed, echoing in Arcanine's ears. In midair, Arcanine's body erupted in roaring flames, charging at Dragonair with the speed of extreme speed, an awe-inspiring sight. The impact of extreme speed combined with the damage of Flare Blitz, if it hits Dragonair. Gary kept his eyes on Arcanine in the sky. He was confident in his Arcanine's strength. If it landed the hit, he would have one foot in victory's door. But as fast as Arcanine was, Luo Yuan's response wasn't slow either. Dragonair, protect. In the sky, Dragonair stared at the fiery Arcanine rushing toward it without fear and nodded. Dragonair's body shifted slightly, summoning a blue shield in front of itself. Bang. Arcanine slammed into the energy shield created by Protect. The shield cracked, the fracture expanding before it gradually dissipated. Protect couldn't completely block it. It seemed Arcanine's combined attack was indeed fierce. But that was it. Arcanine, having broken through the shield, lost its momentum. It collided with Dragonair, its flame-cloaked body only slightly scorching Dragonair's white belly. Now midair with no foothold, Arcanine's initial burst had run its course, it had only that one chance to threaten Dragonair. And then, with momentum gone, Arcanine began to fall, a free descent toward the ground. There was no way Luo Yuan would miss this opportunity. Now, Dragonair, give it a hand with Dragon Tail. Gary, having Arcanine take an aerial fight with Dragonair was your biggest mistake, Luo Yuan said to the stunned Gary. RRRR. As he spoke, Dragonair's tail began to glow brilliantly, its body twisting. Then, with a sweeping motion, it hit the falling Arcanine. Boom. Arcanine let out a painful groan as it hit the ground heavily, mud splashing everywhere, dirtying its once shiny fur. Arcanine. Gary quickly shouted out to it. RRR. Arcanine, lying on the ground, heard Gary's call. It struggled to stand, shaking its dazed head and glaring back up at Dragonair in the sky. Luo Yuan didn't command Dragonair to keep attacking. Instead, he looked at Gary. Want to keep going? To continue the battle at this point was, in truth, meaningless. Gary hesitated at Luo Yuan's words, considering giving up. But when he saw Arcanine's determined eyes, his indecision transformed into a firm resolve. We're fighting. Arcanine, use your strongest Flare Blitz. A row. Once again, Arcanine charged at Dragonair, flames blazing around its body. Its flash fire ability made the flames even stronger. The intense heat scorched the air, evaporating nearby raindrops into steam. Seeing Arcanine's head-on attack, Luo Yuan decided against evasion this time. If you want a direct clash, then Dragonair. Dragon Pulse. With a wave of his hand, the blue beam of Dragon Pulse collided fiercely with Arcanine. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed through the field. Aside from the owner of the field, who was now calculating how much the repairs would cost, everyone's eyes were on the smoke-filled battleground. When the smoke cleared, Arcanine lay on the ground. Arcanine is unable to battle. The referee raised the flag. Gary lost. Gary's cheerleaders looked disappointed. The onlookers, however, were hardly surprised. They weren't as clueless as Gary's cheerleaders. Anyone with even a basic understanding of Pokemon battles could see that from the moment the weather changed, the scales had tipped in Luo Yuan's favor. When Dragonair had knocked Arcanine down with Dragon Tail, the victor had been all but decided. This only deepened their admiration for Dragonair. You did great, Arcanine. Gary recalled Arcanine, looking at Luo Yuan. Seems like there's still quite a gap between us. What's this? No desire for another match? Luo Yuan asked, waving to signal Dragonair to clear the rain. Was Gary surrendering? Arcanine's my strongest Pokemon. All I've got left are Wartortle and Pidgeotto, might as well call it. In a 3v3 match, he was down 2 Pokemon already, with only one remaining. If he couldn't seriously harm Dragonair with a 2-on-1, a 1-on-3 was futile. There were times when bravery was warranted. Reckless persistence wasn't bravery, it was stubbornness. Just as he finished, Luo Yuan's communicator rang. He answered it. Hello. Misty, you've arrived. I'll be right over to pick you up from the airport. He'd invited Misty to vacation here at Lamperchi, and she'd finally arrived. Hanging up, Luo Yuan was about to excuse himself when he noticed Gary's odd expression. You're going to the airport too? Also. The word also felt oddly suggestive. That's right. My grandpa just messaged me, saying he's at the airport with Ash's mom, Gary replied. Ah. It sounded normal enough, but something about Professor Oak and Ash's mom being together had a strange undertone. Chapter 52, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 52. Lamperchi Airport. Luo Yuan waited by the arrivals gate, where Misty soon appeared. New outfit today? Luo Yuan asked, curious. Misty's usual look was a sleeveless yellow tank top with blue denim shorts, but today she wore a white top and light blue shorts. Hearing him bring it up, Misty sighed with a hint of exasperation. My sisters made me change. They say that as the gym leader, I'm the face of Cerulean Gym, so I need to present myself properly. Ah, I see. That sounded exactly like the Cerulean sisters, known for their popularity as water ballet stars. While their skills as trainers were pretty lacking, they certainly knew how to think strategically. They'd turned Cerulean Gym into a brand, with Misty as its spokesperson. Even if her battle skills weren't quite up to gym leader standards, her improved image might prevent Cerulean Gym from facing league cuts. That said, you look pretty stylish like this. Luo Yuan nodded at Misty. If her previous look had been a bit youthful, her current one was more sophisticated. Really? Misty's reluctance instantly shifted to delight at his compliment. Yep. Though it could be perfect with a coat. We can check some out at the mall later, he suggested. Sure. Misty nodded enthusiastically. At that moment, Gary suddenly tapped Luo Yuan on the shoulder. Luo Yuan, my grandpa's here. Only now did Misty notice that someone else was with Luo Yuan, and she immediately recognized Gary, the famous trainer with a harem of girlfriends who'd battled Luo Yuan at Pewter Gym. And when Gary mentioned Grandpa, Misty instinctively turned to look. To her surprise, she saw Professor Oak approaching, walking alongside Ash's mom, Delia, both smiling as they chatted. Professor Oak? Misty gasped, surprised that the mild-mannered professor was actually Gary's grandfather. Or maybe, it was more surprising that Professor Oak's grandson was such a flirt. Gary, Luo Yuan, what are you two doing here? Professor Oak looked surprised to see Luo Yuan, especially since his progress was supposed to be ahead of Ash and Gary's. Vacationing, of course. Luo Yuan replied, nodding toward Misty. Oh. Professor Oak chuckled knowingly. Who hadn't been young once? By the way, Professor Bill called me recently and had nothing but praise for you. Oh, I just helped him out a little, Luo Yuan replied modestly. Don't be so humble. Bill added your name to his research paper, that says it all, Professor Oak said with a grin. It'll be published next month, so keep an eye out for it. Of course. Gary listened to the exchange, looking utterly stunned. A research paper? Co-author? Professor Bill. Was Luo Yuan already operating on such a high level? He felt as if Luo Yuan was leaving him farther and farther behind. Meanwhile, Delia, having heard Professor Oak mention Luo Yuan's name, smiled brightly once their conversation ended. Luo Yuan. I've heard Ash talk about you. Thank you for looking after him, she said warmly. It was nothing. Honestly, the most he'd done was lend Ash some money for a bike. And in the original storyline, the bike got repaired in the end, so Ash didn't even have to pay it back. Technically, Ash had lost out on the deal. By the way, Gary, didn't you say you saw Ash here in Lamperchi? Where is he? Professor Oak asked. At that, Gary's astonishment faded, and he grinned. Oh, him, he's working right now. Professor Oak, Delia, Gary, and the others set off to find Ash. Luo Yuan, however, didn't join them. Besides, he was more interested in helping Misty shop than witnessing James's cross-dressing horror from the original plot. Strictly speaking, Misty was actually ditching work. She'd left her duties at the gym to her sister so she could come vacation in Lamperchi with Luo Yuan. Will the gym be all right? It's fine for now, Misty replied. According to the latest reports, the League inspectors won't be visiting gyms for a while. Plus, I trained a few Pokemon for my sisters, and they're getting the hang of things. A bit more training should set them up nicely. Luo Yuan nodded. Oh, by the way, what brings Professor Oak here? Misty asked. She'd only ever seen Professor Oak on TV and poetry segments. Meeting him in person was a first. Apparently, it's a vacation, but he's also planning to hold a beauty contest. A beauty contest? Misty blinked in confusion. She couldn't wrap her head around the idea of Professor Oak, a respected Pokemon researcher, hosting a beauty contest. Yep. As for why? Even I'm not sure. Even knowing the original storyline, Luo Yuan found it a bit weird. Ash got into trouble, Professor Oak and Delia just happened to be nearby with the beauty contest paperwork in hand, and Delia ended up winning the whole thing. But looking at the scenario without Ash's involvement. Professor Oak and Delia traveling to Lamperchi together to hold a beauty contest, with Delia taking the crown. It was an interesting situation. Shaking off the thought, Luo Yuan led Misty to the entrance of a high-end boutique from the Galar region. This place looks a little pricey, Misty hesitated. It was well known that imported goods were expensive, and fashion in the Pokemon world didn't come cheap. Think of it as my gift to you. Since acquiring a stake in the Sylph Company, his dividends alone were enough to let him splurge on whims like this. Buying an outfit. Pocket change. Of course, saying it like that would make him sound like a rich snob, so Luo Yuan chose his words carefully. I just want to see an even more beautiful you. Upon hearing this, Misty's face turned pink. After a moment's hesitation, she gave a shy nod and let Luo Yuan help her pick out an outfit. An hour later. Misty emerged with an entirely new look. She wore a vest, shorts, and a coat. Individually, the items seemed simple, but together, they created an unexpectedly striking effect. You look amazing. Luo Yuan gave his approval. As long as you like it, Misty replied, blushing. I also got a swimsuit, it's right here. Then how about we head to the beach? The deluxe suite I booked includes a private beach area, Luo Yuan suggested with a smile. All right. Misty nodded gently. Chapter 53, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 53. Misty had spent 3 happy days in Lamperchi with Luo Yuan. If not for a call from her eldest sister, Daisy, saying that they could no longer handle the swarm of trainers coming to Cerulean Gym for badges, Misty would have probably stayed longer with Luo Yuan. When it was time to go, Misty felt reluctant. She promised Luo Yuan that once she had trained her Pokemon sufficiently, she would join him on his travels. All right, keep in touch, Luo Yuan said, waving as he watched Misty board the plane. Returning to his hotel, Luo Yuan was preparing to pack for his next destination, Saffron City, when the movie he was watching, a romantic drama between a human and a Pokemon, was suddenly interrupted by breaking news. At the same time, his phone buzzed with an emergency alert. Emergency alert. A swarm of tentacle, led by a massive tentacule, is attacking the city from the coastal areas near the small port. All citizens nearby, please seek shelter immediately. Trainers capable of assisting are urged to respond. A giant tentacule. Luo Yuan glanced at his phone's message and the TV screen, where footage showed the colossal tentacule advancing toward the city, and instantly remembered this scene from the storyline. The general plot was that Granny Oba's construction of an amusement park had disturbed the tentacle habitat, causing them to attack the city. And this massive tentacule. That was the handiwork of Jesse, James, and Meowth dumping some 3-star homemade vinegar into the water. They really know how to make a mess. Luo Yuan shook his head. Team Rocket's trio had a unique talent for causing trouble, somehow making everything they touched turn into chaos. Guess I better take a look. The giant tentacule wasn't his main concern, but the issue wasn't just tentacule itself, it involved the tension between Team Rocket and the Pokémon League. After the recent Saint and incident, Team Rocket had already drawn significant attention from the League. Thankfully, Luo Yuan's alias as the Tech Hunter had stolen the Mega Stones during that operation, redirecting some of the League's focus and preventing a full-scale conflict between the Kanto League and Team Rocket. But now, with the repercussions of the Saint and incident still unfolding, the trio had stirred up another huge mess by creating a giant tentacule, practically putting Team Rocket under a magnifying glass. After all, Lance had been sharpening his blade lately. Team Rocket wouldn't usually fear this, but Giovanni had committed all resources to the Mutwo project, leaving them without the strength for a confrontation with the League. If a full-scale war broke out with the League, the Mutwo project would be endangered, and that would cause serious trouble. However, there was still a chance to control the situation. As long as those three don't get caught by the League, we still have the upper hand. As long as the trio avoided capture, the League would lack concrete evidence against Team Rocket. With no evidence and with Granny Oba being the primary instigator of this incident at the small port, the situation could still be finessed. And with room for negotiation, Team Rocket's agents within the League could smooth things over. Muttering to himself, Luo Yuan shoved all his belongings into Jengar's belly and swiftly left the hotel. Finding an empty alleyway, he donned his disguise and called out Dragapult. With a dark blur, Dragapult took off with Luo Yuan, speeding toward the small port. The small port lay southwest of Lamperchi, a simple dockside town that had blossomed recently due to Granny Oba's amusement park, drawing in tourists and turning the quiet town into a bustling hub. However, prosperity brought its share of problems. The newly built water park and themed hotels had destroyed the natural tentacle habitat, leading to frequent attacks on passing boats by angry tentacle. Tensions had escalated over time. And today, fueled by Team Rocket's 3-star vinegar, those tensions had erupted in full force. A massive tentacule was now riding a tsunami toward the town. What do we do? Ash, watching from the rooftop as the huge tentacule approached through the glass, felt utterly helpless. It was gigantic. A single swing of its tentacles could crush a speedboat with ease. It was practically a monster. His Pokémon wouldn't stand a chance against something like that. Only that giant Dragonite Luo Yuan tracked down could probably take it on, Ash thought to himself. Officer Jenny at the small port was equally distressed. The seawater had already started flooding parts of the city. It was clear that this attack would cause massive losses, yet she could do nothing. The thought of the casualties made her scalp prickle, and she unconsciously tightened her grip on her Pokeball. But as a trained officer, Officer Jenny quickly pulled herself together, and with a strong, clear voice, she addressed the panicked crowd. Everyone, stay calm. I've already requested assistance from the League, trainers will be here to help soon. Hearing her words, the crowd, though still anxious, managed to maintain some semblance of order. And as for who had it worst after Tentacule's emergence, it was undoubtedly Team Rocket's trio. Ever since Tentacle had transformed into the giant tentacule, it had been holding Jesse, James, and Meowth in its tentacles. No matter how hard they struggled, the tentacles wouldn't budge. Let us go. Somebody save us. Help, Meowth. The trio cried out desperately, though they knew it was probably useless, just venting for their own peace of mind. As they drew closer to the city, they were ready to give up all hope. Just then, a voice reached their ears. I heard your cry for help. Before they could react, a voice rang out from the sky, Dragapult, use Dragon Pulse. A purple Dragon Pulse shot down from the heavens, striking the giant tentacule. Tentacule shrieked in pain, and its tentacles reflexively loosened. The trio tumbled into the water below. Luo Yuan didn't bother catching them with psychic, he figured a little punishment would remind them to stay out of trouble next time. Watching as the trio floundered to swim away with all their might, Luo Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He had full faith in the trio's ability to escape. As long as they avoided capture by the League, he'd already achieved most of his goal by coming here. As for the rest, the League could handle it. This alias of his wasn't suitable for sticking around. Just as he was about to leave, the giant tentacule let out a furious roar, launching an attack directly at him. Whoosh! Its enormous tentacles swung, several of them coming down at him and Dragapult with a fierce whistling sound. It seemed that Tentacruel wanted nothing more than to crush this intruder who had interfered. Dodging swiftly with Dragapult, Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow at the giant Tentacruel. Was this creature seriously coming after him for trouble? Could it have mistaken him for someone trying to thwart its revenge? Truth be told, Luo Yuan actually sympathized with these tentacle. If someone tore down his home one day to build a hotel, he'd be furious too. Bearing that in mind, Luo Yuan decided not to counterattack. Instead, he started to distance himself, signaling that he wasn't interested in blocking its vengeance. However, his retreat seemed only to embolden Tentacruel further. It swung its tentacles, relentlessly chasing him down. At this, Luo Yuan's patience snapped. Understanding was one thing, but that didn't give the Tentacruel a free pass to overstep. So you actually want to fight, huh? Fine, let's see what you've got. Chapter 54, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 54. The giant Tentacruel's tentacles struck again. This time, Luo Yuan didn't dodge. Dragapult, Dragon Pulse. A powerful blue dragon pulse shot toward the massive Tentacruel. Unlike the earlier skirmishes, this time Dragapult was going all out. Boom. The dragon pulse slammed into Tentacruel's body. Rhea. The Tentacruel thrashed and writhed, its tentacles flailing in all directions, its deep growl of pain echoing through the city. But to the citizens huddled in shelter, the sound was exhilarating. They could now see the figure in black battling the Tentacruel in the sky. Is he with the League, sent to rescue us? He looks so strong. Look. He hurt the Tentacruel. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Everyone, including Ash and Brock, assumed that the figure in the sky was a League rescuer. Only Officer Jenny stared intently at the figure in black. That outfit, and that Dragapult, that's definitely the tech hunter. Her face reflected both shock and confusion as she muttered to herself, but why would he be here? Officer Jenny, what did you say? Isn't that guy from the League? Hearing her muttering, Ash and Brock looked over. Jenny snapped back to attention and shook her head. If I'm not mistaken, that's the tech hunter, an international fugitive wanted by Interpol. He's attacked major tech companies in Hoenn before and just recently raided the St. Anne. I have no idea why he's here. As she spoke, Dragapult fired a shadow ball at Tentacruel, knocking the massive creature back into the ocean and sending up a huge splash. But he's helping hold off the Tentacruel, he doesn't seem like a bad guy, one of the nearby port residents commented, watching the fierce battle from afar. This statement drew murmurs of agreement. If that giant Tentacruel had been allowed to continue its rampage, the whole city could have been destroyed. To these locals, Luo Yuan was nothing short of a savior for stopping it. Go, Tech Hunter. Defeat that Tentacruel. Someone in the crowd started cheering for Luo Yuan, and soon, others joined in, their voices resonating and reaching outside through the glass. Jenny watched the scene unfold, her mouth open as if she wanted to point out he was a criminal. But in the end, she stayed silent. The tech hunter may have been a League-wanted criminal, but he had protected the people here. And as a League officer who hadn't managed to protect the residents' lives and property, who was she to criticize him? Luo Yuan, busy directing Dragapult against the giant Tentacruel, suddenly heard the cheering coming from the city and paused in surprise. For a split second, he almost let his guard down, giving Tentacruel an opportunity to strike. Snapping back to his senses, he let Dragapult evade on its own as he glanced toward the city. What is happening? It felt surreal. In Hoenn, every place he'd been had greeted him with hostility. Hearing people cheer him on was a first. Kanto people really are warm and welcoming. He smirked to himself. Casually, he directed Dragapult to fire dragon darts, shattering Tentacruel's final attempt to resist. After all, this tentacule, enhanced only by a chemical catalyst, was nowhere near the strength of the giant dragonite he'd fought before. Finishing it off was hardly a challenge. Seeing the fear flash in Tentacule's eyes as it turned and swam away, Luo Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Should have just left it alone from the start, he thought. Instead, it chased me down and got itself beat up. He didn't pursue the tentacule further to eliminate it completely. The root cause of this problem was the conflict between humans and Pokémon over habitat, and that was outside Team Rocket's line of business. His mission here was complete. And besides, the League's agents are quick to arrive. Glancing at the speedboats approaching from the ocean, Luo Yuan patted Dragapult. Let's go. Dragapult nodded and, with a gray-green blur, vanished into the clouds. All the League trainers arriving saw was a faint shadow and the port flooded with seawater. As League trainers began investigating and handling the aftermath at the small port, Luo Yuan contacted Giovanni and recounted the events. Seeing Giovanni's steady expression on the communicator screen, Luo Yuan silently felt a bit of sympathy for the Team Rocket trio. They'd really caused quite a mess this time. He suspected Giovanni would scold them, though he doubted any serious punishment would follow. After all, the trio were nearly untouchable. Jessie was the daughter of Giovanni's mother's trusted aide, James was heir to a prestigious family, and Meowth, well, he'd been Giovanni's former pet. While he was still mulling this over, Giovanni suddenly asked. By the way, I heard from Sabrina that you've acquired shares in Sylph Company. Yes, that's right. Luo Yuan wasn't surprised that Giovanni had learned about it. In fact, he'd intended for Sabrina to accidentally pass that information on to Giovanni. With Giovanni's extensive intel network, it would be impossible to keep his stake in Sylph Company a secret. So, rather than wait to be found out, he'd taken the initiative to disclose it and keep control in his own hands. As a seasoned strategist, Giovanni didn't bother asking how Luo Yuan had obtained the shares. That was irrelevant. I'm sure you know, Giovanni continued, that Team Rocket has had some covert projects in collaboration with Sylph Company. Recently, however, Sylph Company's president has severed our communications, apparently wanting to align with the League completely. My original plan was to raid Sylph Company headquarters to send a warning. But now that you're a shareholder, that won't be necessary. The League must have paid a high price to pull Sylph Company to their side. You're in a perfect position to use your shareholder status to get close to the League. Giovanni's plan was clear. I understand, Luo Yuan replied, nodding. Giovanni's foresight was impressive. His strategy aligned perfectly with Luo Yuan's own intentions to leverage Sylph Company's influence to infiltrate the League's inner circle. And with Giovanni's intel, Luo Yuan felt even more confident in his chances. That's settled, then. By the way, the unidentified Pokémon on Sevii Island has been showing signs of activity again. If you have time, investigate it as soon as possible, Giovanni added. The information piqued Luo Yuan's interest, and his focus sharpened. Chapter 55, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 55. Deoxys is showing activity again. Luo Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He hadn't gone to Sevii Island before because Dragapult alone wouldn't stand a chance against Deoxys. But now, he had not only Dragapult but also Gengar with a Mega Evolution Stone. With this team, he might just have a fair shot, hopefully. Since he'd never actually faced a legendary Pokémon, Luo Yuan wasn't sure where Deoxys's power level would stand. But some things you could only find out by facing them head-on. At the very least, Dragapult and Gengar should be able to keep me safe. With that thought, Luo Yuan mentally put Sevii Island and Deoxys on his to-do list. But first, before heading to Sevii Island, he needed to visit Sylph Company and use his status as a shareholder to acquire the necessary tools for capturing a legendary Pokémon. Understood, Luo Yuan said, nodding. I'll make time to head over soon. Giovanni nodded, and then... click. The hologram vanished. Putting his communicator back in his pocket, Luo Yuan glanced at the small port in the distance. Thanks to the League's rescue team, most of the floodwater at the port had already been drained. Luo Yuan wasn't particularly interested in this city. The League was handling the cleanup, and Granny Oba, whose amusement park construction had caused all this trouble, would surely face a hefty fine from the League. With her amusement park destroyed, the League likely wouldn't allow her to rebuild. fearing further tentacle attacks. It was only a matter of time before she went bankrupt. However, her amusement park was a prime location. When he'd reported in earlier, Luo Yuan had dropped a hint to Giovanni about it. Given Giovanni's shrewdness and Team Rocket's resources, they wouldn't miss an opportunity to scoop up this juicy asset. You could call it justice served. As he defined his actions to himself, his communicator buzzed with a message from Sabrina. Sabrina, I showed Sylph Company your shareholding documents. They verified them and agreed to set up a new board seat for you, but you need to be there in person. Luo Yuan, that fast? Sabrina, when are you coming to Kanto? I'll let Sylph Company know so they can prepare. Luo Yuan, tomorrow. I'll head to Saffron City today, and we'll settle this tomorrow. Satisfied, Luo Yuan adjusted his clothes, then mounted Dragonair, patting its sleek neck. Let's go, to Saffron City. Saffron City. Amidst the stares of passers-by, Luo Yuan recalled Dragonair back into its Pokeball. Having a flying-type Pokemon was incredibly convenient, he'd made it to Saffron in only half a day. No wonder the Galar region's flying taxi service was so successful. Unfortunately, neither Pidgeot nor Fearow has the intimidation factor of Corviknight in Galar. They'd be too vulnerable to attacks mid-flight and lack stamina. That's why flying taxis haven't taken off in Kanto. Luo Yuan had been to Saffron plenty of times during his past travels through Kanto, so he knew the city well. Passing by towering buildings and bustling pedestrian streets, he soon arrived at the Saffron Gym. As he opened the door, he saw a psychic trainee wearing a mask, staring intently at a spoon, attempting to bend it with his powers. So focused was the trainee that he didn't even notice Luo Yuan's entrance. It was only when Luo Yuan stepped forward that he finally reacted and stopped him. Excuse me, who are you? The Saffron Gym is closed today and tomorrow, so we aren't accepting any challengers. Please come back later if you're here for a gym battle. Closed? Sabrina didn't mention that. Hearing Luo Yuan casually call Sabrina by her name, the psychic trainee froze. He vaguely recalled Sabrina mentioning a special guest expected today. Still. The trainee eyed Luo Yuan, but aside from looking impressive, Luo Yuan didn't seem particularly extraordinary. Luo Yuan, noticing the prolonged inspection, felt uncomfortable. Is there some special condition to enter the gym? The gym leader said the visitor today was supposed to be a powerful psychic. The trainee muttered. A powerful psychic, you mean like this? Luo Yuan looked at the spoon on the table that the trainee had been struggling to bend, and with a single thought. In an instant, the spoon flew to him, twisting and contorting like clay, bending into a pretzel shape, then folding over 180 degrees before it finally dropped back into the trainee's hand, a tangled mess. The trainee stared at the spoon in shock. This was the very spoon he'd spent ages just barely bending. And now, in this man's hands, it was as malleable as Play-Doh. The sheer strength of his psychic power was almost on par with their gym leader, Sabrina. Can I go in now? Yes, please wait here for a moment while I verify. The trainee was just about to make a call to Sabrina when his body was suddenly enveloped in a blue aura, freezing him in place. Hypnosis. Luo Yuan immediately recognized the telltale signs of hypnosis from Sabrina's notes. And only one person in this gym could so easily put someone to sleep. It's me, Sabrina's voice sounded in his mind. This guy was stalling too much, so I just put him under hypnosis. Go ahead and follow him in. Telepathy, huh? This way, please. Using a somewhat robotic tone, the trainee led the way inside. Following him through the gym, Luo Yuan finally reached the training area, where Sabrina stood waiting. Today, she wore a high-necked, fitted top that, combined with her cool, elegant demeanor, gave her an almost dangerous allure. As Luo Yuan entered, Sabrina's usually expressionless face softened into a smile. Her cold elegance melted into something warm and inviting, and the sudden shift left Luo Yuan momentarily stunned. Sabrina, you look amazing today. The compliment slipped out before he knew it, though he vaguely felt like he'd recently said the same thing to someone else. But he swore he meant it sincerely this time. Sabrina's cheeks flushed slightly. She waved her hand, dismissing the hypnotized trainee and putting down the doll she'd been holding, then picked up a pokeball. You wanted a gym battle, right? I closed the gym just for you today. 1-on-1. Sabrina twirled the pokeball in her hand. Only now did Luo Yuan realize she'd closed the gym for his sake. 1-on-1, huh? That suited him perfectly. Sabrina casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. As gym leader, I send out my Pokemon first. And I choose this one. Her pokeball floated into the air, opening on its own. Bang. Chapter 56, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 56. My Pokemon is Alakazam. As Sabrina's voice echoed across the field, Alakazam materialized, ready for battle. Alakazam. Seeing that Sabrina had sent out her strongest, Luo Yuan knew he couldn't use Charmeleon or Dragonair. His hand moved away from their Pokeballs. If that's the case. Gengar. With a snap of his fingers, a pair of red eyes lit up from within his shadow. Ears, head, body. Around, grinning Gengar slowly floated out of Luo Yuan's shadow, taking its place on the field. A ghost and poison-type Gengar versus the psychic-type Alakazam. With their types, each side had ways to counter the other. But Sabrina knew that Luo Yuan's Gengar was significantly stronger than her Alakazam. So she didn't hold back, launching the first attack. Alakazam, Psybeam. Alakazam recognized this Gengar from their collaboration on the Saint and narrowed its eyes as a blue light flashed through them. The spoons in its hands trembled slightly, crossing before it. A prismatic beam of psychic energy surged toward Gengar in a probing assault. Luo Yuan gestured to Gengar, signaling it to handle the fight on its own. For these testing attacks, there was no need for direct orders. Seeing Luo Yuan's gesture, Gengar knew it was time for some creative freedom. Heh. With a wicked chuckle, Gengar sprang into action. Whoosh. A dark blur zipped past. Despite its round shape, Gengar moved with speed that seemed almost impossible for its form, dodging the Psybeam in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already at Alakazam's side. One stubby hand held a shadow ball, brimming with dark energy, which it hurled at Alakazam. Whoosh. Boom. The shadow ball streaked through the air, leaving a trail of sound as it went. Alakazam, still in high alert from its past battles alongside Gengar, wasn't about to take any chances. Its spoons twitched, and Alakazam used teleport to appear at the other end of the field, dodging just as the shadow ball exploded where it had been standing, leaving a crater several meters wide. Impressive. Sabrina's eyes sparkled as she assessed the power of Luo Yuan's Gengar. No wonder it could take down Drake's Altaria without Luo Yuan even needing to give direct commands. Gengar was undeterred by the miss, cackling as it quickly charged up a second shadow ball, aiming it at Alakazam again. Sabrina called out, "Psycho Cut." Alakazam's eyes glowed brighter, a torrent of psychic energy gathering as it advanced on Gengar for the first time. With a flick of its arm, it swung its spoon in a wide arc. The psychic energy coalesced into a crescent-shaped blade that sliced through the air, cleaving the incoming shadow ball in half. The broken halves of the shadow ball didn't explode immediately, they only detonated when they hit the ground behind Alakazam, sending a gust that made Alakazam's mustache flutter. Psychic. Sabrina commanded, escalating the attack. This time, it wasn't a probing move but a full-force psychic assault. Unlike the Executor Gary had used, which Dratini could easily evade, Sabrina's Alakazam was not only more powerful but also vastly more skilled in controlling psychic energy. In Luo Yuan's perception, waves of psychic force surrounded Alakazam, converging on Gengar like an unrelenting tide, forming an inescapable encirclement. If that hit, even with Gengar's strength, the outcome wouldn't be pretty. The warm-up was over. Now, Luo Yuan finally spoke up. Gengar, Dark Pulse. Heh. Gengar, who had been waiting eagerly, lit up with excitement at Luo Yuan's command. With a sinister laugh, Gengar unleashed Dark Pulse. A chilling, almost tangible aura of dark energy radiated from Gengar, quickly filling the space around it that hadn't already been seized by psychic energy. The Dark Pulse clashed with Alakazam's psychic. As everyone knew, Dark-type moves dealt double damage against psychic types. With a smirk, Luo Yuan watched as the two forces collided in the air, but it was only a moment before Alakazam's psychic crumbled completely. The dark energy surged across the battlefield, rapidly closing in on Alakazam. Now Alakazam had two options. It could take the Dark Pulse head-on, which, given the move's power and Jengar's level, would likely knock it out in a single hit. Or could it be, she's going to use that already? Sabrina raised her hand, revealing the keystone on her wrist. Whoa, Sabrina, isn't that a bit overboard? Luo Yuan said, noticing her move. This was just a gym match, surely she didn't need to go all out with Mega Evolution. Sabrina flashed a rare smile, casually brushing a strand of hair from her face. Think of it as a practice match to test out a new ability. Her eyes glowed blue. In Luo Yuan's perception, he saw Sabrina's psychic frequency sync with Alakazam's, connecting them completely. She raised her arm. Mega Evolve, Alakazam. Flash. A brilliant light flared from the Mega Stone on Sabrina's bracelet. Simultaneously, Alakazam crossed its spoons, and golden and brown rays burst from its chest, intertwining with Sabrina's light, enveloping it entirely. Boom. The intense glow repelled the dark pulse, casting back the dark energy field. Overhead, the symbol of Mega Evolution appeared and then faded away. In its place, Alakazam now floated cross-legged in midair, cloaked in a purple robe with 5 spoons hovering around it. Its expression was serene, as though it had seen through all worldly illusions. Powerful psychic waves radiated from Mega Alakazam. The sheer strength of its psychic energy must have doubled, if not more. Luo Yuan felt a growing sense of challenge. Sabrina had synchronized her psychic energy with Alakazam's, amplifying its power beyond that of Drake's Altaria during the Saint and incident. Was he about to lose here? No, there's no way I'm going down. If he lost here, how would he get his reward? Sabrina had brought out Mega Evolution, but so could he. The bond between him and Jengar was nothing to scoff at. Luo Yuan reached into his pocket, pulling out his wristband embedded with his Mega Stone. Jengar. At Luo Yuan's call, Jengar understood instantly, pulling a purple Mega Stone out of its mouth. Strapping on his wristband, Luo Yuan's fingers brushed over the keystone. Jengar, Mega Evolve. Kihihi. A dazzling light enveloped Jengar. As the light faded, Jengar's form had changed dramatically. It now lay flat against the ground, its entire upper half gleaming white, with a reddish hue spreading near the floor. Chapter 57, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 57, 30 PS. Bonus Chapter. Jengar's Mega Evolution was a success on the first try. There was no embarrassing failure to evolve, which likely meant Luo Yuan and Jengar's bond had met the conditions for Mega Evolution. His Charmeleon already had a strong connection with him. Once it evolved into Charizard, it would probably meet the Mega Evolution requirement as well. The only question was his Gyarados, which he'd captured along the way. It was time to start working with Gyarados to strengthen their bond for Mega Evolution. On the other side of the field, Sabrina stared in surprise at Jengar's new white form. Your Jengar is a shiny? You're only realizing that now. Luo Yuan had thought she'd already noticed. Sabrina was speechless. How would she know? Normal Jengar did have color variations based on their development and age, so Sabrina had just assumed Luo Yuan's Jengar was a slightly darker shade. It wasn't until it evolved into Mega Jengar that she realized it was a shiny. A white Jengar, it's actually quite beautiful, she admitted. Though she appreciated the aesthetic, Sabrina didn't hesitate to continue the battle. Despite the friendly nature of this match, it had come too far for either of them to hold back now. Alakazam, Psybeam. With a swift gesture, Sabrina repeated her earlier tactic. The red gemstone on Alakazam's forehead glowed, and the 5 spoons floating above it spun in unison. 5 beams of psychic energy converged into a single, multicolored wave, far stronger than before. Facing the oncoming Psybeam, Jengar didn't flinch. Though Mega Evolution had cost Jengar its levitate ability, its lower half now merged with a shadowy dimension, granting it new power and an enhanced ability. Shadow Claw. 2 shadowy claws emerged from Jengar's form. Compared to when it used Shadow Claw on the Saint Anne, Jengar's attack was now larger, its energy more intense. Whoosh! The shadowy claw lunged forward, gripping the Psybeam and crushing it into glimmering particles before swiping toward Alakazam. Alakazam didn't flinch, its eyes gleaming with blue light as its spoons rotated. 5 psychic blades shot out, slicing Jengar's shadow claw into fragments that dissipated into dark energy before continuing their trajectory toward Jengar. While Mega Jengar was faster than before, it had lost some agility, making dodging more challenging. Those are powerful psycho cuts, but it's pointless. Jengar, into the shadows. Close in. Luo Yuan commanded. Even without levitate, Jengar had other ways to maneuver. Now, it could traverse the shadows even faster than before. As for getting up close, no one knew Mega Alakazam's weaknesses better than he did. Mega Alakazam was vastly different from its unevolved form. Though its psychic strength had skyrocketed, it had come at a price. Mega Alakazam lost all its non-essential traits, including muscle. Even in its base form, Alakazam wasn't known for physical power or durability. After evolving, Mega Alakazam had converted all its muscle strength into psychic energy. Thus, competing in an energy duel wasn't Luo Yuan's first choice. Instead, he aimed to engage Alakazam in close combat. Shwoom. With a sinister grin, Jengar blurred and melted into a shadow, vanishing from sight. In seconds, a dark shape darted along the ground toward Alakazam. Alakazam, fly. Put some distance between you and Jengar. As Alakazam's trainer, Sabrina was well aware of Mega Alakazam's physical vulnerability. Mega Alakazam's ability had changed to trace upon evolution, copying Jengar's levitate ability and boosting its agility. Under normal circumstances, it would have no trouble evading Jengar's ambush. However, Alakazam had barely risen when it abruptly stopped in place. Seizing the moment, Jengar appeared behind it, fist cloaked in dark energy, and struck Alakazam with a powerful shadow punch. Alakazam hastily raised a reflect barrier, designed to deflect physical attacks. But Jengar's ghost-type move was super effective against psychic types. The reflect shattered almost instantly. Bam! The punch landed squarely, sending Alakazam flying. Even 3 of its 5 spoons were knocked to the ground. Mega Alakazam grimaced in pain, clearly severely hurt. Alakazam, psychic. There was no time to wonder why Alakazam had stopped. Sabrina issued her command to buy time for Alakazam to use recover. But Sabrina's thoughts were not lost on Luo Yuan. Seeing through her intentions, he ignored the psychic assault entirely. Jengar, Phantom Force. Whoosh! Jengar vanished once more. When it reappeared, it was already behind Alakazam. Bam! Another punch. After taking 2 full-force shadow punches from Jengar, Alakazam finally fainted. I lost. Sabrina sighed, recalling Alakazam and walking over to Luo Yuan. You were close. You were just a hair's breadth away, Luo Yuan said, reassuring her. To be honest, if it hadn't been for his desire to win the reward, he wouldn't have minded losing this match to Sabrina. But since the system was so merciless, he let it take the blame, dispelling his guilt as he pocketed the keystone and tucked Jengar back into his shadow. By the way, what happened just now? Sabrina asked, puzzled. Why did Alakazam suddenly stop? Sabrina knew her Pokemon well, and Alakazam would never make such a simple mistake, so the issue must have come from Luo Yuan's side. It's Shadow Tag, Luo Yuan explained with a slight smile. Mega Jengar's ability is Shadow Tag. Shadow Tag. I see. It all made sense now. Mega Evolution hadn't been widely studied in Kanto, and Sabrina was only familiar with her own Alakazam's Mega form. She knew little about Mega Jengar's ghost-type traits. She was aware of Shadow Tag as an ability that prevented opponents from switching or escaping. If she had known, she would have prepared a counter. And she really had been just a hair's breadth away. After all, Shadow Tag didn't work on Pokemon with the same ability. If Sabrina's Alakazam had Mega evolved after Jengar, it could have traced Shadow Tag, nullifying its effect and allowing Alakazam to escape. But it was too late now. Still, Sabrina was pleased that Luo Yuan had won. Here's your badge. Pinning it to his chest herself, Sabrina added. I've arranged things with Sylph Company. Tomorrow, once the formalities are done, you'll officially be a Sylph Company shareholder. Chapter 58, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 58. As Sabrina pinned the Saffron Gym badge onto Luo Yuan's chest, the system notification sounded in his mind, just as expected. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving the milestone, victory over the Psychic Gym. You have earned one lottery chance. Another chance for a reward. But Luo Yuan didn't rush to use it. Sabrina had just invited him to dinner. Would you like to try my cooking? She asked with a smile. Of course. Faced with Sabrina, Luo Yuan couldn't refuse. After a meal filled with delicious flavors, Luo Yuan ended up spending the night at the Saffron Gym. The bed was comfortable, the experience superb, 5-star rating. He'd happily stay again. The next day. With his hair neatly styled, Luo Yuan accompanied Sabrina to Sylph Company headquarters. As a large corporation that rivaled Devon Manufacturing, Sylph Company was much bigger in reality than it appeared in the games. The most obvious sign of this difference lay in the size of their building. In the games, Sylph Company had only an 11-story building. But in the real world, Sylph Company held numerous properties in Saffron City, the heart of Kanto's business world, including a 30-story skyscraper. Come to think of it, I've been to a lot of tech companies, but this is my first time going in through the front door. Sitting on a lobby sofa, Luo Yuan sipped some juice, speaking to Sabrina through telepathy. Back in Hoenn, he'd made the rounds at every notable tech company. He usually snuck in through a side entrance, acquired whatever he wanted, and then left by blowing a hole in the wall with a shadow ball. Simple, direct, and fast. Going in through the front was a new experience. Sabrina sighed, responding with telepathy herself. Don't even think about it. This building is 3% yours, after all. Luo Yuan rolled his eyes. I'm just making conversation, not looking for trouble. He had no problem with money. Besides, as a shareholder, he could get what he wanted through internal channels. That was much easier than resorting to drastic measures. Just then, a woman dressed as a secretary approached them. Miss Sabrina, Mr. Luo Yuan, the president is ready to see you in his office. Please follow me. There were no flashy warp tiles. No pokeballs hidden in odd corners. No researchers lurking, waiting to ambush trainers. Following the secretary up a private elevator, they reached the top floor, where Luo Yuan finally came face to face with Sylph Company's president, a man he'd seen many times on TV. The Sylph Company president wore a brown suit, with graying hair and a kindly expression. Of course, Luo Yuan didn't let the warm exterior fool him. Anyone who could grow Sylph Company to its current prominence and balance between the League and Team Rocket for so long was no ordinary figure. While Luo Yuan assessed the president sized up Luo Yuan in turn. When he saw Luo Yuan, his eyes flashed with surprise. So young. Though Luo Yuan looked more mature than his age due to his experience, he still appeared to be only 18 or 19. The president had known from Sabrina's report that the new shareholder was young, but he hadn't expected him to be this young. Sylph Company had been around for many years, and while shareholders had come and gone, the youngest ones had always been over 40. It was as if a single Alolan executor had appeared in a grove of Cantonian executor, strikingly different. But the president quickly recovered, his face brightening with a welcoming smile as he stepped forward. Welcome. After some brief introductions, everyone took their seats. Sabrina has informed us of the details already. This meeting is just to finalize everything. In truth, the president was more than pleased about Luo Yuan's arrival. Now that Sylph Company had cut ties with Team Rocket, he felt vulnerable, always worrying that Team Rocket might retaliate. He had long been trying to win the support of the Saffron Gym. But no matter what he tried, Saffron Gym always maintained a distant relationship with Sylph Company, causing him much frustration. Then, unexpectedly, Sabrina had come to him with news. She'd informed him that someone had acquired shares in Sylph Company, and that she would serve as their proxy, representing them when they were away. This was a huge relief for the president. This partnership was practically an alliance between Sylph Company and the Saffron Gym, with its hundreds of psychic trainers. It would provide much-needed security for Sylph Company. Sensing the president's relief, Luo Yuan smirked inwardly. After speaking with Giovanni, he understood why the president was so pleased. If only he knew he was inviting wolves into his own home. Luo Yuan stifled a laugh. Both he and Sabrina were, without a doubt, key members of Team Rocket. Previously, Team Rocket's influence at Sylph Company was limited to lower-level employees. Now, they'd quietly planted a stake right in Sylph Company's board of shareholders. Luo Yuan silently offered the president a few seconds of sympathy. So, I've heard you're a trainer, Mr. Luo Yuan, the president asked, suddenly curious. That's right. I set off this year as a new trainer and have earned 4 badges so far, Luo Yuan replied casually. Exclamation point. The president's eyes widened in shock. He'd only asked out of politeness and had stumbled upon a jackpot. A new trainer? That meant Luo Yuan was only 15 or 16. You young people these days are incredible. The president sighed, genuinely impressed. When he was 15, what had he been doing? Studying under a pokeball craftsman in Johto, learning how to make pokeballs. And here was Luo Yuan. The president shook his head, feeling out of place in this era. His thoughts began to drift. With such a young shareholder, maybe Sylph Company could use his image in their marketing. Perhaps they could increase their market share among younger trainers. This wasn't unheard of. Devon Corp's Steven Stone had boosted their market significantly by being a champion. As the president pondered the possibilities, the secretary finally completed the document verification. Sir, everything has been confirmed. These are indeed shares from our original stock issuance, and they account for exactly 3% of our current total. Well then, welcome to Sylph Company. The president extended his hand. Chapter 59, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 59. Luo Yuan clasped hands with the Sylph Company president. This handshake marked Luo Yuan's official entry as a shareholder of the Sylph Company behemoth. It also meant the accumulated dividends from these shares were deposited into his account, instantly making him a billionaire. With you on board, I believe Sylph Company will have an even brighter future, the president said warmly. However, he didn't immediately share his previous ideas for promoting Luo Yuan. He wanted to observe Luo Yuan a bit more before moving forward. Luo Yuan just smiled. Flattering words were rarely worth much. After all, even he didn't know what value a rookie trainer could bring to Sylph Company. By the way, President, could I ask you a favor? Oh. Go right ahead. The president was curious, what could this new shareholder need? I plan to capture a rare Pokemon. But ordinary Pokeballs won't work. I'll need a Master Ball. Luo Yuan said the words Master Ball as if it were a casual request. A Master Ball? Certainly, you can purchase one on our internal platform. Surprisingly, the president barely hesitated before agreeing, leaving Luo Yuan stunned. Seeing Luo Yuan's expression, the president chuckled wryly. Master Balls aren't actually that rare. They seem scarce mainly due to their high manufacturing cost and the league's strict regulations. For one, the league limits their distribution because Master Balls bypass the bond between trainer and Pokemon, which doesn't align with the league's ideals of harmony between people and Pokemon. On the other hand, they're prohibitively expensive. Manufacturing a single Master Ball costs as much as 1,000 Ultra Balls. And like regular Pokeballs, they're single-use. The price is so high that only a handful of trainers can afford one, and there's rarely a reason to use it on a common Pokemon. With a sigh, the president continued, honestly, creating the Master Ball was one of Sylph Company's biggest business missteps. Developing it drained a massive amount of company resources, and we still haven't recouped our costs. If not for Devon Corporation and the Kalos-based Pokeball factories joining the race to develop their own models, Sylph Company might not have recovered. So that's how it is. The story was fascinating. It made sense, though. Its high cost and limited use combined with the league's restrictions turned the Master Ball into a money sink for a profit-driven company like Sylph Company. Still, that's all in the past, the president said with a smile. We currently have 2 Master Balls in storage, kept in our 13th floor research department. My secretary will take you there. Honestly, you're doing Sylph Company a favor by taking one off our hands. Being thanked for this felt oddly unsatisfying. But Luo Yuan couldn't complain, he needed the Master Ball for capturing Deoxys, so he let it slide. After bidding farewell to the president, Luo Yuan followed the secretary up to the 13th floor. As they stepped out of the elevator, Luo Yuan spotted a familiar figure. Professor Bill. He called out to the man in a lab coat, who was poring over a document. Hearing his name, Bill looked up in surprise, noticing Luo Yuan and Sabrina behind the secretary. Luo Yuan. What are you doing here? Bill was visiting Sylph Company to discuss his research funding, so he hadn't expected to run into Luo Yuan. I own a few shares in Sylph Company, so I needed to drop by. A few shares in Sylph Co. Bill was speechless. Having worked with Sylph Company for a long time, he understood how the company operated. For someone with just a few shares, coming to headquarters in person was unnecessary. It hadn't crossed his mind that Luo Yuan was actually a major shareholder. Thinking back to when he'd considered rewarding Luo Yuan with money, Bill felt a pang of embarrassment. Thankfully, he hadn't gone through with it. It would have been mortifying. Are you here because of your paper, Professor Bill? Luo Yuan, the paper is nearly finished. It'll be published soon, so keep an eye out. Bill beamed at the mention of his research. As for my visit to Sylph Co., I'm actually here to secure funding for my next project. What project? Luo Yuan asked. It's about swapping the consciousness of humans and Pokemon. Luo Yuan was starting to feel that Bill had a knack for getting drawn into bizarre research. What practical use was there in swapping minds with a Pokemon? Maybe Giovanni would be interested. After all, Mutwo was about to be completed. Then again, even Giovanni probably wouldn't want to swap minds with Mutwo. Well, if it makes you happy. Whatever Bill chose to research was his own choice, and Luo Yuan didn't intend to interfere. The royalties from his Pokemon storage system patent were already enough to support Bill for several lifetimes. After parting ways with Bill, Luo Yuan followed the secretary to a large vault. The secretary spoke briefly with the two guards, then unlocked the vault with a combination of password, fingerprint, iris scan, voice recognition, and a blood-based DNA check. The half-meter-thick alloy door slowly opened. Inside, various rare and unique devices were neatly stored in rows. These are all products Sylph Company developed but couldn't mass-produce due to cost or other limitations. So, they're kept here until production becomes viable, the secretary explained. And the Master Ball is over here. In the center of the vault, the secretary unlocked a glass case, took out a box, and opened it to reveal a purple and white ball with a bold letter M emblazoned on it. Taking the Master Ball from the secretary, Luo Yuan noted its heavier than usual weight and slight coolness. As he examined the ball, the secretary offered a gentle reminder. Mr. Luo Yuan, please use the Master Ball with care. While it's theoretically capable of capturing a legendary Pokemon, no one has yet succeeded in doing so. Chapter 60, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 60, DDD. December Double Drop. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow at the secretary's warning. Did he really look like the type who'd use a Master Ball on just any legendary Pokemon? Granted, he was planning to capture Deoxys with it. But his skills and purpose set him apart from the usual trainer crowd. Of course, Luo Yuan didn't explain himself. What others thought didn't matter as long as he knew his own intentions. After completing the payment, the secretary withdrew the Master Ball's cost from his account. He pocketed the Master Ball, casting one last glance at the remaining ball in the glass case. With no reason to linger, he and Sabrina left Sylph Company. Back at the Saffron Gym. So, what's the Master Ball for? Sabrina asked. Luo Yuan hadn't mentioned the Master Ball plan before their visit. Oh, the Master Ball. You remember that unknown Pokemon that was spotted near the Sevii Islands, right? Boss Giovanni has asked me to investigate, and I think this Master Ball will come in handy. With Sabrina, there was no need for secrecy. At his response, her brow furrowed. Sabrina knew Luo Yuan was more than strong enough to handle a typical capture with an Ultra Ball, so a Master Ball seemed excessive. Are you saying that mystery Pokemon might be a legendary? Luo Yuan couldn't exactly tell her that he already knew it was Deoxys, a Pokemon from space. So, he replied in a speculative tone. Our high-speed cameras can only capture a faint blur of its movements. It's likely. He wasn't lying, Giovanni had shown him a video, and Deoxys' speed was blindingly fast, even slowed down 100 times. The footage hinted at a speed for Deoxys. Sabrina nodded thoughtfully. Even if the cameras weren't top of the line, they were capable of capturing an Arcanine using extreme speed. For them to record only an afterimage meant this wasn't any ordinary Pokemon. However, another question arose. If it is a legendary, do you think you can handle it? She looked at him with concern. The Sylph Company secretary had warned that no one had ever used a Master Ball to capture a legendary Pokemon. As a gym leader, Sabrina was aware of certain restricted league files. Over the years, plenty of trainers had tried using Master Balls to capture legendaries, and met grim fates. Even with Giovanni's plans to control Mutwo, the Master Ball was far from his first choice. It's not a worry. I'll just scout the islands first, see the situation, and move only if the chance is right. In this, Luo Yuan was cautious. The idea of capturing Deoxys was tempting, but he valued his life. Without certainty, he wouldn't act rashly. Sabrina thought for a moment, then met his eyes with quiet resolve. If you're going to the Sevii Islands, I want to come with you. Her strength might not match his, but with her mega-evolved alakazam, she could still be of help. Appreciating her offer, Luo Yuan smiled and nodded. If I go, I'll be sure to bring you along. With the Master Ball now in hand, Luo Yuan wasn't in a rush to leave Saffron City. Aside from wanting to spend some time with Sabrina, he planned to stay and polish up his team's skills. In the private training area of the Saffron Gym, Luo Yuan stood on the edge of the battle arena, watching Gyarados and Dragonair's sparring match, occasionally offering his feedback. Dragonair, focus on the subtle changes in your opponent's movements just before they attack. Try to predict what's coming based on that. Also, tighten up your form when using Dragon Pulse, make your movements as compact and precise as possible. And you, Gyarados, pay attention too. Most importantly, don't lose your head in battle. Learn to harness your rage as a weapon, rather than letting it rule your actions. Throughout the match, Luo Yuan continued correcting mistakes and refining their technique. Over the days, he worked on ironing out these minor yet important habits in his Pokémon's battle approach. While the raw power of their moves didn't see a huge boost, refining their battle style greatly enhanced their effectiveness in real situations. As Gyarados and Dragonair's match progressed smoothly, Luo Yuan turned to Charmeleon, who was practicing moves on a steel dummy. Unlike Gyarados and Dragonair, Luo Yuan's training approach for Charmeleon was different. This wasn't because Charmeleon was any less valued. It was because Charizard's aerial abilities would completely change Charmeleon's fighting style upon evolution. Being able to fly created a vastly different battle dynamic. So training its grounded tactics too rigorously would become useless once it evolved. Since Charizard would need to be trained all over again upon evolution, Luo Yuan focused only on helping Charmeleon evolve quickly. Charmeleon's sole task was to advance as fast as possible. Its training involved using every bit of its fire energy to attack a steel target until exhausted. During this process, Luo Yuan continuously supplied Charmeleon with fire stones to replenish its energy. Consume, then replenish, and repeat. It was a simple yet effective cycle. A ball of fire shot from Charmeleon's mouth, expanding mid-air before slamming into the target, distorting it with an explosion. Panting slightly, Charmeleon prepared for another attack. Keep at it, Charmeleon. Luo Yuan encouraged. Charmeleon's eyes burned with determination. After a short rest to recover with the fire stone, it repeated the cycle. Luo Yuan wasn't worried about wearing Charmeleon out. Firstly, its strong affinity with fire granted it remarkable endurance. Secondly, he tailored a scientific training regimen to avoid pushing it too far. Based on Team Rocket's research, this method was the fastest way to strengthen and evolve Charmeleon without compromising its potential. Though it was quite costly, the method had no real downsides. Ah, the modest, mundane life of the wealthy, Luo Yuan murmured, watching Charmeleon's training with satisfaction. After observing for a while and ensuring there were no issues, he sat down in a nearby chair and closed his eyes to concentrate. System, let's spin the wheel. It was time to claim his prize for defeating Sabrina. Chapter 61, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 61, DDD. December Double Drop. As a seasoned lottery enthusiast, Luo Yuan approached the system's gacha with ease. Soon, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Drawing reward, please wait. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Psychic Affinity. Psychic Affinity boosts the host's closeness with Psychic-type Pokémon, significantly reduces damage from Psychic moves, and increases the power of Psychic moves when commanding Psychic Pokémon. Following his acquisition of Fire Affinity, Luo Yuan now had a second ability in the same category, Psychic Affinity. Why couldn't it have been Ghost Affinity? Even Dragon Affinity would have been nice. Luo Yuan muttered, unable to hold back his disappointment. It's not that he was greedy, but if he'd drawn one of those two, especially Ghost Affinity, he'd have headed straight to the Sevii Islands to challenge Deoxys right then and there. After all, his Dragapult and Jengar were no joke. But, unfortunately, it was Psychic Affinity. It felt like such a waste. After all, he didn't even have a single Psychic-type Pokemon in his lineup right now. Maybe it's because I'm challenging a Psychic-type gym, he speculated. Since he'd already drawn it, though, there wasn't much he could do to change the outcome. Luo Yuan could only console himself with the thought that Deoxys was still a Psychic-type Pokemon, so maybe this Psychic Affinity would help against it. With that in mind, Luo Yuan selected to accept the ability. Yet, the moment he did, his expression turned peculiar. This affects me too. He hadn't anticipated this. When he received the Psychic Affinity, he felt an intense surge of psychic energy flowing through his mind, the quantity and quality of it rapidly increasing. It only stopped after his abilities had grown by nearly 50%. It seemed that he, too, received the enhancement of Psychic Affinity. For the first time, he could tangibly feel the power boost granted by a type affinity. Testing it out, Luo Yuan casually raised his hand. In the training area, his Gyarados, who was sparring with Dragonair and was just about to execute Aqua Tail, was suddenly lifted into the air. Gyarados, now airborne, looked angry at first, but then it realized this familiar feeling, it had felt this before. Turning its gaze downward, Gyarados spotted Luo Yuan and looked at him with a questioning expression, as if wondering what antics its trainer was up to now. Lost in thought, Luo Yuan didn't notice the look from his Gyarados. He didn't keep Gyarados suspended for long and soon set it back down. After experiencing the change, Luo Yuan had to admit that while he'd been able to do this before, it had always required considerable effort. Now, it was practically effortless. Are humans considered Pokemon, too? He mused. Luo Yuan felt a sense of excitement at the possibilities. Would his psychic powers now have the potential to surpass Sabrina's? Just then, Sabrina walked up, holding a freshly squeezed glass of juice. She studied him carefully, her nose twitching as she frowned slightly. Did you put on some kind of cologne today? For some reason, I feel completely drawn to you. Luo Yuan was speechless. You know me, I never wear cologne. Sabrina's reaction seemed to confirm one thing, though. Psychic affinity affected psychic humans as well. It seemed the system really did categorize humans as Pokemon. But, in a way, that wasn't so far-fetched. People in the Pokemon world shared many similarities with Pokemon. Ignoring Luo Yuan's answer, Sabrina pressed closer and nuzzled him affectionately, almost like a cat wanting to be petted. Hey, you look way too cat-like right now, Luo Yuan couldn't help but tease. I just feel like there's something about you that's really attracting my psychic power, Sabrina said, rolling her eyes. And, by the way, you didn't seem to mind it last time. At this, Luo Yuan chose to fall silent. Never argue with a woman. In the end, Luo Yuan had to leave the Saffron Gym. He'd originally intended to stay for a couple more days. However, his psychic affinity had thrown him a curveball, causing Sabrina to cling to him every day. She'd claimed that her psychic training progressed twice as fast around him. It got to the point where Luo Yuan hadn't dared to call Misty for days. With no other choice, he decided to leave Saffron Gym early and head towards Celadon Gym. Walking down the streets of Saffron City, Luo Yuan received a call from Matori. Hello. Matori. Congratulations, youngest board member of Sylph Company. It seemed Matori was aware of his recent promotion at Sylph Company. You didn't call just to say congrats, right? Luo Yuan asked. After knowing Matori for so long, he understood her well. Matori was highly efficient and would never call just to chat without reason. If she was on the phone, there was definitely something important. It's about that thing you asked me for. Matori scoffed. I've already handled it for you. That thing. Oh. I remember now. You managed to get it done this fast. It took Luo Yuan a moment to recall what she was referring to. After receiving Charmander from Professor Oak, he had asked Matori to enlist Team Rocket's researchers and programmers to create a dynamic Pokemon data model. This model was linked to Team Rocket's Pokemon database. By periodically scanning and uploading data on his Pokémon, it could cross-reference it with the database's top models at the same level, easily pinpointing weaknesses and areas that needed improvement. In internet terms, it was essentially big data meets Pokémon training. Compared to the traditional approach of relying solely on experience and intuition, this method was far more scientific. Luo Yuan had expected that the model would take a while to develop. He hadn't anticipated it being completed so soon. "I took a risk on your behalf," Matori replied. "If Boss Giovanni finds out, I'll be held accountable." "Thank you," Luo Yuan replied earnestly. Considering that Team Rocket's members were all tied up with the Mutwo project, Matori had taken a big risk in sparing people to help him. "I don't have time for chit-chat. The scanner and the computer with the model data are at Team Rocket's Saffron City base. You can pick them up there." With that, Matori abruptly ended the call, skipping her usual banter with him, a rare occurrence that showed the Mutwo project was reaching a critical stage. Luo Yuan understood. This will make training a whole lot easier. With this model system, he wouldn't have to worry as much about basic training for his Pokémon. Now, he could focus solely on tactics. Chapter 62, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 62. Rattata, use quick attack. Charmeleon, finish it off. Roar. With a powerful kick, Charmeleon sent the Rattata flying, then opened its mouth and blasted the opponent with a stream of flames. "Dodge it." The youngster across from him shouted frantically. But no amount of yelling could make up for the difference in strength. Whoosh. Once Luo Yuan decided it was enough, Charmeleon closed its mouth, and the flames dissipated, revealing a scorched Rattata that emitted a slight smoky aroma, twitching just enough to show it was still alive. Rattata. The youngster quickly ran over and picked up his badly burnt but conscious Pokémon. "Don't worry, my Charmeleon has a sense of restraint," Luo Yuan said, tossing the youngster a mostly empty bottle of potion he'd used earlier. Thank you." The youngster accepted the potion, applying it quickly to Rattata, then returned it to its Pokeball. After offering Luo Yuan a few coins as a reward, he hurried off towards the Pokémon Center. Watching him go, Luo Yuan stuffed the money into his pocket and gave Charmeleon a pat on the head. "Next time, remember, against opponents at this level, don't go using flamethrower. It's costing me more than I'm getting back." Yes, Luo Yuan had lost money on this battle. Since becoming a board member of Sylph Company, Luo Yuan had swapped out everything he could for the company's products. The potion he'd just handed over was top-quality Sylph merchandise, and even with only a little left, it cost more than what he'd won from this battle. While his goal in facing these youngsters and hikers wasn't necessarily to make money, but rather to make a name for himself as a rookie trainer, it still hurt a bit to lose out. Groan. Realizing his mistake, Charmeleon hung its head. "It's fine. I just want you to start gauging your strength in battles," Luo Yuan said, not scolding Charmeleon further. Recently, Charmeleon had developed a habit of using powerful fire-type moves from the get-go, often ending battles with a single hit. While it wasn't a bad habit per se, knowing how to control power is a critical skill for any strong Pokémon. Luo Yuan didn't plan to alter Charmeleon's battling style, but it was definitely time to teach it to measure its attacks. Roar. Charmeleon gave a confident growl, spitting a small flame skyward as it patted its chest in assurance. Luo Yuan laughed. "All right, let's go." Celadon City was the second-largest city in Kanto. The city boasted Kanto's biggest commercial area, with the famous Celadon department store at its center and Beauty Street, which set the fashion trends for the entire region. It was also home to Kanto's renowned Celadon University, where several distinguished professors, including Professor Oak, had once taught. Erica, the Celadon gym leader, was a faculty member here as well. The university produced over 1,000 talented graduates each year for Kanto. However, Luo Yuan's destination wasn't either of these places. The Celadon Game Corner. It served as both a rocket base and a major source of income. From what Luo Yuan knew, the Celadon Game Corner generated nearly $1 billion in annual profits for Team Rocket, even surpassing some of the team's other large-scale ventures. Of course, that was just a front. Beneath the Game Corner lay the second-largest Team Rocket base in Kanto, second only to the Viridian City headquarters. After a quick disguise, Luo Yuan walked into the massive gaming hall. Inside, the atmosphere was lively, almost reminding him of a casino in Macau. He didn't linger by the slot machines, though. As a Rocket executive, he was well aware that these games were meticulously designed. Some might get lucky and win a bit, but Team Rocket always came out on top. After all, Team Rocket was no charity. He made his way to the prize exchange counter and presented a VIP card to the 2 Team Rocket members dressed as attendants. The attendant hesitated for a second, then took the card and swiped it. Upon seeing the information displayed, her expression shifted to one of respect. It was clear the card revealed Luo Yuan's status as a high-ranking Rocket executive, a big deal for these attendants. "Welcome, VIP customer. Is there anything we can assist you with?" one attendant asked discreetly. "I'm here to pick up something that was left for me. You should have been informed." Luo Yuan paused, then added, "Also, do you still have any Porygon? I'd like one. Make sure it's the best you've got." After retrieving his order from Team Rocket, Luo Yuan returned to his hotel. Along with the item he'd asked Matori to prepare, he now had a new addition to his team, a Porygon. Porygon, the virtual Pokémon, was an artificial Pokémon created by the Sevii Island Pokémon Lab. Back when the lab disbanded, many Rocket scientists were still working there, allowing Team Rocket to acquire the technology to make Porygon. Now, the virtual Pokémon was one of the Game Corner's top prizes. Until recently, Luo Yuan had been too busy with Dragapult's training and his Rocket duties to request one from Giovanni. But now, he felt it was time. Not only would Porygon complete his 6 Pokémon lineup, but its evolutions, Porygon 2 and Porygon Z, were also formidable in battle. More importantly, they were now in the age of information, and having a Pokémon that could traverse between the real and digital worlds would be invaluable. At the very least, it could jump into his phone and reply to Misty for him whenever he got too busy. With that thought in mind, Luo Yuan released Porygon. "Porygon, nice to meet you," he said, extending his hand to the Pokémon, which looked up at him with a curious expression. Porygon stared at Luo Yuan with its hexagonal eyes, saying nothing, and even eyeing his outstretched hand warily. "All right, guess I'll have to work on winning you over." He recalled Porygon back into its Pokeball. He wasn't surprised by its reaction. Though Porygon was artificially made, it still wasn't naturally inclined toward humans. To truly utilize Porygon in battle, he'd first have to earn its trust. Why couldn't Porygon have been a psychic type? Luo Yuan sighed. Then my psychic affinity could finally come in handy. Shaking his head at the thought, Luo Yuan set his sights on his next challenge, the Celadon Gym. Speaking of which, he couldn't ignore the gym leader of the Celadon Gym herself. Chapter 63, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 63. Celadon Gym. Among the gyms of Kanto, if you had to list the wealthiest one, Celadon Gym would surely take the top spot. Celadon Gym was home to a globally renowned perfume brand, with products so popular they were even sold in regions as far as Galar and Unova. Thanks to these luxury-level perfumes, Celadon Gym had secured its place as Kanto's richest gym. All the gym leaders in Kanto may not run their gyms well, but when it comes to side businesses, each of them is unmatched. Across Kanto, the gyms run by Giovanni, Koga, Sabrina, and Serge were all under Team Rocket's influence. The rest. The Cerulean sisters were well-known water ballet performers but often got overwhelmed in battles. Erica had her perfume shop and had turned the gym into a botanical garden. In the original story, she even went as far as breaking league rules to refuse Ash's challenge simply because he insulted her perfumes, caring little about potential complaints. As for Blaine, he'd practically abandoned his gym to run a hot springs resort, spending his days hosting riddle games. None of them focused on their gyms. Only Brock had ever seriously taken on the role of a gym leader. Then again, even he got roped into traveling with Ash, leaving his gym to the father who'd once abandoned him and his siblings. Thinking about it this way, Luo Yuan felt he could somewhat understand Lance's frustration. As the head of the Elite Four, seeing the state of Kanto's gyms must have been maddening for him. With this lineup of gym leaders, I'd be pulling my hair out too, he thought, pushing open the doors to Celadon Gym. The moment he entered, the fresh scent of plants greeted him. "Hello, and you are?" A staff member looked at Luo Yuan, puzzled. "I'm here as a challenger." "A trainer." The mention of him being a trainer caused the staff member's enthusiasm to diminish, though she maintained basic politeness. Please wait while I inform Miss Erica. Feel free to watch our latest perfume ad in the meantime. As the staff member left, Luo Yuan found himself looking up at the perfume ad playing on a nearby screen. He'd bought perfumes here before for Sabrina as gifts, but this was his first visit to the gym itself. He couldn't help but wonder if every new trainer challenging the gym went through the same introduction. Could this be an early attempt at brand loyalty training? After all, trainers traveling to challenge gyms often had considerable spending power. Whoever had come up with this was a commercial genius. A talent like this should definitely be recruited into Team Rocket and sent to the Hoenn region to help set up a new branch. Luo Yuan's thoughts were wandering when Erica finally made her appearance. Dressed in a kimono and sandals, with a faint fragrance surrounding her, Erica looked as serene as ever. Long time no see. It's almost hard to get a hold of you these days, Erica. Luo Yuan greeted her with a smile. Luo Yuan. Is that really you? Erica looked at him, surprised. She'd never forgotten his strikingly handsome face. He used to visit the shop regularly to buy perfumes for his girlfriend, always with a generous hand, which had earned him VIP status. Through these interactions, they'd become familiar with each other. But after Luo Yuan left for the Hoenn region, he hadn't been around, and their contact had dwindled. She hadn't expected to run into him here today. Are you here to pick out perfume for your girlfriend again? Wait, didn't Kiku say we had a challenger? Erica's brows furrowed in confusion. You're not wrong, I'm the challenger. You. Erica looked skeptical. My current role is that of a freshly departed rookie trainer. I see. Erica nodded in realization. I never expected you to take the trainer path. She'd always assumed Luo Yuan, being from a wealthy family, would inherit the family business someday. Luo Yuan didn't bother to correct her assumption. Back when he'd lived in Kanto, the rich kid image had served as a good cover for his role as a rocket executive. And in a way, it still held some truth. He'd just gone from being a fake rich kid to owning real shares in Sylph Company. Well, since it's you, I can skip the formalities. Erica's face lit up in a friendly smile. Come with me to the battlefield. The battle arena of Celadon Gym lay at the very center of the botanical garden. Sunlight streamed through the glass ceiling, creating a warm glow. Surrounded by lush plants, the area provided a unique battle experience. Luo Yuan and Erica took their positions at opposite ends of the field. A small crowd of gym staff gathered to watch. The staff member, Kiku, stepped into the referee spot. The rules for the Celadon Gym battle are 3v3. Each side may use 3 Pokémon, and the gym leader may not switch Pokémon mid-battle. The familiar rules were recited, ones that Luo Yuan could probably repeat by heart at this point. With a smile, Erica called out from across the field, Luo Yuan, I won't be holding back. Of course, she meant that relative to a typical rookie trainer. And I'll give it my best, too, Luo Yuan replied. Though he was confident that even using just his charm Leon would be more than enough to beat Erica, they were friends, and he didn't want to ruin that. It was only polite to show some restraint. With these unspoken thoughts between them. Let the battle begin. Kiku swung her flag. Luo Yuan and Erica released their poke balls almost simultaneously. Go, Tangela/Dragonair. Luo Yuan chose not to use Charm Leon, given that Charm Leon still wasn't fully in control of its attack power, and one stray blast of flames could set the entire garden ablaze, a mess he did not want to deal with. The sight of Dragonair's appearance drew gasps from the surrounding onlookers, including Erica. Dragonair. It's really a Dragonair. So beautiful. The moment Dragonair took the field, the gym staff, and Erica herself, were all momentarily stunned. Weren't rookie trainers supposed to start with a starter Pokémon or a regional bird? How was he opening with a Dragonair? Erica, though, had seen much in her day. She only let her gaze linger for a moment on Dragonair's elegant, sleek form before smiling. It seems I underestimated you. Against a Dragonair of this caliber, her Tangela was at a disadvantage. But the battle had to proceed. If she kept her previous mindset, she'd lose miserably. Erica resolved to bring her true skill to the field. Tangela. Time to get serious. Use Vine Whip. Tangela nodded in response, its blue, vine-covered body launching forward with two thick vines outstretched. Swish. Two blue vines cracked through the air, reaching straight for the coiled Dragonair. Chapter 64, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 64, DDD. December Double Drop. Tangela's blue vines whipped out toward Dragonair. Why were Tangela's vines blue rather than green? Luo Yuan figured it was simply due to Tangela's naturally blue-tinted body. Judging from the angle and speed of its attack, it was clear that Erika's Tangela was highly trained. This level of skill put Erika leagues ahead of the Cerulean sisters. They might both have successful side businesses, but Erika had never slacked in her gym leader responsibilities. Whoosh! The vines cracked toward Dragonair, who appeared completely unbothered. Having trained daily against Gyarados, enduring hyper beams and dragon rages, Dragonair regarded these vines as nothing more than child's play. With a graceful cry, Dragonair coiled, elegantly slipping past the incoming attack. So beautiful. So elegant. The Celadon gym staff watching nearby gazed at Dragonair with shining eyes, utterly captivated by its beauty. Their reactions caused Erika's face to flush slightly. How embarrassing, where had she found this bunch? Not that she'd admit she'd been briefly entranced by Dragonair's elegance, too. Clearing her head, Erika focused back on the battle. Dragonair was now diving toward Tangela from above. Tangela, dodge and use Stun Spore. A grass-type trainer who couldn't wield Stun Spore or Sleep Powder wasn't a true trainer. Upon Erika's command, Tangela immediately leaped aside, evading Dragonair's iron tail. Boom. Dragonair's tail slammed into the ground, leaving a crater and sending debris flying. Tangela landed nearby, using its vines to rebound off the ground, and propelled itself toward Dragonair. Mid-air, it shook itself vigorously, releasing a thick yellow cloud of paralyzing powder straight toward its opponent. But Luo Yuan had come prepared for a grass gym. There was no way he'd be caught off guard by a move like Stun Spore. Stun Spore. Dragonair, use Safeguard. Dragonair lifted its head as a faint, shimmering energy shield enveloped its body, creating a glowing barrier that effortlessly blocked the Stun Spore. Tangela's wide eyes stared at its blocked attack, astonished. Erika was about to call out her next move when Luo Yuan acted first. Don't give it a chance. Now, Dragon Pulse. Cry. Dragonair fixed its gaze on the airborne Tangela, whose body instinctively tensed. Tangela tried to retreat, but mid-air, there was no ground to push off from. Dragonair's eyes flashed with a hint of mirth as it effortlessly fired a Dragon Pulse directly at Tangela. Bang. A short, sharp cry echoed as Dragon Pulse connected, exploding on Tangela and launching it toward the ground with a powerful impact. Tangela's vine-covered, elastic body bounced off the ground several times like a ball before finally coming to rest. Tangela was unable to battle. Tangela is unable to battle. Dragonair wins. Referee Kiku quickly raised her flag. So fast. The battle had ended so quickly that everyone watching was left stunned. Come back, Tangela. Erika said, returning her Pokémon. She wasn't surprised by the outcome. In truth, she'd expected this from the moment Dragonair entered the field. Your strength more than qualifies you for a gym badge, Erika remarked. But as Celadon Gym's leader, I'm not one to surrender easily, she added with a playful smile, pulling out a luxury ball. Luo Yuan's impressive strength had sparked Erika's fighting spirit. For a dedicated gym leader like Erika, dealing with rookie trainers daily was a repetitive, tedious chore. These battles posed no challenge, often requiring her to hold back, which made them dull. But now, facing a strong opponent she was familiar with, Erika felt genuinely excited for a proper battle. Her gentle smile shifted, now brimming with determination. Erika threw her Pokeball. Go, Victory Bell. Yeah. A low, guttural cry filled the arena as a large, pitcher plant-like Pokémon emerged. With its sharp yellow coloring and a fierce gaze, Victory Bell looked formidable. Victory Bell. If Luo Yuan remembered correctly, Erika's usual lineup for challengers included Tangela, Weepinbell, and Gloom. Looks like this is her ace, Luo Yuan thought. He wasn't bothered by Erika using her strongest Pokémon, in fact, he was a little excited. After all, he'd already spent plenty of time battling weaker opponents on his journey here. A stronger opponent would give Dragonair much-needed experience. With a slight smirk, Luo Yuan raised his hand. Dragonair, we're starting off strong. Use Dragon Rage. Dragonair tilted its head back, unleashing a powerful Dragon Rage aimed at Victreebel. Seeing this, Victreebel didn't wait for Erika's command. It took evasive action on its own. Despite its large body, Victreebel displayed remarkable agility, using its leaf-like arms to push off the ground, deftly dodging Dragonair's attack. Victreebel, Acid Spray. Gurgle, gurgle. Victreebel's body churned before its leafy lid opened, releasing a large glob of corrosive, acidic fluid aimed at Dragonair. Acid Spray, a poison-type move that spews out an acid, lowering the target's special defense if it hits. While the move wasn't particularly fast, Dragonair could dodge it easily if Luo Yuan commanded it. But he noticed the focused look in Victreebel's eyes. It was clear Erika anticipated a dodge and was likely ready to counter any attempt at evasion. If Dragonair dodged now, they might fall right into Erika's trap, opening them up to a relentless barrage. Luo Yuan processed all this in under half a second. Dragonair, watching the acid spray approach, had yet to receive any command to dodge and was preparing to evade on its own. Just then, Luo Yuan's voice reached it. Dragonair, use Light Screen, then Dragon Dance. Dragonair paused at the unexpected command. But having trained under Luo Yuan from its time as a Dratini, the bond between them was strong, and it trusted him deeply. Without hesitation, it obeyed, setting up a shimmering light screen in front of itself. Chapter 65, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 65, DDD. December Double Drop. Show. A shimmering light screen appeared in front of Dragonair, intercepting the incoming acid spray with a hissing, corrosive sound as it sizzled against the barrier. Behind the light screen, Dragonair's expression remained calm as its body began moving in a rhythmic, mysterious dance. Erika and her Victreebel could feel the growing menace radiating from Dragonair with every cycle of Dragon Dance it completed. As Luo Yuan had anticipated, Erika had planned to seize control of the battle by launching a chain of attacks if Dragonair tried to dodge. But he hadn't fallen for her trap. Now, with the roles reversed, Erika was on the defensive, forced to try and disrupt Dragonair's build-up. Victreebel, stop it. Use Razor Leaf. Victreebel gave a swift shake of its leaves, sending a dozen crescent-shaped blades flying toward Dragonair, each leaf curving around the light screen to strike from behind. Don't worry, keep using Dragon Dance. Luo Yuan instructed calmly. Razor Leaf's damage wouldn't pose much of a threat to Dragonair, especially with no additional effects. Given the boost from Dragon Dance, taking a few Razor Leaf hits was a small price to pay. Receiving its trainer's command, Dragonair didn't dodge. Instead, it maintained its graceful dance in midair, fully focused on boosting its power and speed. As it turned out, Luo Yuan's decision was spot on. Razor Leaf wasn't as precise as Magical Leaf, which meant Victreebel's technique, though impressive, wasn't guaranteed to hit accurately. Under Erika's intense gaze, only a handful of the leaves managed to hit their target, with a few more deflected by the light screen. The few that connected barely left a scratch on Dragonair. Meanwhile, the power increase from Dragon Dance had brought Dragonair's strength to a whole new level. Now, counterattack. Dragonair, use Agility, then Slam. Victreebel, use Protect. Erika quickly countered. But Dragonair had already disappeared in a blur, darting toward Victreebel with blinding speed. Whoosh! Dragonair's tail arced through the air, aimed directly at Victreebel's head. With Dragon Dance boosting its attack, Victreebel's defenses wouldn't be enough if this move connected. In that instant, a blue aura flickered around Victreebel as it activated Protect just in time. Bang! Dragonair's tail collided with the energy barrier, creating a deep, resonant sound that sent dust swirling across the field, drawing coughs from the Celadon gym staff watching nearby. It blocked it. Erika's eyes lit up as she quickly followed up, Victreebel, use Bind. With Dragonair's enhanced speed, Erika knew her best chance to win was to restrict its movements. Victreebel complied without hesitation. At such close range, it would be difficult for Dragonair to escape. Its vines shot out, closing in on Dragonair and ready to wrap around it. But watching Victreebel move in close, Luo Yuan's face lit up with a hint of amusement. You came to me willingly. I'm not about to waste this opportunity, Dragonair, outrage. With Luo Yuan's command, Victory Bell and Erika's plan fell to pieces. A fierce crimson glow lit up Dragonair's chest jewel and eyes, unleashing a torrent of energy. The once graceful Dragonair was now enveloped in a blazing red aura, its demeanor transformed into one of pure, fierce rage. Cry. Dragonair let out a more intense, battle-hungry cry, sending a shiver through Erika. But it was too late to call for Victory Bell to dodge. The close distance worked in Dragonair's favor as well. With a quick twist, Dragonair shattered the vines binding it, following up with a devastating tail strike powered by both Dragon Dance and Outrage. Boom. The massive impact launched Victory Bell across the field, where it crashed into the thick trunk of a nearby tree. Splurt. Its flattened stomach expelled a pool of acidic fluid onto the ground, emitting a pungent stench, almost as if Dragonair had knocked the wind right out of it. The scene was more than a bit comical. Victory Bell's defeat had left it in a rather embarrassing state. It took a moment for the referee, Kiku, to recover and announce, Victory Bell is unable to battle. Dragonair wins again. Return, Victory Bell. Erika said, recalling her Pokémon. She realized that even though she'd already raised her expectations, she had still underestimated Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan gave her an apologetic smile, silently assuring her that the hit had been unintentional. He used his psychic link to soothe the now raging Dragonair, whose temperament had been affected by outrage. Erika, however, didn't mind. She was already contemplating her next Pokémon. Dragonair's Dragon Dance paired with outrage is indeed tough to counter. Erika muttered, withdrawing another Pokeball. In that case, my last Pokémon will be you. She threw her Pokeball into the air. Boom. Labu. Vileplume. Vileplume, Erika's signature Pokémon and her ace, took its place on the battlefield. As one of Gloom's two evolutions, Vileplume looked more like Gloom compared to the alternative, Bellossom. With the same indigo body and an enormous, umbrella-like red-spotted flower, Vileplume was essentially Gloom's supersized counterpart. However, unlike Gloom's drooling, sleepy-eyed appearance, Vileplume stood confidently, its small eyes open and alert. The moment Vileplume appeared, Luo Yuan could catch its distinctive, heady fragrance even from across the field. More notably, his psychic sense picked up on countless tiny spores and pollen drifting in the air around Vileplume. These spores held the same paralyzing effect as stun spore, in addition to causing severe allergic reactions. A tough opponent. Luo Yuan murmured, calling out to his Dragonair, "Can you keep going?" Vileplume's spores would make close-range attacks especially challenging. He was already considering switching to Charmeleon for a distant flamethrower to wrap things up quickly. Cry. Dragonair nodded, determination gleaming in its eyes. Luo Yuan had expected as much from Dragonair. Perhaps due to spending so much time alone before joining his team, often getting picked on by other Pokémon, his Dragonair had developed a fiercely competitive streak. Well then, let's continue. Luo Yuan smiled, his confidence restored. Erika, show me Vileplume's full strength. Chapter 66, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 66. Inside Celadon Gym, both sides found themselves in a brief standoff. Dragonair circled above, searching for an opening, while Vileplume stood firmly on the ground, its small eyes fixed on Dragonair in a defensive stance. For the past 30 seconds, Vileplume's massive petals had been steadily quivering, creating a soft, rhythmic whoosh-whoosh sound as they trembled. Just as when it first entered, Vileplume continued releasing poison powder, clouding the air around it with a dense, toxic mist. Using these spores as a deterrent, Vileplume seemed intent on creating a poisonous barrier to keep Dragonair at bay. A strategy to stop Dragonair from getting close, huh? Luo Yuan saw right through Vileplume and Erika's tactic. The idea was to build up a cloud of poisonous spores as a shield, hoping to prevent Dragonair from landing a boosted hit with outrage. Not an easy situation. Despite Luo Yuan's psychic efforts to keep Dragonair calm, it remained locked in outrage, unable to use other moves. Normally, a single twister could clear out the spores instantly. To make things worse, when the outrage effect wore off, Dragonair would almost certainly become confused. Erika had clearly considered all this, setting up the poison powder barrier from the moment Vileplume took the field. The battle seemed deadlocked. In front of him loomed the toxic cloud, while behind him was the threat of confusion once outrage ended, a rock and a hard place. But Luo Yuan didn't deliberate long. Second-guessing was never his style. A successful trainer knew when to be decisive. Watching Vileplume release more and more spores, he realized he had to act. Dragonair, we're going in. Luo Yuan called out, raising his head to his circling Pokémon. Letting Vileplume continue spreading poison powder would only put them at a further disadvantage. Rather than sit back and wait, it was time to make a bold move. He'd bet that Dragonair could take down Vileplume before succumbing to poison. So decisive. Erika couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Her original plan had been to delay Dragonair, waiting for it to slip into confusion after outrage ended, then moving in for a finishing blow. But Luo Yuan had acted too quickly. Dragonair, now spurred by its trainer's command, wasted no time. Its sleek body adjusted mid-air as it plunged toward Vileplume below. Erika quickly cleared her mind of distractions and activated her backup plan. Vileplume, use Protect. A blue energy shield flared up in front of Vileplume. Dragonair tore through the spore cloud, its tail smashing into the barrier with enough force to send both Vileplume and its shield skidding backward. Crack! The powerful impact left spiderweb cracks across the barrier. Boom! The energy barrier shattered with a deafening crash as Dragonair's tail landed squarely on Vileplume, sending it sprawling. Even with the damage reduced by Protect, the force of the outrage enhanced by Dragon Dance had taken a serious toll on Vileplume. Vileplume, stay with me. Erika shouted. Yet Luo Yuan wasn't celebrating. The fact that the first attack hadn't ended the fight left him uneasy. Dragonair, finish it, he ordered, suppressing his doubts. Dragonair readied itself to strike again and end the battle. But just then, the poison Dragonair had absorbed from the spores began taking effect, spreading through its body and causing a brief moment of paralysis. What seemed like an unlucky moment was actually the result of Erika's careful planning. Now, Vileplume. Use Leech Seed. Vileplume, sensing its chance, pushed off the ground with its stubby legs, rolling onto its back to face Dragonair. The massive flower in its center unleashed 3 seeds, each aimed directly at Dragonair's weakened form. Thwip, thwip, thwip. The leech seed struck Dragonair and quickly took root. Fine vines sprouted from the seeds, winding around Dragonair's body and emitting a faint green glow as energy was siphoned away and absorbed back into Vileplume. Labu. Vileplume looked rejuvenated as the absorbed energy eased its pain. Meanwhile, Dragonair was in a rough state, its scales tinged with purple from the poison, and its strength ebbing from the leech seed. Crisis loomed. Hang in there, Dragonair. Luo Yuan encouraged his Pokémon. He knew they'd missed their best chance to defeat Vileplume, but now, all he could do was provide moral support. With Dragonair unable to switch moves, immobilized by poison, and bound by leech seed, there was little else he could do tactically. Cry. Inspired by Luo Yuan's words, Dragonair steeled itself, coiling its body in preparation for one final, desperate outrage. But Vileplume was ready. Vileplume, Seed Bomb. Erika ordered. Still prone on the ground, Vileplume opened its blossom, firing a rapid barrage of explosive seeds that veered Dragonair's tail off course as it fell. The tail smashed into the ground beside Vileplume, sending rubble flying and leaving Vileplume with several cuts and bruises. Neither Erika nor Vileplume seemed fazed by the damage. Now's our chance. Give it everything you've got, Petal Dance. Erika called out, her voice filled with resolve. Countless pink petals launched toward Dragonair in a storm of sharp, swirling projectiles. Whoosh, whoosh. Though light on their own, the petals moved faster than Dragonair could dodge. Before Dragonair could launch a third strike, the petals collided with its scales, each one dealing a quick, cutting blow. Cry. Between the poison, the draining effect of leech seed, and the final flurry of Petal Dance, Dragonair's energy was finally spent, and it collapsed onto the ground, unable to continue the fight. Dragonair is unable to battle. Vileplume wins. Kiku declared, her voice a bit breathless after witnessing the intense battle. You did well. Come back, Dragonair. Luo Yuan recalled his Pokémon to its Pokeball. In truth, he'd suspected this outcome from the moment the first hit failed to knock out Vileplume. Now that it had happened, he wasn't exactly surprised. Your Vileplume is really something, he remarked to Erica, smiling. He didn't blame Dragonair's loss entirely on the drawbacks of Outrage. While the move's drawbacks had played a part, Dragonair had also benefited from Dragon Dance's power boost in this fight. From Erica's command precision and Vileplume's resilience, it was clear her Vileplume was on a whole different level, exceeding Dragonair's capabilities. Chapter 67, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 67. Luo Yuan clipped Dragonair's poke ball back onto his belt, his expression steady. As a Team Rocket executive, setbacks of this level wouldn't faze him. Well then, my second Pokémon. He reached for another poke ball at his waist. Given his rookie trainer cover, the only Pokémon left at his disposal were Charmeleon and Gyarados. Using Charmeleon was out of the question, he couldn't risk burning down Erica's entire gym. Go, Gyarados. With a toss of his hand, the poke ball hit the ground, and with a heavy thud, Gyarados appeared. Normally, a Gyarados weighed around 200 kilograms, but after Luo Yuan's intensive feeding, his Gyarados weighed over 300 kilograms. Roar! Gyarados let out a fierce bellow, sending tremors through the leaves of nearby plants. Facing an opponent several times its size, with a body exuding raw power and aggression, even Vileplume trembled slightly, a flicker of fear flashing through its eyes. Gyarados' Intimidate ability had taken effect. Erica was visibly surprised. She'd expected Luo Yuan's second Pokémon to be one of the usual starters, but she hadn't anticipated Gyarados. A water and flying type Gyarados. From a type perspective, that's a good choice. Vileplume's moves were mostly grass and poison type. Gyarados, being water and flying, wouldn't be at a disadvantage. In fact, grass and poison types were weak against flying moves. This meant Gyarados had the upper hand here. Luo Yuan smiled, skipping any small talk. After 3 battles, both he and Erica had a good grasp of each other's strategies. Without hesitation, Luo Yuan went on the offensive. Gyarados, use Twister. After his experience with Vileplume spores, there was no way he'd let himself get caught again. Gyarados opened its mouth, unleashing a swirling twister that quickly took shape and swept across the battlefield like a massive vacuum, sucking in everything in its path. The spore barrier shattered instantly. As the twister moved closer to Vileplume, Erica called out urgently. Vileplume, root yourself. In most cases, Ingrain was used to recover health. Here, however, it had a different purpose. Vileplume. Vileplume complied, digging its short legs into the ground and rooting itself firmly. With its roots anchoring it, Vileplume held steady. As the twister began to lose its power, Erica launched her next attack. Vileplume, use Petal Dance. From Vileplume's flower, a flurry of petals shot out, spiraling towards Gyarados. Luo Yuan remained unfazed. Dragonair had struggled with Petal Dance due to various circumstances, but Gyarados was different. Gyarados, another twister, he ordered, signaling with a subtle upward gesture while mentally instructing Gyarados through their psychic link. Gyarados immediately understood. It opened its mouth and released another twister, catching the incoming petals and pulling them into its spiraling winds. Neither Erica nor Vileplume could anticipate Luo Yuan's next move. Seeing Petal Dance swept up by the twister, Erica smiled. Petal Dance was only the first stage of her plan, her true strategy lay in the next move. The sun was high in the sky, streaming through the gym's glass ceiling. Vileplume, Solar Beam. Erica commanded with a graceful wave. Vileplume clenched its small fists as its enormous flower absorbed sunlight, radiating a brilliant glow. The charge time for Solar Beam was remarkably quick, completing just as Twister dissipated. But as Vileplume prepared to unleash it, it realized its target had vanished. Vileplume looked around in confusion. Unbeknownst to it, a dark shadow was plummeting down from above, right in its blind spot. Vileplume, look out above you. Erica called out. But it was too late by the time Vileplume raised its gaze. Bounce. Luo Yuan declared with a smile. Taking advantage of Twister's cover, Gyarados had launched itself skyward, now descending rapidly under the force of gravity. In a last-ditch effort, Vileplume released its fully charged solar beam. However, due to the awkward angle, Vileplume struggled to aim accurately. The beam shot past Gyarados, smashing through the glass ceiling of the gym instead. Then Gyarados came crashing down. Boom. Dust and debris filled the air. Having already been worn down from battling Dragonair, and facing a flying-type super-effective hit, Vileplume lay on the ground when the dust settled, unable to continue. Vileplume is unable to battle. Gyarados wins. The final victor is the challenger, Luo Yuan. Erika looked at her defeated Vileplume and sighed. I lost. I guess I've been too absorbed in making perfumes lately and neglected my Pokemon training. You're actually really strong, Luo Yuan replied. Surge wouldn't be much stronger than Erika, after all. Erika took his words as polite flattery and pulled out a badge from her pocket, offering it to him with a smile. Thank you for indulging me with this battle, Luo Yuan. Here's your rainbow badge. Also. She signaled to a nearby gym employee, who brought over a box. This is a new perfume I recently created. It's not on the market yet, so consider it a gift for your girlfriend. With a playful wink, she handed him the box. Taking the badge and perfume, Luo Yuan heard the familiar chime of his system notifying him of his win, but he only looked at the perfume box, falling into contemplation. He had several girlfriends, who should he give it to? After reviving Dragonair at the Pokemon Center, Luo Yuan returned to his hotel. The sky had darkened, though Celadon City was still aglow with lights. He pulled his gaze from the bustling streets below. Just as he was about to head down to the hotel restaurant for dinner, his communicator suddenly buzzed. Calling at this hour. Could it be Misty? Usually, Misty liked to check in around this time to talk about her day and the challengers at Cerulean Gym. But when Luo Yuan glanced at the device, his brow furrowed. It was more serious than he'd thought. The communicator displayed Team Rocket's emergency channel. He answered immediately. Before he could even speak, Matori's voice cut in. Luo Yuan, we have an emergency. The Sevii Island's base is under attack. Chapter 68, Team Rocket's second in command. 68, DDD. December double drop. What? The Sevii Island's base was attacked. Upon hearing Matori's message, Luo Yuan's first thought was why she was informing him of it. The Sevii Islands were within the domain of the Beast Trio. If the base was attacked, the trio should be the ones handling it. What did this have to do with him? It seemed Matori anticipated his confusion, and she elaborated from the other end of the line. Do you remember that unknown Pokemon that Giovanni assigned you to track? You're saying that Pokemon attacked the Team Rocket base? Luo Yuan asked with a frown. Unlike in the manga, this universe's Deoxys had no known ties to Team Rocket, so it had no reason to target their base. Yes, but that's not entirely accurate, Matori replied. What do you mean, not entirely accurate? Besides that unknown Pokemon, Kanto's Ice-type Elite Four member, Lorelei, was also present at the scene. She continued, Lorelei was tracking Car's whereabouts with her team. Car had managed to lose her and was heading back to the base, but the unknown Pokemon suddenly appeared, colliding with Car's Steelix. The Pokemon retaliated casually but still left Car in a rough state. Lorelei caught up with him, and he had no choice but to flee, inadvertently leading her right to our Sevii Island's base on Island 5. Though Car managed to escape, nearly all our personnel stationed on Island 5 were captured. Luo Yuan. This was terrible, being caught between an Elite Four member and a legendary Pokemon. As a Rocket member, he supposed he should feel concerned, but for some reason, he found the idea of Car struggling oddly amusing. Of course, it wasn't appropriate to revel in a teammate's misfortune. So he quickly wiped the smirk off his face, putting on a more serious expression. What do you need me to do? Watching Luo Yuan's entire expression shift over the hologram, Matori's eye twitched. At least try to look more genuine. Suppressing her irritation, Matori cut to the point, her face solemn. At the moment, Giovanni is tied up overseeing the final stages of the Mutuo project on New Island and can't leave. Because of that, the organization has decided to send you to the Sevii Islands to provide support. Your mission is to free our captured members and prevent the League from taking advantage of our reduced numbers to wipe out the base. Are you sure it doesn't matter if my identity as the Tech Hunter gets linked to Team Rocket? Luo Yuan asked. His Dragapult and Gengar were well-known, unmistakable Pokemon. If he appeared on the Sevii Islands helping Rocket, the elaborate ruse he constructed to mask any connection between the Tech Hunter and Team Rocket would be ruined. It's no longer necessary, Matori replied. The Mutuo project is nearing completion, and even if the League moves against us now, Mutuo's emergence will make them irrelevant. Once Mutuo is born, Kanto's League won't be able to stop us. She added, those are Giovanni's words. Though Luo Yuan knew the Mutuo project was ultimately doomed, he could still feel Giovanni's determination through Matori's words. I understand. I'll head to the Sevii Islands. If Giovanni didn't care about exposure, then Luo Yuan had no reason to, either. Besides, he'd planned on visiting the islands anyway. Good. You're still in Celadon, right? I'll come to pick you up, and we'll head there together. Matori was about to hang up when Luo Yuan interrupted, wait. You're coming too. Giovanni thought you and Car might clash, so he wants me along as a mediator, Matori replied with a faint smile. All right. Luo Yuan couldn't help but admire Giovanni's insight. If he went to the Sevii Islands, there was no way he could resist mocking Car. A confrontation was inevitable. With Matori present, though, Car would have to keep his temper in check. Oh, and pick up Sabrina in Saffron on your way here, Luo Yuan added. Sabrina? Matori asked, confused. I promised to bring her along if I ever went to the Sevii Islands. For some reason, Matori suddenly felt less enthusiastic about this mission. Nighttime. Celadon city outskirts. A small airship was parked in an open clearing, with 4 or 5 rocket members standing guard, their Pokémon patrolling the area to keep curious wild Pokémon at bay. Whoosh! Luo Yuan, masked and riding on Dragapult, descended from above. Under the wary eyes of the rocket members, he dismounted and entered the airship. Though the ship was technically small, it was still large enough to comfortably seat about 20 people, smaller than the original prototype, which could hold over 100. Upon boarding, Luo Yuan immediately spotted Sabrina and Matori seated together, chatting amicably. Matori, Sabrina. Removing his helmet, he joined the two women. Matori rolled her eyes, ignoring him, but Sabrina reached out to straighten his collar. Then, wordlessly, she leaned against him, basking in the comforting aura of his psychic affinity. Luo Yuan suddenly felt like a mobile battery charger. He shook off the thought, turning to Matori with a question. You didn't mention this before, but what exactly is the situation on the Sevii Islands? How many League members are over there? If it was just Lorelei and a few regular League trainers, the Beast Trio could handle it without his help. The situation is quite serious. Aside from Lorelei herself, the Kanto Prosecutor's elite unit, which answers directly to Lance, is also present. This unit was comprised of actual elites, not like the unfortunate agent Sabrina had wiped out on the St. Anne. Many of these elite trainers had reached the quarterfinals, semifinals, or even finals in previous league tournaments, and under Lance's personal guidance, they were formidable. How did Lance get talked into deploying them? Luo Yuan asked, curious. As far as he knew, Lance treated this team as his prized assets, usually reserving them for handling particularly difficult situations. Apparently, Lance wants to secure a promotion to champion. He struck a deal with Lorelei, temporarily lending her the squad to help her clear her homeland of illicit organizations. In Kanto, illicit organizations was just code for Team Rocket. Ah, that makes sense. Luo Yuan understood. Despite being Kanto's flying-type elite, most of Lance's Pokémon also had dragon typing. All of them, including his Aerodactyl, were weak against ice. If Lance wanted to become champion, he'd need Lorelei on his. Chapter 69, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 69, DDD. December Double Drop. So, what's the plan? Luo Yuan looked to Matori. Since Giovanni had sent them both to the Sevii Islands, there had to be a strategy in place. Matori nodded. There is a plan, but it's far from complete. A lot will depend on adapting in real time. Improvising is fine, but what's the basic plan? Luo Yuan asked. We've managed to plant a spy within the elite unit that Lance has loaned to Lorelei, Matori said with a slight smile. He'll send us the layout of the prison facility where our members are held. Once we have it, we can map out an escape route and get them out. As she had warned, it was indeed a minimal plan with hardly any details. Still, having an inside man was often more valuable than the most intricate plan. When did Giovanni manage to place a spy in Lance's most trusted team of inspectors? Luo Yuan asked, curious. After all, joining Lance's elite unit required passing extremely rigorous checks. Getting a mole into such a unit was no small feat. He started years ago, 7, to be precise, Matori replied. Then with both an insider and a map, why not send the beast trio? As I recall, Serd is great at this kind of thing, Luo Yuan said. As someone familiar with the Team Rocket storyline, Luo Yuan knew that Serd was actually an undercover agent for Team Galactic. Though he had no proof to reveal her to Giovanni, that didn't mean he couldn't find ways to keep her occupied. Kar's Steelix was heavily injured and is still recovering. He and ORM need to hold off Lorelei, Matori explained. Got it, poor Kar. Luo Yuan's eyes sparkled with amusement. His grudge with Kar went back to his early days as a rocket recruit. A passing remark about Kar's height had been enough to earn Luo Yuan a lifelong enemy in Kar, and the two had been on bad terms ever since. You're definitely enjoying this, Matori thought, watching his expression shift. While she was silently complaining, Sabrina suddenly spoke up. What about me? Should I be going with you, Luo Yuan? Luo Yuan shook his head. Alakazam's presence would be too noticeable. We already took a risk with the Saint and incident. If a powerful rocket trainer with an Alakazam appears again, the League may start connecting the dots. Sabrina nodded in agreement. Luo Yuan was right. If she stepped in again, it would only raise suspicion. This was not the right time. Once we've rescued our team, we can look into tracking down that unknown Pokemon together, Luo Yuan assured her. Sabrina smiled and leaned closer, giving his arm a gentle squeeze. Matori, seated nearby, shuddered slightly, feeling a chill at the sight. With the airship's rotors spinning up, the vehicle lifted off with a soft hum and set a course for the Sevii Islands. The Sevii Islands were located directly south of the Kanto mainland. Despite their name, the 7 islands were actually made up of 9 major islands and several smaller ones. On Island 1, within Team Rocket's MT Ember outpost, Kar sat in the base's main hall, frustration evident on his face. This entire mission had been a disaster. Not only had he lost control of Island 5's base, but he'd also lost Giovanni's trust. To top it off, he'd heard the infuriating news that a certain someone was being sent to clean up after him. Damn him, why couldn't he just stay in Hoenn instead of sticking his nose back in Kanto? He slammed his wrench onto the table in anger, ignoring the nervous looks from nearby grunts. Just then, the metallic creak of the base's door echoed through the hall. Well, Kar. Long time no see. I heard you got beaten up by a wild Pokemon the other day. Luo Yuan's voice cut through the room as he strolled in. Kar froze, then looked up, his face livid. You looking for a fight? Relax, Luo Yuan replied with a smirk. Your Steelix is still out of commission, I wouldn't want to take advantage. What a cutting remark, it implied that Kar couldn't even protect his own Pokemon. Kar was seething. His Fortress, sensing its trainer's anger, glared at Luo Yuan, its body brimming with tension, ready to strike. But when Kar caught sight of Matori standing next to Luo Yuan, he forced himself to hold back. Matori represented Giovanni's authority. Ignoring Luo Yuan's taunts was one thing, but disrespecting Giovanni's will was another matter entirely. Then his gaze shifted to the person on Luo Yuan's other side, and his face froze. Sabrina. Kar had never forgotten his encounters with Sabrina. In fact, no Team Rocket executive who'd ever met her could easily forget. With her powerful psychic abilities, she could turn people into puppets at will. She was practically a human-shaped Pokemon. And everyone in Team Rocket knew about her connection to Luo Yuan. Not wanting to risk becoming Sabrina's next doll, Kar swallowed his anger and asked, "What do you want here, Luo Yuan?" Serd and ORM are already holding off Lorelei on Island 3. If you're looking for them, that's where you should be. He'd come to Island 1 specifically to avoid Luo Yuan, yet here he was. I'm actually here to talk to you, Luo Yuan replied. With half his main Pokemon knocked out from the previous battle, Kar couldn't imagine what Luo Yuan wanted from him. I need intel on Lorelei's Pokemon and that unknown Pokemon. Know your enemy, and victory is guaranteed, Luo Yuan added with a slight smile. After a thorough inquiry, Luo Yuan left the Island 1 base armed with valuable intel. He now understood why Carr, despite his strength, had been chased around by Lorelei. Slowking, Jinx, Cloyster, Lapras, Dugong, and Afroslas. It seemed Lorelei had brought her entire main team along. No wonder Carr had been left running for his life. Where to next? Matori asked. Have the prison blueprints arrived? Where are people being held? Luo Yuan replied. They're on Island 4, in the police precinct. They're under the guard of 20 Elite League inspectors and the local officer Jenny. Then let's head to Island 4 and get our people out, Luo Yuan said, a confident smile spreading across his face, his self-assured aura drawing an admiring glance from Matori. Chapter 70, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 70. The airship made its way to Island 4. Luo Yuan sat back on the sofa, his mind slipping into focus. System, initiate the draw. He was cashing in on the lottery chance he'd earned from defeating Erica. Drawing, please wait. The system's familiar voice chimed. I hope this isn't another type affinity. Luo Yuan muttered, thinking back to the psychic affinity he'd drawn before. Useful, sure, but a grass affinity. That'd be practically useless without a grass-type Pokemon on his team. Draw complete. Congratulations, host has obtained Viridian Power. Viridian Power grants the ability to communicate with Pokemon and heal their injuries. Instead of a type affinity, it was the power of Viridian. This was the second special ability he'd acquired, following his psychic powers. Viridian Power. Luo Yuan knew this ability well. In the Pokemon Adventures manga, it was a rare gift found only in a select few, enabling them to communicate with and heal Pokemon. Trainers like Lance, Yellow, and even Giovanni himself possessed this gift in the manga. Though, in reality, I've never heard of Lance or Giovanni possessing any special abilities, Luo Yuan pondered. As one of Kanto's Elite Four, Lance's every action was under scrutiny. If he'd had this ability, Rocket would surely have gathered information on it. As far as Luo Yuan knew, there was no trace of Viridian Power within Team Rocket or among any prominent trainers in this world. Which meant he might be the sole person in this world with such a power. The only Viridian Power user, huh? He focused, activating Viridian Power and attempting to connect with his Gengar, who was currently absorbed in a ghost story book beside him. Almost instantly, he could feel Gengar's emotions. Amused, intrigued. Gengar's putting itself in the story, isn't it? It was a fascinating new experience. Before, he could communicate with his Pokemon through psychic abilities, but this was different. Viridian Power allowed him to sense the complex spectrum of his Pokemon's emotions. Not to mention its healing potential. This draw was a win. Luo Yuan was pleased. With Viridian Power, earning 3D's trust would be a breeze. And with its healing capabilities, he could treat minor injuries himself without needing a Pokemon Center. Luo Yuan, we're approaching Island 4. Matori's voice snapped him back to the present. Through the airship's windows, he could see Island 4 emerging beneath the clouds. How do you want to proceed? Should we land first, or? Matori asked. No need. I can handle this alone. Just cover for me. If things go sideways, then you step in, Luo Yuan replied, strapping on his mask and tucking Gengar, still clutching its book, back into his shadow. He handed the memorized prison blueprint to Sabrina. Opening the hatch, he leaned into the wind and stepped forward, letting gravity take over as he jumped. Luo Yuan. Matori called out, startled. She rushed to the hatch and poked her head out, only to see Luo Yuan falling, his arm raised in a confident thumbs up. Matori's worry hadn't even begun to set in before a flash of light appeared. Luo Yuan's Dragapult materialized above him, catching his shoulders in its claws and descending gracefully towards the police station below. Phew. Matori exhaled, her concerns easing. This guy, he'll give me a heart attack one of these days. She glanced over at Sabrina, who looked entirely unfazed. You weren't worried about Luo Yuan at all, were you? Matori asked. Sabrina looked puzzled. Worried? Why would I be? Luo Yuan wouldn't jump unless he was confident. Besides, his psychic power is nearly on par with mine, he could easily hover midair if he had to. Matori. Right. How could I forget that these two are playing by a different rulebook? Island 4 Police Station. Inspectors from the Kanto League were stationed at the police precinct, guarding the captured Rocket members from Island 5. The League inspectors were in high spirits. Under the command of Elite 4 member Lorelei, they'd achieved a significant victory. They'd completely dismantled a Rocket base. After years of lackluster efforts against Team Rocket, this was a morale boost for the inspectors. Now, with Lorelei pressing the attack, hopes were high. If we keep this up, we might be able to drive Team Rocket out of the Sevii Islands entirely. For years, the inspectors had faced criticism for their inefficacy in dealing with Rocket's growing influence in Kanto. Now, at last, they had a chance to turn the tables. Just as visions of glory danced in their heads, a thunderous explosion shattered the silence. The blast from outside the precinct left the inspectors momentarily stunned, ears ringing from the force of the shockwave. What happened? Even with their training, the inspectors were briefly disoriented. Stay calm. We're under attack. Follow the emergency protocol, a senior inspector barked. At his command, the inspectors quickly regained their composure, releasing their Pokémon and splitting into groups, one to guard the cells, the rest to secure the precinct's perimeter. Outside. The inspectors emerged to see their unconscious guards sprawled across the ground, and a figure they recognized all too well. Clad head to toe in black armor and a dark mask, standing atop a floating dragapult, he hovered menacingly in midair. That outfit, it's the Tech Hunter. What's he doing here? After the Sainton incident, the League had circulated the Tech Hunter's profile to every inspector in Kanto. So they recognized him immediately, the powerful hunter who had recently crossed from Hoenn to Kanto, and someone capable of going toe-to-toe with the Elite Four. But why was he here? Last they'd heard, he was in Vermilion City. How had he suddenly shown up in the Sevii Islands? Luo Yuan surveyed the inspectors below, noting their unease with satisfaction. Beneath his mask, he smirked as his voice, deepened by a voice modulator, rang out. Release the Rocket members you're holding. Hearing this, the inspectors froze, an unsettling realization dawning on them. Could it be that the Tech Hunter was working with Team Rocket? Chapter 71, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 71. A chilling thought crossed the League officers' minds. The Tech Hunter had displayed Elite 4-level power during the SS&N incident. If the Tech Hunter truly joined forces with Team Rocket, things could get ugly fast. These officers had prepared only for dealing with regular Rocket members, not a trainer on par with the Elite Four. They looked at Luo Yuan warily, a sense of dread. Building. But Luo Yuan didn't say anything more. In truth, he'd only mentioned that possibility to draw the League officers' attention, getting them to focus on him. So they wouldn't notice what was happening right under their noses. Now, the time had come. Go. Luo Yuan smiled slightly and snapped his fingers. Swoosh. A dark figure emerged from the shadow of the last person in line. A silent, eerie chuckle. Round and mischievous, Jengar extended its tongue and gave the officer in front of it a swift lick. Slick. The officer's eyes widened in horror as Jengar's red tongue brushed over her, a paralyzing wave spreading through her body. Thud. She collapsed, trembling, unable even to toss out the poke ball she held. She could barely force out 2 words. So, numb. The officers ahead weren't deaf, they instantly heard the commotion from behind. What's going on? That's the Tech Hunter's Jengar. Damn it, we're under attack. Quick, get ready. Seeing their colleague paralyzed by Jengar's tongue, the League officers hastily threw out their poke balls. Blinding flashes of light filled the area. An array of Pokémon appeared on the scene. Many were the Kanto starters, and the rest were mostly final evolutions. Each Pokémon had its task. One group kept a close eye on Dragapult, wary of a sudden attack. The rest surrounded Jengar, with a Blastoise and a Golem closing in from either side. Their plan was clear: deal with Jengar first, then tackle Luo Yuan. But Jengar showed no fear, even in the face of so many enemies. Until their numbers reached a critical mass, weaklings were still weaklings. Jengar, Jengar. Jengar grinned, letting out a chuckle straight from a ghost story. With a flick of its left hand, it summoned a shadow claw to swipe at Blastoise's feet, effortlessly tripping the charging Blastoise and sending it sprawling, legs in the air. Swoosh! A shadowy blur darted across the sky. Jengar floated upward, avoiding a rock throw from Golem. With its other hand, it formed a shadow ball and hurled it toward Golem. Whoosh! The shadow ball streaked through the air, crashing directly into Golem. Boom! It exploded on impact with Golem's chest. Rock fragments flew as Golem was sent rolling backward, bowling over several other Pokémon in its path. Taking advantage of this opening, Jengar unleashed Double Team in midair, creating decoys to dodge the incoming thunderbolts, magical leafs, and other attacks. Jengar, Jengar. Jengar floated around mockingly, drawing attention and aggro. At the same time, Luo Yuan seized his chance to launch an attack. Dragapult, Dragon Pulse. Roar! Seeing Jengar wreaking havoc, Dragapult had been itching to join in. Following Luo Yuan's command, it let out a roar, lifting its body and ascending. From high above, it angled downward, bypassing the Pokémon blocking its path, and aimed a blast of purple energy at a Tyranitar in the rear. Focused on Jengar, Tyranitar had trusted its allies to guard its back. It was completely unprepared for Dragapult's attack. Only as the Dragon Pulse neared did Tyranitar sense the danger. But by then, it was too late to dodge. Boom! The Dragon Pulse blasted Tyranitar backward, sending it crashing into an unfortunate Scyther. Both were instantly knocked out cold. Tyranitar might only weigh 120 kilograms, but flying at that speed, it landed with a painful thud on top of Scyther. The scene was complete chaos. Though these League officers were elite, they were outmatched by Luo Yuan's power and had lost the initiative to his Jengar, who had struck first and with precision. Now, sandwiched between Jengar and Dragapult, they struggled to organize a coherent counterattack. It wasn't that the League officers didn't realize this. They were all too aware. But Luo Yuan gave them no chance. Jengar harassed and immobilized trainers, ambushing them from the shadows, while Dragapult picked off any Pokémon daring enough to show themselves. Any Pokémon that dared target Jengar or Dragapult faced Dragapult's relentless Dragon Pulse, and with only about 10 officers, they simply didn't have enough Pokémon to keep up. With Jengar and Dragapult's relentless coordination, the League officers found themselves pinned down. Seeing the scales tipping in Luo Yuan's favor, the lead officer finally couldn't hold back and shouted. "Call for reinforcements, now." They had no choice but to call the officers guarding Team Rocket members back from the station. Though this would leave their defenses weakened. If they were wiped out here, those remaining at the station would be doomed anyway. Luo Yuan didn't stop them. Or rather, this was exactly what he'd hoped for. Watching as more League officers poured out from the police station, he subtly signaled Jengar, who nodded, then cackled and vanished into the shadows. A moment later, Jengar reappeared. Everything seemed unchanged. No one noticed a shadow slipping along the wall, stealthily making its way deeper into the station. Minute by minute, time passed. Suddenly, the League trainers noticed the tech hunter's attacks growing weaker. His tactics had also shifted. Instead of maintaining an offensive, he switched to a more defensive approach. The change left the officers confused. They'd managed to bring in reinforcements, but the tech hunter's initial advantage hadn't been so easily overcome. Dragapult's swift, evasive maneuvers dodged almost every attack. And Jengar was even trickier. If things went south, it would slip away with phantom force, only to launch another sneak attack moments later. So far, neither Jengar nor Dragapult had sustained any significant damage. But this raised a question: why was the tech hunter willingly giving up his advantage to switch to defense? Could something have gone wrong on his end? Some officers dared to speculate. Yet just as this thought crossed their minds, reality hit them hard, shoving their faces into the cold cement. Tap, tap, tap. A series of hurried footsteps echoed. Instinctively, the officers turned and saw a group of Team Rocket members, led by a translucent Jengar, emerging from the station. How is this possible? Jengar never left, one officer cried out in disbelief. It's a substitute. With a snap of Luo Yuan's fingers, the translucent Jengar slowly faded away. Chapter 72, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 72, DDD. December Double Drop. The substitute move was far more powerful in real life than in the games. In the games, a substitute was just a doll used to block an attack. But in reality, substitute was nearly the equivalent of creating a clone, at the mere cost of some stamina. Jengar's substitute gradually dissipated. Behind it, the Team Rocket members stood fully armed. Thanks to a blueprint of the police station provided by an insider, Jengar's substitute had not only rescued the detained Rocket members but also retrieved the Pokeballs confiscated by the League. It was only now that the League trainers understood why the tech hunter had abruptly changed tactics. He hadn't wanted to waste any more effort on them. But it was too late to realize that now. The number of Rocket trainers here already far outnumbered the League officers. Not to mention, they were up against a single opponent who could suppress them all, the tech hunter. The head officer clenched his teeth. "We're retreating." It was a decision made out of sheer necessity. If they didn't retreat while they still had some fighting strength, once Team Rocket surrounded them, escape would be impossible. And they couldn't afford to be wiped out here. Someone had to report back to Elite 4 Lorelei that these Rocket members had escaped. With this in mind, the officer directed his men to withdraw, keeping a cautious eye on Luo Yuan and the Rocket members. Watching the League officers decisively retreat, Luo Yuan was a bit surprised. He'd thought these guys would fight to the bitter end, holding out until reinforcements arrived, but he hadn't expected them to retreat so quickly. As for whether he should pursue them and take out every last officer, Luo Yuan had considered this. But ultimately, he decided there was no need. Taking them down would gain him nothing. For one thing, nearly all of their Pokémon were injured, meaning capturing them served little purpose. Moreover, rescuing these Rocket members was already enough to stabilize Team Rocket's foothold on the Sevii Islands. Capturing these officers would merely be overkill. It would only place him, the tech hunter, in the Alliance's crosshairs for retaliation. And with the Sevii Islands not exactly his territory, the ones to benefit from all this would be the Beasts trio, not him. Luo Yuan never did things that hurt himself to benefit others. So, he calmly watched the League officers leave. Several Team Rocket members nearby glanced at the armored Luo Yuan, opening their mouths as if to ask something but closing them again, hesitant. Luo Yuan didn't bother asking. He had a pretty good idea what they wanted to know. The Rocket members from the Sevii Islands didn't know that the tech hunter was actually a high-ranking Rocket officer. Their questions were likely along the lines of who he was, why he'd saved them, or why he hadn't finished off the League officers. Luo Yuan wasn't interested in explaining. Casually, he tossed a Team Rocket communicator to them. "Head southwest along the coast. The boat waiting to pick you up will be there." With that, he took off, soaring into the sky atop Dragapult, heading back to the airship. On board, Matori and Sabrina were already waiting. As soon as Matori saw Luo Yuan, she asked, "How did it go?" "I got them out," Luo Yuan replied. "And I made sure those League officers backed off." Hearing that the mission was a success, Matori let out a relieved sigh. "Well, if that's settled, then next up." Before she could finish, Luo Yuan quickly interrupted, "Wait, next up. Don't tell me you want me to deal with Lorelei too. Just so you know, I'm not available for that." Taking on Lorelei, the Ice-type elite, was no small feat. And his trump card, Dragapult, was especially vulnerable to Ice types. Not to mention, Jengar would be at a disadvantage against Jinx's Ice/Psychic typing and Sloking's Water/Psychic combination. "Then where are you headed?" Matori caught the implication in his words. "Of course, I'm going with Sabrina to locate that mysterious Pokémon. That's my main goal in coming to the Sevii Islands." Now that he was here, and having received valuable intel from Chakler earlier, he couldn't pass up the chance to track down Deoxys. "You should come with us," Luo Yuan invited Matori. The more people, the better. Even with Dragapult and Jengar, both well-suited to counter Deoxys, a meteorite on hand, and a psychic ally like Sabrina, Luo Yuan still wasn't entirely confident. Matori was tempted. Part of her wanted to accept Luo Yuan's invitation, but she had responsibilities. While Luo Yuan's part of the mission was complete, hers was not. As the acting overseer of the Sevii Islands in Giovanni's stead, she couldn't risk leaving the base. After a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly declined Luo Yuan's offer. If she abandoned her duties to pursue an unknown Pokémon with him, only for the Sevii Island's base to be wiped out in her absence. She'd be in serious trouble. Though she couldn't join him, Matori did authorize a transport aircraft for Luo Yuan and Sabrina. They agreed to reconvene before returning to Kanto. "Well then, Sabrina and I are off," Luo Yuan said. "Stay safe," Matori replied, watching as Luo Yuan and Sabrina departed. She took a deep breath, her expression returning to its usual calm. Switching to the Team Rocket internal channel, she issued orders. All Team Rocket bases within the Sevii Islands are to enter a 1-week silent mode, effective immediately. Elite members, proceed to the base on 3 Island to assist in countering Lorelei. The aircraft sped through the clouds. "Luo Yuan, where are we headed?" On board, Sabrina watched Luo Yuan as he examined a map of the Sevii Islands. He hadn't activated a tracker to locate the unknown Pokémon signal, which puzzled her. Hearing her question, Luo Yuan looked up and put away the map. "One place in particular, Birth Island." "Birth Island?" Sabrina echoed, unsure why Luo Yuan would go there. He understood her confusion. Truthfully, if not for his own theory that Deoxys was likely hiding on Birth Island, he would have used tech to gradually track it down. "I believe Deoxys is probably on Birth Island," Luo Yuan explained. As he spoke, the clouds parted, revealing a triangular island ahead of them. Chapter 73, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 73, DDD. December Double Drop. Birth Island. Unlike the small, game-sized island barely tens of meters across, the Birth Island in front of Luo Yuan was vast. Aside from its triangular shape mirroring the Birth Island from the games, there were few similarities. The aircraft touched down in an open space. Luo Yuan began setting up his tracker on board, uploading the frequency previously recorded by Team Rocket as belonging to Deoxys. Beep, beep, beep. The tracker's indicator lights turned on, and a rapid beeping sounded. "Well, any results?" Sabrina asked. Luo Yuan nodded. "It's here. I can't tell if it's currently on the island, but it's clear that it stayed here for a long time. The air is still saturated with its energy." His theory had been correct. Birth Island was indeed Deoxys's haunt. So it's true. Sabrina had sensed a powerful psychic energy on the island the moment they arrived. This must be from the mysterious Pokémon they sought. So what now? Sabrina, usually calm and collected, was slightly on edge. Carr had already provided first-hand proof of the mysterious Pokémon's strength. According to Carr's account, his Steelix's head had been flattened in the fight, with one of its steel fangs snapped clean in half, leaving it still in recovery in the medical ward. That Steelix's defeat, while partly due to an ambush by Lorelei, was still a testament to the Pokémon's overwhelming power. Sabrina had no desire to share Carr's fate. "First, we find it," Luo Yuan said. They'd come this far, there was no turning back now. Whether it was the Master Ball, his psychic connection with Pokémon, or the power of Viridian to communicate, all these tools required locating Deoxys first. Luo Yuan was determined to face Deoxys. With that, he released all his Pokémon, save for Porygon. Dragapult, Dragonair, Gyarados, Charmeleon, and Gengar, all 5 Pokémon appeared on the open ground. Sabrina released her own Alakazam, equipping it with a Mega Evolution Stone and fastening her Keystone bracelet. Together, they ventured deeper into Birth Island with their 6 Pokémon. While Luo Yuan and Sabrina explored Birth Island for signs of Deoxys. 3 Island. Lorelei and her squad of officers, while searching through Berry Forest for Team Rocket's hideout, encountered fierce resistance from Team Rocket. Rocket members had gathered from across the Sevii Islands, appearing ready for a full-blown showdown. Not good. As more Rocket members assembled, Lorelei's League manpower began to look insufficient. She had to divide her 6 Pokémon, sending 3 of them to support her officers in fending off Rocket's assault. She'd just received word from one of her scouts, too. The Rocket members detained on 4 Island had been rescued by the Tech Hunter, placing her at a significant disadvantage. "We have to take one of them out." Lorelei's gaze narrowed in on the duo in front of her, Surd and ORM, 2 of the 3 beasts of Team Rocket. Defeating even one of the beasts would turn the tide. With that thought, Lorelei wasted no time. Cloyster, Spike Cannon. In an instant, Cloyster clamped its shell shut, launching a barrage of white spikes from its shell toward Serd. She'd chosen her target, Serd, a fellow woman. Oh. Targeting me as the weak point. Serd sneered. Bonnet, Shadow Ball. A glint of gray flashed as Bonnet, its mouth sealed with a zipper, leapt from Serd's shoulder into the air. Lifting its arms high above its head, it flung a shadow ball forward with the motion of a shot-put throw, hurling it at the incoming spike cannon. Boom. The shadow ball collided with spike cannon midair, detonating in an explosion. The blast wave engulfed the spike barrage. At the same moment, Serd's Persian lunged toward Slow King, swiping it aside before springing forward, claws outstretched as it aimed at Cloyster. But Lorelei, who'd kept a close eye on the battlefield, reacted instantly. Cloyster, withdraw. Clang. Cloyster's shell clamped shut in a flash. Persian's claws scratched across the hardened shell, creating an ear-piercing screech. In the end, not only did it fail to damage Cloyster, but the recoil fractured several of Persian's claws. Tough shell. Serd frowned. It wasn't Lorelei's first time using Cloyster's shell armor ability to block her attacks. In the games, Pokémon with shell armor were immune to critical hits. In reality, it greatly enhanced the Pokémon's physical defense. Cloyster was already an exceptionally durable Pokémon, and with shell armor, it was nearly unbreakable. To take down Cloyster, we'll need to get past that shell first. Serd called out to ORM beside her. ORM. At her call, ORM, watching the battle closely, immediately understood her intention. Got it. With a solid thump, ORM tapped the forehead of his Shuckle. Shuckle let out a cry, and the ground trembled violently. Pop, pop, pop. A series of small pops came as a swarm of miniature, mole-like Shuckle emerged from the ground in droves. It was a sight to unsettle anyone with a fear of clusters, and Lorelei, ready to attack, hesitated at the sight. That moment of hesitation provided Team Rocket with an opening. ORM's second command rang out. Gastro acid. Gurgle, gurgle. In unison, the entire swarm of Shuckle spat streams of green, stomach acid-like liquid toward Cloyster. The mass of gastro acid rained down, with Cloyster retreating into its shell once again. The acid landed on the shell with a faint sizzling sound, barely making a dent. But causing damage hadn't been ORM's aim. Got it. Gastro acid had a secondary effect, it nullified the opponent's ability. Now. ORM flashed a grin at Lorelei's stunned face. Shuckle, rock slide. Crash. The ground quaked. Hidden Shuckle channeled their power, causing the earth to crumble and fragment into rocks. Cloyster took the first hit. With shell armor neutralized, Rock Slide's super-effective rock-type move struck Cloyster, causing it to recoil in pain. Lorelei, positioned beside Cloyster, couldn't escape unscathed. Both trainer and Pokémon plummeted into the newly formed pit below. Slowking. Lorelei called to her nearby Slowking for help. Slowking quickly extended its psychic powers, attempting to lift Lorelei and Cloyster out. But Serd was prepared. Her Starmie blocked Slowking's path, sending out a pulse of its own psychic power to interfere with Slowking's attempt. As the ground collapsed beneath them, Lorelei and Cloyster plummeted toward the Shuckle pit, where numerous Shuckle awaited, ready to seize them with their many tiny limbs. Just as Lorelei was about to give in to despair, a voice called out from above. Aerodactyl, get her. The words had barely faded when a gray form dove down from the sky, snatching Lorelei and Cloyster before they could fall into the Shuckle swarm. Just as Lorelei was about to be captured, she soared away. The smile on Serd's face froze. She looked up, recognizing the figure in the sky, and slowly uttered the name of the newcomer. Lance the Dragon Master. Per 74, Team Rocket's second-in-command. 74. Luo Yuan wasn't aware that Serd and ORM were currently facing Lance on 3 Island. But even if he did, he wouldn't have the time to care. Right now, he and Sabrina were deep within Birth Island. They moved swiftly through the dense jungle, unbothered by branches or obstacles. With their psychic abilities, the forest's complex terrain was no hindrance, almost as easy to traverse as open ground. However, Luo Yuan's Gyarados and Dragonair, due to their massive size, struggled to move forward and had to be returned to their Pokeballs. Luo Yuan, have you noticed it? Yeah, I've noticed. Luo Yuan nodded. Sky, land, sea, the Pokemon world was teeming with creatures everywhere. When they first arrived, Luo Yuan had seen Kingler scuttling along the beach, and a few wild Pokemon outside the forest. But once they entered the forest, an eerie silence had fallen. They'd been inside for a while now, yet not a single bug-type Pokemon had appeared. It was unnatural. Something strong enough to drive all the Pokemon from this forest. Sabrina's face grew even more alert. Luo Yuan shared her assessment. The outskirts of the forest were home to Pokemon like Nidoqueen and Tyranitar, powerful, high-level creatures. Yet, none of them dared to enter the forest itself. But Luo Yuan had his own theory about why these Pokemon had fled. I think it actively drove out the other Pokemon here. He pointed to a large tree nearby. Look at this. Sabrina examined the tree and saw that about a third of the way up, a clean, deep cut had split it, as if sliced by some invisible force. Half of the tree was severed, leaving only a stump holding it upright. Try sensing it with your psychic power, Luo Yuan suggested. Sabrina extended her psychic senses, then blinked in surprise. This is. There was a lingering psychic energy around the cut, strong and fresh. And the energy felt familiar, matching the aura she'd sensed earlier. This mark is recent, Luo Yuan explained. I've studied the traces left by different moves. The shape here indicates this cut was made by Psycho Cut, meaning there was a battle here. But why would it attack wild Pokemon? Sabrina was puzzled. Two possibilities. Luo Yuan held up two fingers as they walked. The first is territoriality. Once it took over this forest, it might have started driving away the wild Pokemon to protect its domain. And the second? The second. Luo Yuan said thoughtfully. It might have sustained an injury and drove away the Pokemon here to protect itself. Both emotionally and logically, he leaned toward the second explanation. After all, Deoxys was a Pokemon from beyond this world. Birth Island was merely a stopover, so it was unlikely it would develop territorial instincts strong enough to start attacking wild Pokemon. But an injury, that was a different story. This wasn't a random guess, it was based on evidence. Ever since Giovanni had assigned him the mission to investigate Deoxys, Team Rocket's Sevii base had been sending over regular reports. According to the data from their observation records, Deoxys used to patrol the Sevii Islands every 3 days, as if searching for something. But 2 weeks ago, it had disappeared for a time. When it reappeared, its patrol frequency had dropped to once a week. A change like that couldn't be without cause. Something must have happened to Deoxys during that time. A mystery. But seeing the battle scars here made things clearer. Deoxys had been injured during an excursion. Luo Yuan recalled that, in nearly every version, Rayquaza, who viewed the ozone layer as its territory, had always seen outsider Deoxys as an intruder. It was plausible, then, that Deoxys might have fought Rayquaza during its travels. Sabrina frowned. But Carr encountered it before, and it wasn't injured then. But even Carr couldn't confirm its condition. Its speed was too great for him to see more than a blur before he was knocked out. And considering Carr's skill level, even if it were injured, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Luo Yuan made no attempt to hide his low opinion of Carr's strength. Sabrina had to admit he made a fair point. In any case, we're about to find out, Luo Yuan said, sensing a strong psychic presence up ahead. Sabrina could feel it too, and nodded as they moved forward, following the source of the psychic energy. Pushing through the brush, they emerged into a clearing. In the middle of the open space stood a large, semi-transparent black tetrahedron. A faint but ominous pressure emanated from the strange structure. That's... Sabrina's eyes widened. We've finally found you. Luo Yuan stared intently at Deoxys, who was hovering in its speed form within the tetrahedron. A spark of excitement lit his eyes. Sensing Luo Yuan's gaze, Deoxys lifted its head, meeting his eyes. Men and Pokemon locked gazes. 2 waves of psychic intent collided in the air. Luo Yuan's message was clear, hello. Let's be friends. And Deoxys's response was equally clear, leave this place, human. Not exactly the friendliest reception. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. He felt his psychic affinity was getting him nowhere. Or perhaps, the fact that Deoxys was even willing to communicate with him at all could be seen as a positive. But Luo Yuan didn't dwell on Deoxys's hostility for long. He'd noticed something else. Deoxys's purple crystal core, its life source, had a visible crack running through it. For Deoxys, the core was the essence of its life. While any other injuries would heal quickly through its natural regeneration, damage to the core was a different story. Core repair was a slow process. This meant his theory was correct, Deoxys was indeed injured. Luo Yuan immediately realized this was his best opportunity to capture Deoxys. Luo Yuan, what do we do now? Sabrina had sensed Deoxys's hostility and looked to Luo Yuan for guidance. This Pokemon didn't seem like it would be easy to handle. We've come this far, no way we're leaving empty-handed. Giving up wasn't an option. They'd come all the way to the Sevii Islands and managed to find a wounded Deoxys. Who knew when they'd have such an opportunity again? Luo Yuan was determined. Capturing Deoxys was now his ultimate goal. Chapter 75, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 75. Luo Yuan's heart raced with excitement, but he kept his composure. He didn't act immediately. Not because he was afraid, but because he wanted to try capturing Deoxys without resorting to a fight. Activating the power of Viridian, Luo Yuan connected with Deoxys, hoping to appeal to it. You seem badly hurt. Why don't you come with me? I can help you heal. His tone was soothing, hoping that the promise of healing might entice Deoxys to come willingly. Deoxys felt the healing energy radiating from Luo Yuan's Viridian aura, and a flicker of interest crossed its eyes. Under the influence of the Viridian power, the pain in its cracked core eased slightly. Its intense, wary gaze softened somewhat, but still, it made no move to approach. Deoxys remained inside the black prism, quietly absorbing the healing energy while continuing to repair its core at a snail's pace. Luo Yuan frowned, realizing that Viridian's power alone wasn't enough to lure Deoxys out. But if Plan A failed, there was always Plan B. With that in mind, he withdrew his Viridian aura. As he did, Deoxys glanced his way, clearly disappointed, as Luo Yuan patted Jengar and retrieved an item from its mouth, a meteorite he'd won in a raffle after his match at the pewter gym. He'd suspected that this meteorite was somehow connected to Deoxys. Now was the perfect time to test that theory. The moment he pulled out the meteorite, he noticed Deoxys's gaze lock onto it. Looks like this might work. He moved the meteorite from side to side, and Deoxys followed it with its eyes like a cat drawn to a feather toy. So, you want this? How about you become my Pokemon, and I'll give it to you, along with some healing. Deoxys remained silent. This time, however, Luo Yuan sensed hesitation in its response. But even after a long moment of wavering, Deoxys's gaze reverted to its former aloofness, though its eyes stayed glued to the meteorite in Luo Yuan's hand. Seems like we're going to have to fight. He'd figured it out, this Deoxys respected strength, not soft words. Luo Yuan signaled to Sabrina. Understanding immediately, she synced her psychic energy with Alakazam, ready to provide backup. Luo Yuan stroked Jengar's head, his gaze fixed on Deoxys, who remained within the black prism. All right, let's settle this with a battle, for this meteorite. If I win, you'll become my Pokemon. How about that? Not waiting for an answer, Luo Yuan gestured sharply. Jengar, Shadow Ball. Jengar, brimming with excitement, sprang into action, undaunted by the pressure radiating from Deoxys. Jengar. A shadow ball launched straight at the black prism. In an instant, the black prism vanished, reappearing at another point in space. Luo Yuan. It's using teleport, I can't track its movement. Sabrina called out from behind. Luo Yuan didn't need the reminder. As a traveler from another world, he knew Deoxys's moveset all too well. The prism surrounding Deoxys was a defense mechanism that allowed it to recover its strength and teleport along with it. A typical trainer might be overwhelmed here, but Luo Yuan knew Deoxys's teleportation patterns inside and out. Jengar, keep up the pressure. As Jengar forced Deoxys to move again, Luo Yuan commanded Dragapult. Dragapult, 9 o'clock. Use Shadow Ball. He aimed the attack at an empty space. Sabrina didn't immediately understand the tactic. But as Deoxys teleported again to evade Jengar, it appeared precisely where Dragapult's shadow ball was heading. Sabrina's confusion turned to amazement. Boom. The shadow ball struck the black prism directly, causing it to shudder. A faint red glow flickered within. Deoxys couldn't understand how it had been hit, but there was no time to ponder as Jengar charged in again. Swish. Its shadow claw descended. Deoxys teleported once more. Dragapult, 3 o'clock. Another shadow ball launched, hitting the prism as Deoxys reappeared. The prism shook even more violently, with red light pulsing from within. Keep up the chase. After several more hits, the black prism around Deoxys was worn down, glowing a bright, unstable red. Finally, with a resounding shatter, the prism broke apart, exposing Deoxys's true form to the open air. But this didn't mean Deoxys was out of the fight. In a sense, breaking the prism had freed Deoxys from its constraints. A far more intense pressure radiated from Deoxys now, making the very air feel heavy. Luo Yuan tensed, prepared for the next move. Now. Dragapult, Phantom Force. Jengar, Mega Evolve. Brilliant light burst from Jengar, transforming it into the ghostly white Mega Jengar. Simultaneously, Dragapult vanished into a black vortex, reappearing behind Deoxys with a shadow ball aimed straight at its chest. But instead of being hit as Luo Yuan had anticipated, Deoxys blurred, becoming an afterimage before disappearing. Swish. Deoxys reappeared, splitting into 2, then 4, creating clones with double team. Dragapult's tail swung through empty air, striking only a shadowy illusion. As expected from a legendary Pokémon, it speeds incredible even while injured. Dodging Dragapult's attack, Deoxys combined its 2 tentacles, forming a shadow ball of its own and hurling it at Dragapult. Dragapult, dodge it. Luo Yuan wasn't about to let Dragapult take a direct hit from Deoxys's shadow ball, that would likely be a one-hit KO. Choosing to rely on speed, Dragapult rose sharply into the air, dodging the shadow ball before retaliating with 2 dragon darts, firing them straight at Deoxys. Deoxys's eyes flashed purple, releasing a psychic shield that blocked the incoming darts. Then, manipulating the barrier's energy, it created a psycho cut, sending the blade slashing toward Dragapult. Dragapult dodged just in time, as the psycho cut sliced a massive boulder in half behind it. While Dragapult engaged Deoxys, Mega Jengar slipped into the shadows, stealthily closing the distance. Deoxys's ears twitched as it sensed something. But when it tried to move, it found itself stuck, as if glued to the ground. Deoxys looked down in confusion, and Luo Yuan smiled knowingly. Shadow Tag. You're trapped now. Chapter 76, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 76, DDD. December Double Drop. As an outsider, Deoxys was clearly at a disadvantage due to its lack of familiarity with native Pokémon. Which made sense. Even though Deoxys was a legendary, it hadn't been on Earth for very long. With over 800 Pokémon species on Earth, some possessing 2 or even 3 abilities, the possible combinations numbered in the thousands. And on top of that, Luo Yuan's Jengar was in its relatively unknown Mega form. So, it was understandable that Deoxys hadn't anticipated Jengar's Shadow Tag ability. Pinned by Shadow Tag, Deoxys's speed form was deprived of its greatest strength, its unmatched speed. Although its movement speed was unchanged, it could now only dodge in a limited area around Jengar, drastically reducing its flexibility and range of action. With Deoxys tethered by Shadow Tag, Luo Yuan seized the moment. Now, use Shadow Ball. With its speed advantage neutralized and having not yet adjusted to this fighting style, Deoxys was vulnerable, making this the perfect opportunity to strike. At Luo Yuan's command, both Jengar and Dragapult launched their attacks, firing shadow balls toward Deoxys from opposite sides. The shadow ball sped forward, closing in on Deoxys within moments. Swish. A flash of white light. Boom. The 2 shadow balls collided, exploding and scattering dust and debris across the ground. But Luo Yuan, who had been watching Deoxys closely, didn't look pleased. A slight breeze blew through, clearing the smoke. When the dust settled, Deoxys's slender figure had transformed. Its body was now solid and heavily built, and its once thin, flexible arms had reshaped into broad, flat bands, encasing its body like shields. Deoxys had shifted into its defense form and managed to withstand the impact thanks to its high defenses. So, it can change forms. Luo Yuan murmured as he observed Deoxys. Up until now, Team Rocket's observations had only recorded Deoxys in its speed form, leading Luo Yuan to assume it might lack the ability to switch forms. But that assumption was clearly wrong. One detail caught his attention, however. After shifting forms, Deoxys's aura seemed noticeably weaker. With years of experience as a trainer, Luo Yuan was sure that Deoxys had successfully blocked the shadow balls. So, this weakening of its aura wasn't from Dragapult and Jengar's attacks. It must be due to its injuries. The damage to its core must be draining its energy whenever it transforms. That's why it's so reluctant to switch forms, Luo Yuan deduced. While Luo Yuan was deep in thought, Deoxys, after 2 rounds of passive defense, finally launched its first counterattack. Deoxys lunged forward, its band-like arms swinging down toward Jengar. Knock off. A dark-type move, knockoff increases damage when the target is holding an item that can be removed. While Jengar's Mega Stone was immune to being knocked off, Luo Yuan wasn't interested in testing that theory. With its shift to defense form, Deoxys's speed had dropped dramatically, practically handing Luo Yuan an opening. If he didn't exploit Dragapult and Jengar's speed to wear Deoxys down, it'd be a wasted opportunity. Dragapult, cover Jengar. Jengar, use Phantom Force to dodge. At his command, Dragapult let out a low growl. Swish. A reflect shield materialized in front of Jengar. Deoxys's band-like arm crashed into the barrier. The reflect held for barely a second before shattering into pieces. But it had bought Jengar enough time. Swish. Jengar vanished into a shadowy void, reappearing behind Deoxys. Now, use Curse. Jengar. Jengar's eyes flashed black as a dark, foreboding energy clung to Deoxys. With Deoxys's defenses so high in its defense form, Luo Yuan saw no reason to engage head-on. The curse would continuously drain Deoxys's stamina over time, and in its injured state, it only needed to be delayed for Luo Yuan to secure victory. A pragmatist, Luo Yuan knew not to engage recklessly. The curse made Deoxys, already weakened by its core injury, feel even more vulnerable. And vulnerability often breeds anger. Deoxys's frustration with Dragapult and Jengar's hit-and-run tactics was beginning to show. VMM. Deoxys's eyes flared blue as it channeled its psychic energy into its head. Zen Headbutt. This time, Deoxys abandoned defense, diving headfirst toward Jengar, who was mid-attack with a shadow punch. There was no time for Jengar to dodge. Gritting its teeth, Jengar swung its shadow punch with all its might. Bam. The shadow punch collided with Zen Headbutt, releasing a shockwave at the point of impact. But in both strength and power, Jengar's attack was no match for Deoxys's Zen Headbutt. In a direct clash, Jengar was sent flying backward. Seeing that Deoxys was preparing to follow up with another attack, Luo Yuan called out, "Dragapult, Dragon Darts." Whoosh, whoosh. 2 dragon darts fired off, catching Deoxys mid-chase and making it stagger back. Deoxys turned its gaze to Dragapult. A cold shiver ran down Dragapult's spine, warning it of imminent danger. Alarmed, it darted skyward. At that moment, Deoxys's core emitted a flash, and its body began to change once more. Its head reconfigured, and its 4 band-like arms transformed into sharp, spear-like tendrils. This isn't good. It switched to attack form. Luo Yuan's eyes narrowed. In attack form, Deoxys's offensive power was off the charts. A direct hit could easily be a one-shot. A surge of psychic energy radiated from Deoxys's core, faster than Dragapult's evasive maneuvers as it zeroed in on its target. Dragapult hadn't expected to attract this much aggression and twisted through the air, zigzagging to dodge the relentless psychic assault. But in its enhanced attack form, Deoxys's psychic abilities had become far more potent, its tracking power outpacing Dragapult's every move. Just as Dragapult was on the verge of being hit, Luo Yuan, observing from the sidelines, intervened. His eyes glowed blue, and a psychic barrier materialized behind Dragapult. Creak. The barrier strained and warped under the pressure of Deoxys's psychic assault, emitting an unbearable screech. Moments later, the barrier shattered under the strain, and Luo Yuan grimaced, feeling a brief wave of dizziness. Good thing my psychic affinity protects me somewhat, otherwise, I wouldn't dare pull a stunt like that. Yuan exhaled in relief. But his goal was achieved. Having flown hundreds of meters to escape the attack, Dragapult glared down at Deoxys with renewed resolve. It was furious at having to evade like a coward, rely on its trainer for protection, and even seeing Yuan hurt in the process. Without waiting for Yuan's command, Dragapult began charging energy in its mouth, golden light gathering in a powerful orb. Then, with a fierce roar, it fired upward. The golden orb shot high into the sky before detonating with a blinding flash. A shrill whistle filled the air as a shower of meteors began to descend. Draco Meteor. Chapter 77, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 77, DDD. December Double Drop. 20 minutes earlier, Sevii Island. Lance had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Releasing his Aerodactyl, he rescued Lorelei from her perilous fall. But his arrival did more than save Lorelei. It also provided a surge of morale to the League trainers, who had all but resigned themselves to defeat. Lance. Why are you here? Lorelei, who had nearly fallen into Shuckle's trap, breathed a sigh of relief at her last-minute rescue, though a hint of confusion remained. As far as she knew, Lance was supposed to be back in Kanto, so what was he doing on the Sevii Islands? Seeing her questioning look, Lance quickly explained. I was actually just passing through. I planned to head to the Orange Archipelago, but then I received an urgent report from my team. Lorelei immediately understood. Lance must have received word about the Tech Hunters' possible alliance with Team Rocket, and concerned about the situation, had diverted to the Sevii Islands. Lance chuckled. Looks like my timing couldn't have been better. He turned to face Serd and ORM, who were eyeing him with cautious hostility. Serd, in particular, narrowed her eyes further as she felt the weight of Lance's gaze. Luck was clearly not on her side. As Team Galactic's mole, she'd infiltrated Team Rocket perfectly, even rising to the rank of one of the three beasts. Everything had been proceeding smoothly. But then, crisis after crisis erupted on the Sevii Islands. First, Lorelei's operation had closed in on Team Rocket's Sevii base, and then Chakler had encountered that unknown Pokemon on 5 Island, resulting in the base's complete destruction. Just when they managed to regroup with reinforcements to stabilize the situation, here came Lance. Her luck couldn't have been worse. Serd felt her unflappable demeanor starting to slip. Before she could gather her thoughts, Lance took action. Seeing the League trainers struggling under Rocket's assault, he tossed out a Pokeball. Let's go, my friends. Roar. Screech. 2 powerful cries echoed across the battlefield. In addition to his ever-present Dragonite and the Aerodactyl that had saved Lorelei, a Dragonair and Charizard now joined the fray. Lance hadn't come fully equipped, bringing only 4 Pokemon, but even so, Serd and ORM felt the immense pressure he exerted. It had already been said that trainers of the Elite Four level wielded enormous influence on the battlefield. And here was Lance, who wasn't just any Elite Four member. His aspirations to claim the champion title were no secret in Kanto. While there were some weaker regions, like the Orange Archipelago where Champion Drake's strength was widely questioned, Kanto was a powerhouse among the leagues. Lance's determination to pursue the champion seat was backed by undeniable power. Standing beside him was his ace, a champion-level Dragonite. Against the combined forces of Lance and Lorelei, Serd and ORM realized that, realistically speaking, they'd be lucky if they alone managed to escape. But abandoning Team Rocket's Sevii personnel wasn't an option. As Lance's Pokemon charged into battle, Serd commanded her Starmie and Banette to buy some time, then turned to ORM. ORM, send a distress signal, now. ORM, busy directing his Shuckle to block Dragonite with its immense defensive power, immediately dialed the internal Team Rocket communicator, sending an urgent SOS to Matori. As members of the 3 beasts, Serd and ORM both knew that Yuan had recently arrived on the Sevii Islands. They placed their hopes on him, believing that if anyone could help them escape, it would be him. Seeing them call for reinforcements, Lance made no effort to intervene. Not because he was some double agent, but because he welcomed this strategy from Team Rocket, where they were calling their forces to a single location. His thoughts echoed Lorelei's. Perfect opportunity to round up Team Rocket's Sevii base in one sweep. With that in mind, he commanded Aerodactyl to unleash a Hyper Beam, targeting Serd's Persian to intensify the pressure on Team Rocket. Persian, use Protect. Boom. The hyperbeam hit the protective shield, leaving cracks across it. Persian barely held its ground under the force of the hyperbeam, and Charizard, taking advantage of the moment, broke free from Starmie's psychic hold and released a stream of flames. Surd was forced to redirect Banette to counter Charizard with a Shadow Ball. But with Banette now occupied with Charizard, Dragonair was free to join Dragonite in overwhelming the Shuckle squad on the ground. Shuckle held on with its exceptional defense, but even so, many were beginning to falter under the dual assault. With Lance's help, Lorelei's pressure lightened considerably. She now had the freedom to focus on Team Rocket's regular grunts, unleashing a chain reaction across the battlefield. What had looked like an imminent League defeat quickly turned around, with the League trainers gaining the upper hand and Team Rocket being forced back. Especially troublesome for Team Rocket was Lorelei's Cloyster, which, even without its shell armor ability, proved a constant headache for them. Victory seemed within reach. As Team Rocket's forces started to crumble, the scales tipped heavily toward the League's side. And then... What's that? A League trainer suddenly pointed to the distant sky with a shout. At first, both sides assumed it was a distraction tactic and ignored it. Until, a streak of golden light flashed across the sky. Both League and Rocket trainers paused mid-battle, turning their heads to see what the commotion was about. In the distance, a brilliant golden light had exploded in the sky, scattering into countless golden fragments falling from above. Watching the spectacle, Lance's brow furrowed. Is that Draco Meteor? Even from this distance, Lance could tell it was Draco Meteor, one of the most powerful dragon-type moves. To unleash a Draco Meteor of such magnitude required a Pokémon with power far beyond that of the average Elite Four level. Lance was well acquainted with Kanto's elite trainers, and none on the Sevii Islands should have possessed such power. Thinking back to his team's report, the one about a tech hunter from Hoenn rumored to have allied with Team Rocket. Could that be the tech hunter's Dragapult? But who could he be fighting? As Team Rocket teetered on the brink of collapse, the tech hunter, supposedly their ally, hadn't come to the battlefield but was instead engaged in a mysterious battle. A flicker of caution crossed Lance's eyes, a sense that the Sevii Islands held even more mysteries than he'd anticipated. Chapter 78, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 78. Question: Dragapult has unleashed Draco Meteor against Deoxys, but Deoxys is restricted by Shadow Tag within a small area. How can Deoxys evade it? That was exactly the dilemma Deoxys faced now. Dodge. Impossible. Draco Meteor was an area of effect move, and with Jengar's Shadow Tag binding its movements, Deoxys couldn't escape the impact zone. Dragapult's fully powered Draco Meteor covered an area even larger than Deoxys's limited movement space. Unless it could keep teleporting continuously to avoid each strike. But its energy levels were already dangerously low, far too depleted to sustain such demanding maneuvers. Block. In attack form, all of Deoxys's stats were poured into offensive power and speed, leaving both defenses at a meager 20. Trying to tank Draco Meteor with such frail defenses. Deoxys would rather face Rayquaza again. At least that would be a quicker end. So, with Draco Meteor bearing down, Deoxys made the only choice it had left, to change forms. Swish. In an instant, Deoxys reappeared in its defense form. This was its third form switch since entering the battle. Draco Meteor blazed down from the sky in golden arcs, slamming into Deoxys, which had fortified itself with iron defense and light screen. Boom. 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 Each explosion echoed across the island. Even though Luo, Yuan and Sabrina had moved some distance away, the raw power of the attack rippled through the air. Deoxys's damaged core made form switching extremely taxing, draining its stamina with each change. 3 transformations in a row had severely weakened Deoxys's aura, nearly depleting its remaining energy. Now, meteor after meteor rained down on Deoxys. Even as it poured its psychic power into maintaining light screen, cracks began to spiderweb across the barrier. Crack. The strain was too great, the cracks grew wider with every impact. Finally, one more Draco Meteor struck, and the light screen shattered with a deafening crash. Fragments scattered as the blast wave rattled Deoxys. The barrier broke. Sabrina said, exhilarated. Yeah. Luo Yuan nodded, his gaze fixed on Deoxys. Yet Deoxys remained unflustered. Facing the last of the falling meteors, it activated Protect, conjuring a blue barrier in front of itself. Boom. A thunderous blast rang out. Protect held strong, deflecting one of the meteors. Next, Deoxys used Psychic to dismantle another meteor in midair, shattering it into fragments. The debris struck Deoxys's iron defense-bolstered body, inflicting minimal damage. Only one meteor remained. Having just exhausted its psychic power, Deoxys had no energy left for defense. So, with its options gone, Deoxys crossed its band-like arms over its core. Brace yourself. It prepared to endure. Crash. The meteor struck Deoxys directly. It was swallowed by the explosion and a cloud of dust. As the smoke cleared, Jengar emerged from the shadows while Dragapult circled above, observing the battlefield. What's the status? Sabrina asked anxiously, unable to sense Deoxys's aura due to the residual dragon pulse energy in the air. Dragonair, clear the smoke. Luo Yuan commanded. He wanted to confirm Deoxys's condition. Dragonair's pearl glowed, summoning a light breeze to disperse the dust. Just then, a figure shot out from the clearing smoke. Look out. Luo Yuan called to Dragapult. But it was too late. Still in defense form, Deoxys had used Zen Headbutt, and with a burst of psychic energy, it sped forward with startling agility, ramming into Dragapult. Roar. Dragapult cried out in pain, clearly taking substantial damage. But Dragapult didn't back down. Though it acted docile with Luo Yuan, in the face of an enemy, Dragapult showed its fierce side. Unbothered by its injuries, it forced itself forward, clenching its teeth and charging right back at Deoxys. Dragapult was confident that, after enduring Draco Meteor, Deoxys wouldn't be unscathed either. Its tail gleamed with a powerful aura as Dragapult unleashed Dragon Tail, striking Deoxys squarely. Bam! Hit by the Dragon Tail, Deoxys crashed into the ground, creating a crater. Is it over? Sabrina asked. Thud. A band-like arm gripped the edge of the crater, Deoxys's core pulsing faintly as it struggled to rise. It's still standing. Sabrina was astounded. Deoxys's resilience was beyond anything she'd ever seen. Luo Yuan, too, was impressed. If Deoxys hadn't been in an injured state, it might have been him taking the beating. But that wasn't the reality today. It's enough. Deoxys was barely able to move, its energy completely drained and its fighting spirit all but extinguished. Without further hesitation, Luo Yuan threw the Master Ball he'd prepared. Thunk. Guided by his psychic energy, the Master Ball struck Deoxys dead on. Swish. Deoxys transformed into a beam of light and was absorbed into the Master Ball. The capture was instant. No resistance. No shaking. The Master Ball locked with a quiet finality. Jengar eagerly picked up the Master Ball and handed it to Luo Yuan. Calling down Dragapult, Luo Yuan applied healing ointment to its wounds, using his Viridian power to soothe Dragapult's pain. Then, under the cautious gazes of Sabrina, Jengar, and Dragapult, he opened the Master Ball, releasing Deoxys back onto the field. Pop. Deoxys, still in defense form and visibly exhausted, stood before Luo Yuan. Hello, Deoxys. Let's work well together from now on. Luo Yuan extended his hand in greeting. Deoxys's core glowed faintly, and under Sabrina's wary watch, it lifted its arm and placed it against Luo Yuan's hand. A wave of thought from Deoxys flowed into Luo Yuan's mind. Hello. I look forward to it. Chapter 79, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 79. As Luo Yuan clasped hands with Deoxys, a notification from his system rang out unexpectedly. Ding. Congratulations, host, for capturing Deoxys and achieving the milestone, a new beginning, legendary Pokemon trainer. You've earned one lottery spin. Luo Yuan paused, a bit surprised to see a milestone unlocked for capturing Deoxys, but on reflection, it made sense. After all, this was the first legendary Pokemon he had captured, reaching a milestone for such an accomplishment wasn't unreasonable. Watching Luo Yuan and Deoxys exchange a friendly handshake, Sabrina visibly relaxed and asked, "What's its name? Did you succeed in capturing it?" Her gaze stayed fixed on Deoxys with curiosity. This was her first time encountering a legendary Pokemon up close. At her question, Luo Yuan snapped out of his thoughts and nodded. Its name is Deoxys, and yes, I've successfully captured it. This confirmation came after Luo Yuan had sensed the clear, accepting intent from Deoxys itself. For him, capturing a Pokemon didn't just mean physically placing it in a Pokeball. It required mental acceptance too, otherwise, it could end up as rebellious as Ash's Charizard. And with a legendary, this need for mutual understanding was even more important. Ordinary Pokemon might resign themselves to fate once caught in a ball, but capturing a legendary was never that simple. Countless organizations had tried to capture legendaries, only to fail in the end. Why? One major reason was that they'd failed to win the legendary's recognition. Take the soon-to-be-born Mutwo, for example. Giovanni had neglected Mutwo's mental conditioning, never building any real bond with it, and in the end, that failure led to disaster. While Luo Yuan had managed to capture Deoxys in its weakened state, he couldn't say there was a deep bond between them yet. But Deoxys had conveyed an unmistakable recognition, which marked a successful start. Moreover, Deoxys was notably different from Earth's native legendaries. Other legendaries like Kyogre and Groudon were notoriously difficult to handle. Gaining their acknowledgement was close to impossible. But Deoxys was different. Luo Yuan remembered its personality description from the Hoenn files. No distinct emotions, but it is both loyal and dislikes conflict, attacking only when absolutely necessary. Loyalty meant that as long as Luo Yuan didn't mistreat it, Deoxys would never betray him. It was hardwired into its DNA. At this thought, Luo Yuan couldn't help but smile. Deoxys couldn't quite interpret his expression. But it quickly stopped trying to figure it out as Luo Yuan placed a hand on it, channeling the healing power of Viridian. A warm energy surged through Deoxys, its injuries mending and its strength returning. Even the fractures in its core began to show signs of healing. Its energy quickly rose to a safe level, and just as Deoxys was savoring the relief of its healing wounds, Luo Yuan suddenly paused. Question mark. Though Deoxys's face showed no expression, Luo Yuan could tell what it was thinking. He sighed, shrugging. Sorry, I'm out of energy for now. We'll finish next time. The Viridian power provided by the system was generous but not infinite. He had already used some to help Dragapult. And for a legendary like Deoxys, still suffering from severe wounds, the energy required was even greater. Luo Yuan's remaining power wasn't enough for a complete healing. To finish the job, he'd have to wait until his Viridian power recharged. Hearing his explanation, Deoxys nodded and stood quietly by his side, not saying a word. Silent and loyal, a reassuring partner to have around, Luo Yuan thought. Much less complicated than the existentially minded Mutwo. Satisfied, he recalled Deoxys into its Pokeball, ready to check out the lottery reward he'd just unlocked. Suddenly, his communicator beeped. Matori's urgent voice came through. Luo Yuan, where are you? I couldn't reach you earlier. Oh, it was probably interference from the psychic energy here. I'm on Birth Island. What's going on? Luo Yuan asked, frowning slightly. Matori sounded tense, which was unusual. He'd already rescued the rocket grunts before setting out to find Deoxys, so the situation should have been stable. Had the League sent another Elite Four member? Luo Yuan, come to 3 Island, quick. Matori said. Lance is there, and he's teamed up with Lorelei. Surd and ORM are barely holding on. Luo Yuan. He had only been making an idle guess. The League really had sent another Elite Four member, and it was Lance, of all people. Matori's message that Surd and ORM were struggling made perfect sense. Even together, the 3 beasts were no match for a combined assault by Lorelei and Lance. Rocket's hold over the Sevii Islands had always relied on Giovanni's presence in Kanto, which kept Lance, Agatha, and Bruno occupied. But now that Giovanni was tied up elsewhere, the 3 beasts were out of luck. On the other end of the line, Matori, interpreting Luo Yuan's silence as reluctance, added in a strained tone, Luo Yuan, I know you don't get along with the 3 beasts, but I need your help. Her words made Luo Yuan realize she'd misunderstood. While he wasn't exactly friends with the 3 beasts, he wasn't one to let personal feelings get in the way of an emergency. But he didn't bother explaining. Understood. Don't worry, I'm on my way. After ending the call, Sabrina brushed her hair aside and asked, Want me to come with you? Against Lance, she feared Luo Yuan might have a tough time alone. No need. If you show up, you might risk exposure. Besides, Luo Yuan shook the master ball containing Deoxys. After the brief Viridian treatment, Deoxys was now back to the strength it had when they'd first encountered it. Paired with Dragapult and Jengar, Luo Yuan was confident. Head back for now. Let's meet at the airship, he said, mounting Dragapult's back. All right. Sabrina nodded, silently resolving to catch a few more Pokémon of her own so she wouldn't be left behind in situations like this. She watched as Dragapult shot upward with Luo Yuan, soaring in the direction of Sevii Island. Chapter 80, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 80, DDD. December Double Drop. As Luo Yuan made his way to Sevii Island. On the battlefield, Surd and ORM, who had been struggling under Lance's relentless assault, finally saw reinforcements arrive. Matori entered the fray alongside her Roserade and Xatu. Carr, still smarting from his prior defeat by Lorelei and the loss of his Steelix, joined in as well with his Skarmory and a small squad of remaining Fortress. Together, they managed to ease some of the pressure on Team Rocket. Is this all we've got for reinforcements? ORM asked, glancing around, his words laced with an unspoken question about Luo Yuan's absence. On Sevii Island, it was an unspoken fact that Luo Yuan was their strongest fighter. Just wait a little longer, he'll be here soon, Matori replied while directing Roserade to intercept Dragonair and having Xatu distract Lorelei's Slowking. But Carr, overhearing this, couldn't help feeling irritated. His main Pokémon, Steelix, was still in critical condition, and he'd taken a risk coming here to help. Yet, ORM's first thought was to question Luo Yuan's absence. Was he really that much weaker than Luo Yuan? Sure, his defeat to Lorelei had been humiliating, but there were extenuating circumstances. Determined to prove his worth, Carr grinned to himself, ready to make an impact. Releasing a Fortress into the heart of the battlefield, he ordered, "Watch this, Fortress, explosion." Fortress began to tremble, its entire body radiating a dangerous light. Seeing this, both League trainers and Team Rocket members alike paled. Carr's Fortress squad was trained to execute these self-destruct moves with precision, and with no damp ability Pokémon around, the explosion was inevitable. A flash of light erupted. Boom. A massive explosion rocked the battlefield. A blast of fire and wind tore through the air, scattering debris in all directions. At the center, a Blastoise was sent flying, its shell charred and cracked, and several other trainers, caught off guard, were hurled back by the shockwave. Luckily, Lorelei had her Jinx deploy light screen in time, mitigating some of the damage, otherwise, multiple League members could have been seriously injured. For Team Rocket, though, it was a different story. Surd and ORM, both preoccupied with Lance, couldn't intervene, leaving their side even more exposed to the blast. The result? Though fewer Rocket members had been in range, the damage they sustained was comparable to that of the League trainers. Surd nearly lost her composure at the sight, inwardly seething. How did I get saddled with this fool Carr? Carr, you idiot. Stop hitting our own side, she yelled. Carr knew he'd messed up, but under Surd's glare, he shrank back, mumbling apologies. Matori stepped in, her expression darkening. Carr, go hold off Lorelei, she commanded. Deflated and knowing he had no choice, Carr obeyed, focusing his attacks on Lorelei. A fragile balance seemed to have formed once more. Seeing this, Matori exhaled, her spirits lifting slightly. If they could hold out just a bit longer, Luo Yuan's arrival might tip the scales in their favor. But battles rarely go according to plan. Carr, determined to make a difference, spotted an opening in Lapras's defenses and his eyes lit up with excitement. Skarmory, Steel Wing. At his command, Skarmory's wings glowed, and it slashed toward Lapras with blinding speed. Lorelei's expression flickered with mock concern. Lapras, Ice Beam. A beam of icy energy shot toward Skarmory. Though Skarmory was clad in steel armor, it was surprisingly swift, evading the ice beam and closing in on Lapras. Its sharp gaze locked onto Lapras, wings poised to strike. Just as it seemed Lapras was in danger, Lorelei's lips curved into a subtle, triumphant smile. Lapras, use Protect. A shimmering blue barrier materialized around Lapras, blocking Skarmory's attack. Meanwhile, Jinx, having shaken off a minor rocket grunt, turned its focus toward Skarmory, its mouth puffing up to exhale a chilling breath. Icy wind. Caught off guard, Skarmory was struck by the icy wind, its metallic surface frosting over. Although the damage wasn't critical, its mobility took a serious hit. But that was all Lorelei needed. With Skarmory slowed, Lapras seized the moment to fire a close-range ice beam. Lorelei's mastery of ice-type moves was well known. At this range, Lapras wouldn't miss. Wham! The ice beam struck home, freezing one of Skarmory's wings. The bone-chilling cold forced a pained screech from Skarmory. Realizing he'd fallen into a trap, Carr swore under his breath. That manipulative Lorelei had taken advantage of his impatience. Steelix, use. He began to call out, then stopped, remembering too late that his Steelix was still laid up in the medical bay. Frustrated, he fell back on his tried-and-true tactic. Forretress, explosion. Yet another Forretress flew into the fray. Boom. The blast freed Skarmory, but it also meant Carr was down to his last few Forretress. Surd, watching nearby, muttered to herself, exasperated. This fool's going to get us all killed at this rate. At the rate things were going, they might not survive long enough for Luo Yuan to arrive. Surd's mind churned. Perhaps it was time to shed her three beasts' identity. After all, no mission was worth sacrificing her life. But leaving might mean having to evade Matori. Surd glanced toward her, contemplating an escape strategy. Lost in thought, are we? There was no margin for distraction in a high-stakes battle, especially against someone as powerful and experienced as Lance. The instant he sensed her momentary lapse, he seized the opportunity. Dragonite, Mega Punch. Gra. Dragonite's wings beat furiously, whipping up a gust as it rocketed toward Surd's Persian with unexpected speed. Bam. Dragonite's punch landed squarely on Persian, sending it crashing into a nearby tree. The punch struck Persian's soft belly. Already fatigued from battling Lance's Aerodactyl, the weakened Persian couldn't withstand a direct hit from a champion-level Dragonite. Persian was instantly knocked out. With that, the fragile balance they had fought to maintain crumbled. Magical Leaf. Matori quickly commanded Roserade to unleash a storm of glowing leaves, creating a momentary barrier that held Dragonite at bay and prevented a complete rout. But it was clear the battle was slipping out of their control. As the situation continued to deteriorate, Matori couldn't help but feel the weight of it all bearing down on her. This is impossible. Luo Yuan, hurry up already. Chapter 81, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 81, DDD. Last December double drop. Matori's reinforcements may have given Team Rocket a temporary boost. But, no matter how much they regroup, it's hard to hold ground when your teammates are reckless. With Carr stirring up trouble on one side and Sachi harboring ulterior motives on the other, the slim advantage Team Rocket had regained was instantly lost. Lorelei continued to pursue Carr, using her Lapras and Jinx to keep him on the run. Lance's Dragonite shattered the magical leaves Matori had summoned to block its way with a single fire punch. ORM took advantage of the opening, directing his Shuckle army to press forward. Dragonite, Dragon Pulse. Lance commanded. Roar. Dragonite took a deep breath and unleashed a Dragon Pulse towards the swarm of Shuckles. ORM patted the Shuckle on his shoulder and gave the command, dig, then withdraw. In an instant, the Shuckles burrowed underground, pulling into their shells. Dragon Pulse blasted over the ground, tearing it apart. However, as the attack was absorbed by the layers of soil, its impact was drastically reduced, barely scratching the Shuckles' durable shells. Poking their heads out of the ground, they appeared almost unscathed. ORM ordered, Toxic. When it comes to a tanky Pokemon like Shuckle, poisoning the opponent is always the ideal tactic. Lance directed Dragonite to evade. From ORM's movements, Lance noticed a peculiar detail. Each time ORM issued a command, he had to tap the Shuckle on his head. So he's using that Shuckle on his shoulder to command the others. It made sense. Human abilities have limits, it's nearly impossible to command so many Pokemon with perfect coordination alone. However, despite realizing this, Lance had no intention of bypassing the Shuckles to directly attack ORM. Too much hassle. Dragonite, get airborne. Seeing the horde of shuckles closing in again, Dragonite scrunched up its adorable face and, following Lance's orders, flapped its wings and soared skyward, vanishing into the heavens. What is he planning? ORM muttered, puzzled. Before he could fully process Lance's strategy, the sky erupted in a series of sonic booms. A streak of yellow flashed, moving even faster than the shock waves. Dragonite descended like a meteor from above. Mega punch. Boom. In a breathtaking dive, Dragonite struck the ground at the center of the shuckle swarm with a mighty punch. As it plummeted, the impact unleashed a shockwave that ripped apart the earth in a wide radius. The shuckles hiding underground were exposed to the open air. Now's the chance. Charizard, Flamethrower. With a swift motion, Charizard swept its tail to fend off a Banette, slightly tilted its head, then unleashed a fierce jet of flame. The shuckles, still dazed from Dragonite's powerful blow, barely had time to withdraw into their shells before being hit directly by the flamethrower. The flames scorched the battlefield. Even with Shuckle's impressive defenses, Charizard's strength was several levels beyond theirs. Those unable to withdraw quickly enough lost the ability to fight in seconds. Shuckle. Curse it all. ORM's face contorted with anguish. Unlike Carr, he viewed his Shuckles as family. Seeing so many of them injured was genuinely painful for him. The other Team Rocket members were also witnessing this scene. Though they couldn't match an Elite Four in strength, the Elite Team Rocket members could still gauge the tide of battle. With more than half of ORM's Shuckles out of commission and the rest severely injured, relying on them to stall Dragonite was no longer feasible. Realizing this, the League trainers were reinvigorated, their morale soaring. The shift in momentum was obvious. Team Rocket's ranks began to crumble under the pressure. The Sevii Islands division is finished. Every Team Rocket member present understood this grim reality, and Matori did too. For those who had lost their fighting spirit, staying any longer would only lead to being gradually overwhelmed by the League's forces. Matori was a decisive leader. Or perhaps, for the sake of not allowing the entire Sevii Islands division to be decimated under her command, she had to be. Just as she gritted her teeth, prepared to sacrifice a portion of her team to cover the escape of the officers carrying Rocket's secrets. Whoosh! A distant roar cut through the air. A figure riding on a Dragapult appeared on the horizon, rapidly closing the distance. In the gleeful gazes of Matori and her allies, Dragapult accelerated, coming ever closer. He's here. Even Carr, who despised Luo Yen, couldn't help but crack a smile. Lance also noticed the arrival. He looked at the Dragapult, initially frowning, then smirking. The Tech Hunter. He'd never met this Tech Hunter in person. But the Tech Hunter's raid on the Saint and within Kanto's waters, where he'd stolen a large stockpile of Mega Stones, was a direct insult to the Kanto League. It had even affected Lance's promotion to champion. In a way, they had a score to settle. So, if he could capture this figure, the achievement would undoubtedly bolster his standing as champion. Both to settle the grudge and to reap the rewards, Lance wasted no words and signaled Dragonite with a swift command, Ice Punch. Dragonite, having developed an instinctive bond with Lance after so many years, instantly understood his intentions. Its claws clenched, cold energy enveloping its fist as it swooped forward to strike Dragapult. Simultaneously, Lance gestured towards his Aerodactyl. It locked eyes on Dragapult, bearing sharp fangs, ready to lunge should Dragapult evade Dragonite's punch. And if that happened, it would grab hold, delivering a devastating blow to Dragapult. Lance felt confident in his preparations. Even if Dragapult avoided Aerodactyl's attack, he was ready with follow-up tactics to keep control of the battle. However, events didn't unfold as he expected. In his line of sight, Dragapult showed no sign of dodging. It soared straight toward Dragonite's fist. What's happening? Is he planning to sacrifice himself? No way. Seriously. The observing trainers could hardly comprehend the Tech Hunter's reasoning. That's an ice punch. And from Lance's Dragonite, no less. Doesn't he know his Dragon-type Dragapult could be one-shot? While confusion filled the onlookers' faces, Luo Yen, from behind his mask, let a small smile slip, subtly pressing the Master Ball in his hand. In an instant, a red and blue figure appeared. Its banded arms crossed in front of it, as a reflective barrier shimmered, metal glinting across its body like a steel wall shielding Dragapult from the oncoming ice punch. Thud. The cold-tinged fist struck the reflective barrier, penetrating it and colliding with the steel-like defense. Ice began to form. Bang. The red and blue figure braced, taking the full force of Dragonite's ice punch without flinching. Its unfeeling gaze sent chills down the spines of every witness. What kind of Pokemon is this? Chapter 82, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 82. Although it sounds complex, everything happened in an instant. As Deoxys blocked Dragonite's ice punch, all eyes fixed on it. They looked at each other, realizing that nobody recognized this mysterious Pokemon. Even the Team Rocket members were baffled. Only Matori, the three beasts, and Lorelei, one of the few who had encountered Deoxys before, gazed at its red and blue body, vaguely guessing its identity. But even they weren't sure. The Deoxys they had seen before looked slimmer and more streamlined. Lance, watching from behind, furrowed his brows as he saw Dragonite's ice punch being blocked, sensing that something was wrong. As an elite trainer, there were few Pokemon in the world Lance hadn't seen. Even rare legendary Pokemon had some records within the league's archives. But he'd truly never seen anything like the Pokemon standing before him now. To deflect Dragonite's ice punch so effortlessly and without a scratch. With his keen instincts, Lance sensed an ominous threat. Dragonite, fall back. Faced with the unknown, Lance ordered Dragonite to retreat, hoping to assess the situation. Luo Yuan had no intention of letting Lance withdraw Dragonite so easily. Through his voice modulator, Luo Yuan's voice echoed across the field. Deoxys, pursue it. Zen headbutt. So, this Pokemon is called Deoxys. The thought flashed through Lance's mind, and he immediately warned Dragonite. Dragonite, use Protect. Roar. Dragonite quickly turned, crossing its claws in front of its chest as a blue shield formed before it. Deoxys focused its psychic power on its head and charged, ramming into Dragonite with full force. Thud. A heavy, drum-like sound echoed across the field, rattling everyone's eardrums. They watched as Zen headbutt struck Dragonite's protective barrier, tiny cracks spiderwebbing across its surface. It cracked. The league trainers stood in shock. Though the shield wasn't shattered, the fact that it was even cracked was astonishing enough. That was Lance's Dragonite, using Protect, the supposed ultimate defense, and it was nearly broken through. Not quite enough power, huh? Luo Yuan didn't seem overly surprised. After all, Deoxys was currently in its defense for me, not its attack for me, and Lance's Dragonite was far from weak. But Lance had seen his Dragonite's near break in defenses, and his caution spiked. He wouldn't risk any more close-range combat with Deoxys. Dragonite, take to the sky. Use Dragon Pulse. Aerodactyl, Hyper Beam. A yellow and white beam shot diagonally from the sky, targeting Deoxys. This time, Deoxys didn't take the hit. Its eyes glowed blue, and its body blurred before vanishing from sight. Teleport. The Hyper Beam and Dragon Pulse struck empty air, sparking an explosion. In an instant, Deoxys reappeared directly behind Charizard, who was currently spraying flames at a Rose Raid. Deoxys raised one of its ribbon-like arms. Knock off. The arm slammed down with tremendous force, flipping Charizard to the ground. Roar. Nearby, Dragonair saw its teammate hurt, twisting around to lash its tail at Deoxys in anger. At the same time, Dragonite moved in under Lance's orders to flank Deoxys. Speed for me. While Dragapult continued to suppress Aerodactyl, Luo Yuan instructed Deoxys to shift forms. Thanks to Luo Yuan's healing with Viridian power, Deoxys hadn't fully recovered but was strong enough to manage a few limited transformations without strain. Deoxys complied. Its body twisted, its core glowing, reshaping itself like clay. Transformation, speed for me. In speed for me, Deoxys dodged Dragonair's aqua tail with ease. Its tentacles whipped back, sending Dragonair flying, and it looped through the air to come up behind Dragonite. Shadow Ball. Boom. Roar. With a pained cry, Dragonite barely had time to locate Deoxys before it was struck. Like a kite cut loose, it plummeted from the sky. Deoxys didn't pause, it instantly became a blur, vanishing and reappearing in front of Lorelei's cloister. Exclamation point. Cloister had just witnessed Dragonite's fall from the sky, trembling slightly. Seeing Deoxys materialize right in front of it, beads of nervous sweat formed on its forehead, and it prepared to withdraw into its shell for safety. Unfortunately for Cloyster, Deoxys was faster. At Luo Yuan's command, Deoxys formed a shadow ball, shoving it into Cloyster's shell just before it could close up. Thud. A muted explosion sounded from within Cloyster's shell, a thin plume of smoke rising as the shell slowly opened, revealing a fainted Cloyster. All of this unfolded within a matter of seconds. In the eyes of the others, Deoxys had suddenly changed forms. Then, in a flash, both Dragonite and Dragonair were down. By the time Cloyster fainted, Dragonite was only just hitting the ground. It's him. Yes, it's really him. Carr, pointing wildly at Deoxys, exclaimed, "That's the Pokémon that smashed up my Steelix." The implication was clear, see. This thing is that strong. I lost because it's powerful, not because I'm weak. But there was one thing Carr hadn't considered. Sure, he'd proven he wasn't a failure. But by confirming Deoxys' strength, he was also indirectly admitting that anyone capable of capturing it, namely Luo Yuan, was on a level far beyond his. Unwittingly, he ended up complimenting his rival, reinforcing the notion that perhaps Carr wasn't the sharpest. Meanwhile, Serd ignored Carr's rant. As an undercover agent for Team Galactic, she was always observing Team Rocket's executives closely. Watching Luo Yuan and Deoxys, her suspicion solidified. Luo Yuan was the most dangerous person within Team Rocket after Giovanni. In the future, she'd need to handle him with extreme caution. On the League's side, Lorelei recalled her fainted Pokémon. Jinx, Froslass, Slowking, Lapras, and Dugong all grouped closely around her, prepared to prevent any more of her Pokémon from being picked off by Deoxys. Lance also withdrew his injured Dragonair, Dragonite, and Charizard, his eyes locked on the Deoxys floating ominously in midair. Seeing the League cease their attacks, Team Rocket didn't advance, not wanting to provoke them either. Not knowing Luo Yuan's true allegiance, they held back for the moment. For the first time since the battle began, a mutual pause settled over the field. Everyone had their own thoughts swirling. Only Matori's eyes shone with a spark as she looked at Luo Yuan. He really did it. Chapter 83, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 83. Matori never expected Luo Yen would actually succeed. After all, Giovanni's original orders were merely to investigate, not capture. There had been enough evidence to suggest that this was a legendary Pokémon. Now that Luo Yen had managed to capture this Pokémon known as Deoxys, did that mean he was outpacing Giovanni in his quest for legendary Pokémon? The thought echoed in Matori's mind. The power Deoxys displayed had the League trainers on high alert, especially Lance. The sheer speed Deoxys had shown was unlike anything he'd ever encountered. Combined with its unique appearance and overwhelming presence, Lance suspected it might be a legendary Pokémon. Yet, he didn't feel fear. To reach the rank of Elite Four, a trainer's resolve had to be rock solid. And Lance, one of the strongest of them, embodied that determination fully. He fixed his gaze on Deoxys, carefully analyzing what he knew so far. Based on its previous transformations, it's clear this Pokémon has the ability to switch forms. So far, it's shown a defense form that withstood Dragonite's Ice Punch and a speed form that moves with unprecedented swiftness. If it has to change forms, that means it can't access abilities from multiple forms at once. The defense form sacrifices speed, while the speed form lacks defense. To win, I'll need to target its speed. With his strategy locked in, Lance decisively ordered Dragonite, Agility, and follow up with Thunder Punch. Ruhar. Dragonite's fist crackled with electricity as it charged towards Deoxys, wings propelling it forward. Deoxys, evade. Luo Yan's expression remained calm. Although Lance's Dragonite was almost twice as fast as an average Dragonite, it was still no match for Deoxys. With a mere flicker of movement, Deoxys had left Dragonite trailing far behind. Its streamlined body traced an arc in midair, effortlessly slipping behind Dragonite to repeat its earlier tactic. Shadow Ball. This time, Deoxys aimed directly at Dragonite's wings. For a heavy Pokémon like Dragonite, its wings were essential for propulsion. Once those were injured, keeping up with Deoxys would be nearly impossible, it would be left at Deoxys's mercy. But Dragonite was Lance's ace for a reason. Its battle instinct was razor-sharp. Having been ambushed by Deoxys once before, it had kept a sliver of its focus on its blind spot. The instant the shadow ball was released, Dragonite sensed the danger. The shadow ball sped toward it. With an impressive display of agility, Dragonite spun its rotund body in a full 360-degree barrel roll, narrowly dodging the attack. Well done, Dragonite. Use Thunder Wave. Taking advantage of the close range, Lance ordered Dragonite to release an electric pulse. Meanwhile, Dragonair and Charizard closed in, limiting Deoxys's escape routes. Paralysis could be lethal for a Pokémon that relied on speed. Dragonite understood Lance's intent, its twin antennae sparking as golden arcs of electricity surged toward Deoxys. Seeing the thunder wave aimed at Deoxys, Luo Yen raised an eyebrow. As expected, Lance was an experienced strategist. Just like Jengar's Shadow Tag, Lance's use of Thunder Wave was a clever way to limit Deoxys's speed. But, having captured Deoxys using a similar tactic, how could Luo Yen not be prepared for it? With a thought, he conveyed his command to Deoxys via telepathy. Deoxys, dodge and use extreme speed. Defying the laws of physics, Deoxys executed an abrupt halt, then glided gracefully between Flamethrower and Dragon Pulse, pulling back to evade the Thunder Wave entirely. After gaining distance, it activated extreme speed, accelerating in a sharp, Z-shaped maneuver before ramming into Dragonite's side. The high-speed impact sent Dragonite tumbling backward, crashing into Aerodactyl, which had been struggling against Dragapult nearby. The three beasts observed this turn of events with a mix of awe and frustration. Was this really the same Lance who had them gasping for air earlier? Under Luo Yan's relentless assault, he didn't seem nearly as invincible. Seeing Lance falter, Lorelei couldn't afford to wait any longer. She quickly joined the battle. Slowking, Psychic. The ruby on Slowking's head glowed, releasing a powerful psychic force toward Deoxys. You want to match psychic strength with Deoxys? How bold. Luo Yen smirked, snapping his fingers. Deoxys, Psycho Cut. A psychic blade formed, sharp and tangible. Swish. The others only saw a flash of white light and felt a razor-sharp aura sweep past them. In the next instant, Slowking's psychic attack was sliced in two. The blade continued on, clipping one of the spiked shells atop Slowking's head, grazing Lorelei and slicing a nearby tree cleanly in half. Psycho Cut warning. A clear message to Lorelei, stay out of others' battles. Lorelei's face paled as she stared at the polished stump of the severed tree, realizing how close she'd come to death. Slowking nervously touched the broken spike on its shell, beads of cold sweat forming as it dared not even glance at Deoxys. At this point, the league trainers could no longer hide their shock. That was terrifying. How did Drake from the Hoenn Elite Four survive for an hour against this? After the incident on the St. Anne, they'd heard rumors that Drake had been defeated by the Tech Hunter. Many had quietly mocked Drake, believing he'd tarnished the reputation of elite trainers. But now, seeing the Tech Hunter's strength firsthand, they realized just how wrong they had been. For Drake to last an hour against the Tech Hunter, not only was he not weak, but he was exceptionally strong. Could he possibly be champion level, just overshadowed by Hoenn's current champion, Steven? Luo Yen, however, paid no attention to the ordinary trainer speculations. His gaze shifted toward where Dragapult was locked in battle. He couldn't help but admire Lance's battlefield intuition, it was incredibly sharp. While Deoxys dealt with Lorelei, Lance had seized the opportunity to launch a double offensive with Dragonite and Aerodactyl against Dragapult. Dragapult, pinned down, had just taken a hard thunder punch from Dragonite and was looking worse for wear. Was Luo Yen panicking, though? Hardly. Seeing Dragapult in danger, he raised his hand and called out. Jengar, go assist. And Deoxys, take care of Dragonair and Charizard. If necessary, they'd just trade targets. Lance could see whether his Dragonite and Aerodactyl would eliminate Dragapult and Jengar first, or whether Deoxys would eliminate Dragonair and Charizard first. Chapter 84, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 84. Though Luo Yen had proposed a trade-off, he didn't actually believe Lance's Dragonite and Aerodactyl could defeat his Jengar and Dragapult first. After all, while Lance's Dragonite was powerful, Luo Yan's Dragapult and Jengar were no pushovers. Jengar, Mega Evolve. The key stone on Luo Yan's wrist resonated with Jengar's Mega Stone, and in the blink of an eye, Jengar transformed into its pure white mega form. Watching Mega Jengar, Lance's expression hardened. He knew this was the mega stone the tech hunter had seized from Sydney. He quickly searched his memory for details on Mega Jengar. If he remembered correctly, Mega Jengar's ability was Shadow Tag. Lance looked up, but it was already too late. Before he could react, Jengar had vanished and reappeared, linking its shadow with Aerodactyl's. In an instant, Aerodactyl, who had been climbing higher in the sky, felt as if it were chained down, frozen in place. Ruhar. Aerodactyl barely had time to understand what was happening before Dragapult's tail came swinging in, growing larger in its field of vision until... Wham! A devastating dragon tail strike landed on Aerodactyl's face, visibly deforming it as several teeth flew out, sending it crashing to the ground. Boom! Seeing its ally ambushed, Dragonite lunged at Dragapult. But Dragapult didn't give chase, instead turning and retreating. Below, Jengar took over, letting out an eerie laugh as its eyes flashed with dark energy. It first placed a curse on the stunned Aerodactyl. When Aerodactyl finally struggled to its feet, ready to retaliate, Jengar struck again with a Shadow Claw, shattering its Stone Edge attack and following up with another blow. Enraged, Aerodactyl abandoned Dragapult, focusing its wrath on Jengar. Jengar kept Aerodactyl's attention firmly on itself. In the sky above. Without Aerodactyl's support, Dragapult fully exploited its speed advantage, mastering Luo Yan's hit-and-run tactics. Maintaining a precise distance just out of Dragonite's reach, Dragapult dangled a frustrating lure. The distance was so perfectly calculated that Dragonite felt it could almost close the gap with a bit more effort, but each time it tried, Dragapult would match its speed, keeping the same safe distance. In the sky, it looked as though Dragapult was leisurely leading Dragonite on a chase. Of course, Dragonite quickly realized this ploy after a few rounds. The reason Dragapult's strategy matched Luo Yan's so well was clear. Each time Dragonite attempted to abandon the chase and go after Jengar, Dragapult would promptly fire off a pair of dragon darts, forcing Dragonite to keep up the pursuit. Even though Dragonite usually blocked the attacks, the threat was enough to keep it occupied. Ignoring the dragon darts could prove deadly if they hit their mark. The battlefield was split. Dragonite was unable to aid Aerodactyl below. A partnership that should have been unbeatable, Dragonite and Aerodactyl, was now being tied down by the duo of Jengar and Dragapult, who were technically at a disadvantage. But Lance had no other option. He had to trust that Dragonite and Aerodactyl could handle it on their own. Because the battle between Dragonair, Charizard, and Deoxys was even more dire. Psychic. A blast of invisible psychic energy was hurled toward Dragonair. Dragonair, protect. Charizard, Fire Blast. A blue shield materialized in front of Dragonair. But within seconds, the barrier was riddled with cracks and shattered. Ruhar. Dragonair cried out, racked with pain as the psychic attack overwhelmed it. But it wasn't over. Deoxys's eyes glowed blue, using its telekinesis to hurl Dragonair directly into Charizard's Fire Blast. Seeing this, Charizard quickly shifted its aim to avoid harming its teammate, though it ended up getting entangled as Dragonair slammed into it. Neither Deoxys nor Luo Yan were inclined to grant their foes a moment's respite. Deoxys's body twisted, shifting into attack for me, with its 4 sharp appendages converging into a single point on its chest. A powerful beam of star-shaped energy shot toward Dragonair and Charizard. Swift. The starlit beam surged forward, detonating upon impact. Amid the flurry of explosions, the already injured Dragonair and Charizard collapsed, entirely spent. Lord Lance. The League trainers gasped at the sight, panic stirring among them. Rocket Grunts, who had been watching the League members closely, seized the opportunity to strike. The League forces began to fall back under pressure. The battlefield shifted again. The scales tipped fully in Team Rocket's favor. Seeing his fellow League trainers falter, Lorelei tangled up with the 3 beasts, and Aerodactyl struggling against Jengar's curses and relentless shadow balls, Lance felt a surge of tension. He shot one last glance at Deoxys, hovering ominously in the sky, looking back toward Dragonite. Lance gritted his teeth. Though he hated to admit it, he knew staying any longer would only increase the obstacles in his path to becoming champion. But they truly couldn't keep fighting. The Tech Hunter's legendary Pokémon was too powerful. If they continued, they faced total annihilation, and Lance couldn't bear the thought of becoming the first Elite Four member in Kanto to be captured by Team Rocket. Retreat. Everyone, fall back. Lance's command echoed across the battlefield. Lord Lance. Many of the League trainers couldn't believe the order to retreat had come from Lance. However, those who grasped the situation breathed a sigh of relief. Lorelei, too, relaxed at hearing Lance's command. In truth, she had been considering the same. Deoxys's psycho cut had left her with a lasting impression of fear. Even now, recalling the psychic blade grazing her face, her legs felt weak, and her mind clouded. With Lance giving the retreat order, she certainly had no objections. Everyone, retreat. Directing her Jinx and Lapras to fend off the three beasts' Pokémon, Lorelei organized cover for the League trainers as they withdrew. Lance recalled his heavily wounded Dragonair and Charizard, calling back Dragonite, his eyes remaining watchful of the Tech Hunter. He was relieved to see that the Tech Hunter showed no intention of pursuing them. Deoxys floated back to Luo Yan's side as Luo Yan merely observed Lance with a calm gaze. Lance took one last wary glance at Luo Yan, swallowing any last-minute bravado. Even a final threat didn't make it past his lips as he followed Lorelei, making a hasty retreat. Watching the League trainers swiftly retreat, Carr grew agitated and barked at Luo Yan, "Why aren't we chasing them?" The moment those words left his mouth, both Luo Yan and Deoxys turned icy stares on him. Luo Yan tilted his head, studying Carr. "Carr, are you teaching me how to do my job?" Chapter 85, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 85. "Carr, are you teaching me how to do my job?" Hearing Luo Yan's words and feeling the cold, piercing gaze of Deoxys, the very Pokémon that had dominated the battlefield just moments before, Carr couldn't help but shudder. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. It wasn't just the reprimand, what unnerved him even more was that he'd spoken out of self-interest. This entire Alliance raid on Team Rocket's Sevii Islands division had started with him. If he hadn't led Lorelei to the base on 5 Island, none of this would have happened, so he was responsible. But it was more than that. Giovanni was no stranger to setbacks, and could certainly tolerate a few failures. The real issue was that Carr's performance on the battlefield had been disastrous. His 2 critical errors had nearly doomed the entire Sevii Islands operation. Carr was certain that a severe reprimand awaited him from Giovanni. But just if Luo Yan could capture the League trainers on the Sevii Islands in one fell swoop, capturing Lorelei and Lance, then Team Rocket's overwhelming victory would overshadow Carr's mistakes. That was why he'd wanted to chase them. Now, with Deoxys's and Luo Yan's intense stares fixed on him, Carr quickly caved, nodding in silence. But Luo Yan knew Carr's character all too well. Just by looking at his face, Luo Yan could guess exactly what was running through his mind. "Carr, oh, Carr." Luo Yan sighed in exasperation. "Is this really the time for your petty scheming? You knew." Carr's eyes widened. "Come on, anyone could see what you were up to." ORM, who had been applying medicine to his injured shuckles. "Sorry, didn't mean you, ORM," Luo Yan apologized to him. Then, turning back to Carr, he continued, "Carr, do you even realize what would have happened if we'd chased them?" "No, I don't," Carr admitted, now completely under Luo Yan's lead. Luo Yan raised 2 fingers. "If we'd continued the chase, there would have been only 2 possible outcomes. 1, Lance and Lorelei would have fought back with all they had, escaped, and Team Rocket would be facing an even harsher retaliation from the League. 2, we'd capture Lance and Lorelei." Carr interjected excitedly, "If we capture Lance and Lorelei." Luo Yan rolled his eyes. He used to think Carr only seemed stupid because he was agitated whenever they argued. Now, he realized it might be his default state. But since he'd started, he might as well explain it thoroughly. With a sigh, Luo Yan continued. "It might sound simple, capture Lorelei and Lance, but have you considered the problem that poses? Can the League afford to let us capture 2 of its Elite Four, who represent the very face of the League? If you capture them, where would that leave the League's pride? If Team Rocket's unspoken agreement with the League were to shatter, we wouldn't just be facing the Kanto and Johto Leagues. And then..." Luo Yan left the sentence hanging, letting the implications sink in. Car's face paled with the realization, and nearby, Matori and Serd nodded in agreement. Even ORM seemed to ponder it deeply. Luo Yan's respect for Giovanni only grew. There were many powerful trainers and even those who could control legendary Pokémon. But to run an organization like Team Rocket across multiple regions without triggering a full-scale league crackdown, that took a rare kind of wisdom. It was Giovanni's years of work laying deep roots for Team Rocket that had made it possible. Today, Team Rocket's reach stretched across every sector in Kanto and Johto, not just the Underworld. In the open, Team Rocket had corporations involved in entertainment, real estate, pharmaceuticals, virtually every industry. This was why the League was unwilling to move against Team Rocket, even allowing members who were caught to be bailed out. It was an unspoken understanding between Team Rocket and the League. Even Lorelei, when targeting Team Rocket, had chosen a more isolated base in the Sevii Islands. Though vast, the Sevii Islands division was ultimately far less critical than Kanto and Johto. It could be rebuilt if destroyed. But if Giovanni knew how close Carr had come to shattering that balance, he would certainly be in deep trouble. So, what should I? After hearing Luo Yan's explanation, Carr was more anxious than ever. In his usual duties, he'd only handled combat and maybe some equipment development, never had he thought in such strategic terms. Now that Luo Yan had laid it all out, he realized the mess he was in. Desperate, he looked toward Luo Yan. Seeing his expression, Luo Yan waved a hand. All right, don't give me that look. Sure, we've had, well, a few disagreements. But I'm not going to go running to Giovanni about this. Besides, given that I captured Deoxys, I'll make sure to explain the 5-island incident to Giovanni on your behalf. Carr's eyes were filled with gratitude as he looked at Luo Yan. Without waiting for a response, Luo Yan turned to Serd and ORM. I'll leave the cleanup and the rest to you, he said, then walked with Matori toward the docked airship. Back aboard Team Rocket's airship, Luo Yan sat back on a couch, listening to the engines roar to life. Matori turned to him with a curious look. You're actually going to speak up for Carr? That's unusual for you. Question mark. Luo Yan pointed at himself. Am I really that petty in your eyes? Watching Matori nod without hesitation left Luo Yan speechless. There was no denying it, Matori knew him far too well. All right. I admit, there was a reason behind it. For one, with the heavy losses to the Sevii Islands division, Giovanni wouldn't punish a valuable asset like Carr, given our current circumstances. I'm just taking advantage of Giovanni's natural inclination to let Carr off lightly, doing him a small favor. Giovanni would certainly understand that the damage was done, and eliminating Carr now would serve no purpose. Keeping him in line, making him work harder to repay his mistake, was the best way to recover the losses. Matori considered it and found it aligned well with Giovanni's mindset. But she still seemed puzzled. But given your history with Carr, people have to adapt to changes, don't they? Sure, Carr's a bit of an idiot, but he's strong, and I need his support. Luo Yan patted the master ball at his waist, giving Matori a sly smile. Don't you think I now have the strength to form my own faction within Team Rocket? Matori's eyes lit up. Finally, she understood what Luo Yan was getting at. Chapter 86, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 86. Luo Yan's words left Matori deep in thought. It was true, with Deoxys under his command, Luo Yan was indeed qualified to establish his own faction. The larger an organization, the more intricate it becomes, and Team Rocket was no exception. The 3 executives, the 3 beasts, and the 4 generals, these all represented factions within the organization, though they all ultimately followed Giovanni without a clear leader among them. Even the fledgling Hoenn division Luo Yan had begun establishing counted as its own faction. Building on that, now that Luo Yan was hinting at forming his own faction, Matori couldn't help but consider the implications carefully. Just as she was deciding whether to ask him about it directly, the large screen at the center of the airship's hull displayed an incoming call, interrupting her thoughts. As they answered, Giovanni's image appeared on the screen. Matori, Luo Yan, how is the situation on the Sevii Islands? His expression was severe, clearly indicating that he was not pleased with how things had unfolded. Lorelei and Lance have been repelled, Luo Yan reported. Hearing this, Giovanni's expression relaxed slightly, but then his hand paused mid-stroke on his Persian's fur. Lance. Wasn't it just supposed to be Lorelei? How had Lance gotten involved as well? Under Giovanni's questioning gaze, Luo Yan glanced at Matori, who shook her head slightly. In the chaos, she hadn't had a chance to notify Giovanni about Lance joining Lorelei's forces on the Sevii Islands. Well then. With a resigned sigh, Luo Yan recounted the events for Giovanni. After listening, Giovanni's face remained expressionless, but beneath the surface, he was shaken. Although he was the one who had originally tasked Luo Yan with investigating the unknown Pokémon, he had never anticipated that Luo Yan would actually be able to capture it and put it to such effective use. After a moment, Giovanni lifted his gaze, giving Luo Yan a rare nod. Well done. What more could he say? Luo Yan's performance had been flawless, not only successfully repelling Lance but also demonstrating a clear grasp of Giovanni's strategic vision. As for Deoxys, Giovanni had no real complaints. He knew he'd contributed only minimal information in this endeavor. Capturing and gaining Deoxys's loyalty was all Luo Yan's doing. Had it been anyone else, they'd likely have ended up severely injured. Carr was a prime example of that. Besides, Giovanni wasn't the type to covet his subordinate's Pokémon. Though he felt a slight twinge of jealousy, well, just a very slight twinge. As Giovanni fell silent, Matori stole a glance at Luo Yan and decided to give him an assist. Boss Giovanni, what about Carr? His mistakes nearly cost us the entire Sevii Islands division. How should we handle that? Carr. With Matori's prompt, Giovanni remembered the true instigator behind this whole mess. Typically, Giovanni would respond to a failure like this by giving Carr a harsh talking to, then assigning him a grueling task to extract any remaining value from him. But now, knowing that his own subordinate had a legendary Pokémon while he did not, left Giovanni in a less forgiving mood. After a moment of consideration, Giovanni waved his hand. We're currently expanding our operations into the Orange Islands. Demote Carr by half a rank, and once the Sevii Islands matter is resolved, send him there. A demotion, even by just half a rank, was no light punishment for a high-ranking Team Rocket officer. Luo Yan recognized that Matori had set this up as a chance for him to speak up, and it was his turn to make his move. Clearing his throat, he coughed twice for effect. Boss Giovanni, I don't think the blame lies with Carr. Deoxys was just too powerful. It was an honest mistake. Don't you think a half-rank demotion is a bit harsh? Giovanni raised an eyebrow in surprise. Luo Yan, who usually didn't get along with Carr, was actually speaking on his behalf. Curious, Giovanni studied Luo Yan's expression, but finding nothing revealing, he dropped the matter. Instead, he mulled over Luo Yan's words. The punishment for Carr had been an offhand decision, after all. And with Luo Yan now holding a major achievement and a legendary Pokémon, this was an opportune moment for Giovanni to bring Luo Yan closer to his side. So, he decided. Very well, just transfer him to the Orange Islands to assist with establishing the new division. Additionally, after the Sevii Islands incident, Lance is likely to retaliate. Matori, return to Kanto and oversee our operations from there. Without waiting for her response, Giovanni abruptly cut the call. As the screen went black, Luo Yan chuckled. Giovanni sure is single-mindedly focused on the Mutuo project. He was neglecting the organization's affairs, prioritizing the Mutuo project above all else, something very unlike his usual methodical approach. Typically, Giovanni would never let the organization's activities go unattended, no matter how busy he was. But now, he was entrusting everything to Matori. It was as if Giovanni hadn't realized he was treading on dangerous ground himself. Matori rolled her eyes at him. Thanks to you, stirring things up. You have a legendary Pokémon now, of course, it's easy for you to say. From her experience with Giovanni, she knew that he would feel a lot of pressure seeing a subordinate holding a legendary Pokémon while he did not. Of course, it was only natural that he'd want to hasten Mutuo's creation. Luo Yan called Carr to inform him that he wouldn't be demoted, just reassigned to the Orange Islands, and received a flood of gratitude in response. I suddenly feel like I've tricked an idiot, Luo Yan muttered after hanging up, glancing at Matori. Matori. Luo Yan smirked. Alright, jokes aside, let's go pick up Sabrina, and then head back to Kanto. Lance and Lorelei led the League forces in a rapid retreat from the battlefield. The group didn't stop until they reached their main base on 4 Island. In the safety of the base's conference room, a heavy silence settled over the League trainers. No one spoke. What had seemed like an impending victory had turned into a crushing defeat, a fact that was hard for everyone to accept. At last, it was Lorelei, the most level-headed, who broke the silence. "Lance, what's the plan from here?" The Alliance would undoubtedly demand an explanation for the failed operation. "I'll handle it," Lance replied, bracing himself. "Though we failed, the mission isn't over. We still need to ensure Team Rocket doesn't exploit this to expand their control over the Sevii Islands." That was the resolve he'd come to the moment he had ordered the retreat. As for the tech hunter, he's not an immediate threat. According to League intel, he's primarily interested in mega stones and valuable technology. This joint effort with Team Rocket seems to have been a one-off, so we don't need to be overly concerned. For now, we don't need to clash head-on with Team Rocket. Let's focus on our duty and ensure they don't get the upper hand. Understood. "Yes, Lord Lance," came the collective response. Had Luo Yan been present, he'd have marveled at Lance's ability to inspire. In just a few words, he'd rekindled the spirits of the demoralized League trainers in the room. Chapter 87, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 87. Though Lance managed to reignite the League trainers' morale, some things simply couldn't be fixed with spirit alone. The Sevii Islands incident had far-reaching repercussions. The first to feel the impact was the Kanto League. Since the anti-rocket operation had initially progressed smoothly, the League hadn't held back on publicizing the mission. They'd even promoted it in official settings, branding it as a significant breakthrough for the Kanto League against Team Rocket, hoping it would aid Lance's push toward champion. But now, everyone knew the truth. Lance and Lorelei, even together, had been driven back. The whole Kanto League's reputation had taken a major hit. Rumor had it that they were now planning a second offensive against Team Rocket to salvage their pride. Meanwhile, word of the Tech Hunter's capture of a legendary Pokemon known as Deoxys had spread through the Kanto League and beyond, reaching the ears of other regions as well. Given the nature of legendary Pokemon, this news caught the attention of many, particularly the Hoenn League. If the Tech Hunter had any history with a league, it was definitely Hoenn. Their conflicts alone could fill a novel. So, even though he was now more active in Kanto, Hoenn remained on alert, as no one could guarantee he wouldn't return. To preemptively counter the Tech Hunter's possible return to Hoenn, the League had invested heavily in bolstering its police forces, thanks to financial support from Devon Corporation and other tech companies. And, as it turned out, this was an excellent move. Though the Tech Hunter hadn't reappeared, Hoenn's criminal teams, Team Magma and Team Aqua, were running into trouble. Multiple operations of theirs were foiled by the League, forcing both teams to halt their plans to awaken Kyogre and Groudon and lie low. Now, Team Magma and Team Aqua were grinding their teeth at the mere thought of the Tech Hunter. Meanwhile, Hoenn's public safety had improved significantly, which was certainly an unexpected bonus for the Hoenn League. Of course, what other people thought of him was none of Luo Yan's concern for now. At this moment, he was on an airship headed back to mainland Kanto, back in the role of the promising young trainer he appeared to be. Fuchsia City. As they walked along the street, Luo Yan glanced at Sabrina beside him. "Aren't you going back to the gym?" he asked. To his surprise, after they'd returned to Kanto, Sabrina hadn't returned to Saffron City. Instead, she'd announced she'd be traveling with him for a while. "I left the gym in my father's care." "There's nothing urgent," she replied, a hint of defiance in her tone. Luo Yan had no objections. Having Sabrina around wasn't a bad thing. "All right, then, I have a little gift for you." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small box. Sabrina looked at him curiously, then opened it. "This is perfume." Inside the box lay a bottle of perfume. She uncapped it, her delicate nose twitching as a refreshing, delicate fragrance wafted out, her eyes lighting up with interest. Luo Yan smiled. "This is a new release from Celadon Perfumes, not yet available to the public. Do you like it?" "It's lovely," Sabrina said, but then she frowned slightly. "How did you get an unreleased bottle? And why does it look smaller than usual?" She held up the bottle, inspecting it carefully. As a frequent customer of Celadon Perfumes, she noticed right away that the bottle was smaller than what they typically sold. Caught off guard, Luo Yan mentally cursed her keen instincts. He hadn't expected her to notice he divided a single bottle into 3 parts. "It's a sample," he improvised smoothly. "Erica gave it to me as a prize. After all, I'm a VIP member of Celadon Perfumes. As for the smaller size, it's just a trial bottle, so it's a bit smaller," he explained. "Is that so?" Sabrina looked at him doubtfully but didn't press the issue. She carefully stowed the perfume away in her bag. "So, where are we headed next?" Sabrina's mood was noticeably brightened by the gift. "Well, since we're in Fuchsia City, I'll definitely challenge Koga at the Fuchsia gym. But first, let's visit the Safari Zone." The Safari Zone was located in the northwestern outskirts of Fuchsia City. The League's original intention in establishing the Safari Zone was to protect wild Pokémon whose habitats had been encroached upon by human activity. It was a good idea in theory. However, after a large number of Pokémon were relocated to the zone, the League soon discovered that many Pokémon adapted far better than expected. Most Pokémon in the Safari Zone were herbivorous species. Without any natural predators, they reproduced at an alarming rate, nearly exceeding the Safari Zone's capacity. Yet, since the reserve had already been built, the League couldn't simply dismantle it. To address this, they passed the Safari Zone Act. Under the Act, trainers could obtain a permit to receive 30 Safari Balls and enter the zone to catch Pokémon. This policy allowed the League to protect wild Pokémon, control their numbers within the Safari Zone, and help ordinary trainers acquire promising Pokémon. A win-win-win situation. Following the map, Luo Yan and Sabrina arrived at the ranger's cabin near the entrance. As they opened the door, Luo Yan immediately recognized a familiar figure. Gary. Gary stood with his back to them, his arms full of Safari Balls, looking somewhat comical in his clumsiness. Hearing someone call his name, Gary turned around instinctively, and in doing so, he lost his grip on the Safari Balls, which scattered across the floor. Luo Yan sighed and rubbed his temples. After helping Gary gather the Safari Balls, he looked at him and asked, "What are you doing here?" Gary rolled his eyes. "Obviously, I'm here to catch some Pokémon. What else? What, did they think he came to the Safari Zone just to sightsee? He wasn't that bored. By the way, this is..." Gary's gaze shifted to Sabrina. There was something familiar about her, but he couldn't quite place it. "Hello, I'm Sabrina, the Saffron Gym leader." Sabrina introduced herself politely. Upon hearing her name, realization dawned on Gary's face. He remembered now, he'd seen her photo in the League's gym leader guide. He'd actually visited the Saffron Gym not too long ago and had been surprised to find an interim leader in charge of the battles. Now he understood the reason, the actual leader was here with Luo Yan. But a new question arose, why was Sabrina with him? As he pondered, Luo Yan spoke up. "Sabrina's my girlfriend," he said with a smirk. "Girlfriend?" Gary froze, his face a mix of confusion and skepticism. Had he remembered wrong? Wasn't there another girl Luo Yan had introduced as his girlfriend last time? He opened his mouth to ask but stopped when he caught Luo Yan's friendly yet subtly menacing look. Gulp. Gary swallowed hard. A sudden instinct told him that if he asked, he'd regret it. So, he wisely chose to stay silent, pretending he'd seen and heard nothing. Chapter 88, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 88. Sensing trouble, Gary wisely chose to keep quiet. Still, he couldn't help but feel shocked at the idea that Luo Yan somehow had 2 gym leader girlfriends. Compared to Luo Yan, what did he have? Just a larger number of girlfriends, that's all. Sabrina sensed the slight tension in the air but didn't think much of it. Not wanting things to get more awkward, Luo Yan quickly changed the subject, glancing around as he asked, "By the way, where are your girlfriends, Gary?" He knew that Gary was usually followed by his entourage of admirers wherever he went, yet today they were nowhere to be seen. "I came here to catch Pokémon, so I left them behind," Gary replied, loading his Safari Balls into a basket. Normally, if he were out catching Pokémon, he'd bring his girlfriends along for support. But ever since his defeat by Luo Yan at Lampridge, Gary had resolved to go all out, to truly surpass him. If he was going to go all out, then obviously, distractions had to be minimized. When Luo Yan heard Gary's answer, he thought it over and realized it made sense. He hadn't even seen Gary's iconic red convertible outside, it seemed he was genuinely focused on the hunt today. "So, you're here to catch Pokemon too?" Gary asked in surprise. In his mind, Yuan had always been laser-focused on training his existing team, seemingly disinterested in capturing new Pokemon. Even in video calls with his grandfather, he'd heard that Yuan hadn't sent any new Pokemon over, not even as many as Ash. Of course. Yuan accepted the 60 Safari Balls from Ranger Caesar, dividing them between himself and Sabrina. He did have plans to expand his roster today. "In that case, why don't we have a little competition?" Gary suggested, eyes gleaming with excitement. "What kind of competition?" "Let's see who can catch the strongest Pokemon. Tonight, let's meet back here, each pick one of the Pokemon we've caught today, and have a battle to see who's stronger." After several rounds of defeat, Gary had concluded that, aside from his lack of experience in their first match, his other losses could be chalked up to Yuan's overly powerful Pokemon. If he wanted to win, he'd need to try a different approach. This was the perfect opportunity. Pokemon in the Safari Zone were generally of similar strength, and with each trainer limited to one choice, the outcome would rely heavily on skill and strategy. Sounds interesting. I'm in. It was another chance to crush Gary, and with him practically handing himself over, how could Yuan refuse? As for Gary's plan, Yuan could see through it easily. But where had Gary gotten the confidence to think he could outmaneuver him? "All right, I'm heading off." Without waiting, Gary spun on his heel and bolted toward the forest, racing against the clock. Was there really a need to be so hasty? Didn't he know that rushing doesn't yield the best results? Yuan shook his head, then turned to Sabrina. "Let's get going too." Before arriving, he'd managed to get his hands on a map of the Safari Zone from Team Rocket's database, making him thoroughly familiar with the Pokemon distribution here. This was far from a fair competition from the start. The Safari Zone was vast, covering an area almost half the size of Saffron City. To accommodate different Pokemon's habitats, the zone included plains, forests, rivers, lakes, a diverse range of environments. Yuan and Sabrina were now standing by a lake, watching a group of slowpoke napping along the shore. Known for their tails, which were considered a delicacy when prepared properly, slowpoke were famously rare and sought after by top chefs. Who knows who started the rumor, but it was said that every great chef owned a slowpoke. Because of this myth, slowpoke had become incredibly rare. Apart from the Safari Zone, only Slowpoke well offered a comparable gathering of them. "We're really going to catch a Slowpoke?" Sabrina asked, eyeing them with slight hesitation. While she did have a Slowbro Mega Stone, she couldn't see herself catching one. She simply felt that Slowpoke didn't match her aura. Just then, one of the Slowpoke fishing by the lake got a bite from a Magikarp on its tail. Its first reaction wasn't to pull its tail up immediately, instead, it froze for several seconds before it began to move. By that time, the Magikarp had already vanished. The Slowpoke looked back at its tail in confusion, its face an expression of pure bewilderment. "Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. They're slow," Yuan admitted. "Thank goodness they were herbivores. If they were hunters, they'd have gone extinct by now." "Still, Sabrina, trust me. When Slowpoke evolve into Slowbro, they're surprisingly strong." Sabrina considered it but shook her head. "I'd rather catch a Galarian Ponyta, Espion, or maybe a Gardevoir." With her Alakazam already on her team, and given her own abilities, she already had all the power she needed. Now, she was more concerned with whether her Pokemon matched her aesthetic. All right, fair enough. Since Sabrina wasn't interested in Slowpoke, he'd take care of it himself. Yuan scanned the group, focusing his psychic senses on finding the Slowpoke with the strongest psychic energy signature. With a mental push, he sent a Safari Ball flying precisely toward his target. Thud. The Safari Ball bonked the Slowpoke right on the head, leaving it looking dazed, a giant question mark practically visible over its head. Question mark. The Slowpoke's face twisted into an expression of utter confusion. Even as the Safari Ball absorbed it, Slowpoke still hadn't quite grasped what was happening. The other Slowpoke barely reacted, they glanced over, then went right back to their nap. Watching this display, Yuan couldn't help but second-guess his choice. Slowpoke didn't exactly look like they'd be bringing much to a fight. Even his Porygon, before he'd properly trained it, had shown more potential. It was clear that with a reaction time like this, Slowpoke wouldn't be useful in battle until it at least evolved into Slowbro. But since he'd already caught it, releasing it would be wasteful and out of character for him. All he could do was hope it would evolve soon. Sabrina stifled a giggle beside him, only stopping when she caught him looking. Luo Yan, where to next? Luo Yan pulled out the map, scanned it, and circled a spot. Here, let's head this way. Chapter 89, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 89. Show. Look, I think I've found something. A lone, injured Eevee had appeared nearby. Moving quietly to avoid alarming it, Luo Yan crept closer. Then, with a swift motion, he reached out and caught it. Eevee. In a small, startled cry, the brown-furred Eevee found itself lifted by the scruff, suspended in Luo Yan's grasp. Its tiny paws flailed, but it couldn't escape his grip. Well, what do you think? Luo Yan asked Sabrina. Sabrina rolled her eyes, unable to comprehend Luo Yan's strange amusement. Surely he could have just used a pokeball. But Luo Yan only chuckled, enjoying the simple fun of it. Turning his attention back to the trembling Eevee, he released a warm green energy from his hand, running it over the injury on Eevee's leg. Eevee felt a light tingling sensation as it watched its wound miraculously heal, quickly forgetting to struggle. When he set it down, the Eevee didn't run but instead looked up at him with wide eyes. Realizing he meant no harm, it cautiously nudged him with its head in thanks. Then, just as it did so, a low rumble came from Eevee's stomach. Eevee. Its ears drooped with embarrassment. Here you go. Luo Yan handed it an energy cube. Eevee's eyes lit up as it took a tentative nibble, quickly breaking into a smile and finishing the treat in a flash. Eevee. It licked his palm eagerly, savoring every last taste. Luo Yan patted the Eevee's fluffy head. How would you like to come with me? Using his powers, he conveyed his thoughts to the Eevee. Eevee. After a moment's hesitation, it gave a small shake of its head, darting off into the nearby bushes. Watching it disappear, Sabrina chuckled. Looks like you failed, Luo Yan. I wouldn't say that. He smirked and cast a glance at the bushes. Not long after, there was a rustling sound, and the same Eevee re-emerged, with another Eevee at its side. Aside from the heart-shaped pattern on its tail, the new Eevee looked nearly identical. Eevee. Eevee. The two Eevee ran up and started rubbing against Luo Yan's legs. Is that even possible? In all her years as a trainer, Sabrina had never seen a Pokémon bring along a friend to be captured. What can I say? I'm just too popular, Luo Yan shrugged, handing each Eevee another energy cube. In truth, the Eevee had shared that they'd been on the run from an Arbok. The first Eevee had been injured in an attack, and the forest was no longer safe for them. So it had returned with its friend, hoping Luo Yan would take them both in. After they finished eating, Luo Yan knelt down, speaking softly to the heart-tailed Eevee with his powers. It glanced up at him, then at its friend, and finally nodded. Taking a small hop, it landed in Sabrina's arms. Sabrina instinctively caught the Eevee, blinking as she registered the weight in her hands. She looked to Luo Yan, who smiled. I told it that I couldn't take care of both, but that it could stay with the pretty lady nearby, he explained. Whether from receiving an Eevee or hearing Luo Yan call her pretty, Sabrina's cheeks turned slightly pink. Besides, don't you think we look like a couple now? With a grin, Luo Yan placed the other Eevee on his shoulder. Sabrina followed suit, settling her Eevee on her shoulder as well. Side by side, the two looked remarkably in sync. Luo Yan pulled out his phone and selfie stick. Let's take a picture. Snap. Boom. As the camera clicked, an explosive sound echoed from somewhere in the distance. Startled by the noise, the Eevees trembled, their tiny paws slipping. Clearly unused to being on a person's shoulder, they would have fallen if Luo Yan and Sabrina hadn't caught them with psychic energy. What was that? Sabrina frowned in the direction of the sound, feeling annoyed that her rare moment with Luo Yan was interrupted. Do we have any Team Rocket operations in the Safari Zone lately? Judging from the sound, it seemed like an explosion, a real one, not just a Pokémon attack. That raised questions. Not that I know of, Luo Yan replied. Matori had personally accompanied him to Fuchsia City, so if Team Rocket had any operations here, she would have briefed him. Either way, let's go check it out. Whoever it is, they're causing trouble on our territory. He was curious, who would dare to stir things up on Team Rocket's turf? Pokemon hunters had been an illegal profession for as long as Pokemon trainers had existed. The history of Pokemon hunters could be traced all the way back to the League's founding. Pokemon hunters worked for the wealthy, helping them capture rare Pokemon. Today, with the League actively promoting the profession, the trainer community had grown tremendously. Where there were people, there was demand, and that demand drove change. As it stood, elite hunters like Hunter J still worked exclusively for the rich, but more and more hunters had expanded their business to include the general public. Capturing wild Pokemon in bulk and selling them to young trainers who couldn't afford their own Pokemon had become a profitable trade for lower-tier Pokemon hunters. Luo Yan and Sabrina lay hidden on a cliff overlooking a group of hunters below, who were herding a cluster of Kangaskhan into a trap. Seriously? Has Team Rocket's reputation dropped this low? Luo Yan muttered in irritation. These small-time thugs actually think they can hunt on our turf. After all, they'd recently captured Akabe, an executive of Team Flare. She'd come to Kanto fully aware of how dangerous Team Rocket was and had planned to proceed with caution. Now these hunters were brazenly poaching in the Safari Zone. Clearly, they'd never experienced Team Rocket's wrath. Sabrina, being one of the 3 Kanto executives, had a better understanding of Team Rocket's operations here. This happens every year, she explained. Even though Team Rocket's network covers Kanto, we can't be everywhere at once. These hunters usually work quietly, but now they're using explosives. She frowned slightly. Did the Sevii Islands incident not intimidate them? By now, everyone in Kanto knew that Team Rocket had repelled Lorelei and Lance with the help of the tech hunter. Yet these poachers didn't seem the least bit afraid. Maybe they think it was a one-off, Luo Yan speculated. The tech hunter and Team Rocket may seem like they're cooperating, but Team Rocket stirred up a lot of trouble on the Sevii Islands. They probably assume we're too preoccupied to deal with them. Hey! Weapon Masters made it to Scribble Hub. Profiles Wise TL. It's there if you're looking for it. If you notice anything that feels off, just let me know, I don't mind fixing things up. Oh, and don't forget to sit up, grab some water, and take it easy while you're here. No rush, right? If you're into this, consider checking out patreon.com/wisetl right bracket. Your support helps me keep going, and I'm grateful for every bit of it. Chapter 90, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 90. Whatever these Pokemon hunters had in mind, they were clearly underestimating Team Rocket. By poaching on Team Rocket's turf in Kanto, they were essentially throwing down the gauntlet. If they managed to get away unscathed, it would be a slap in the face to Team Rocket. As executives, both Luo Yan and Sabrina had a duty to remind them who really ruled Kanto. How should we approach this? Sabrina asked. No need for disguises, Luo Yan replied. With you here, I won't even need to use my main team. Afterward, we'll call Matori to handle the cleanup. With only about a dozen hunters below, there was no need to overdo it. Luo Yan reached for Gyarados' Pokeball, intending to unleash it and have it blast the hunter's Pokemon with a hyper beam. But just as he was about to act, a voice suddenly rang out below. Arcanine, Flamethrower. A jet of flame shot toward the hunters, directed at the men in charge. Hearing the familiar voice, Luo Yan looked over and, as expected, saw Gary commanding his Arcanine in an attack against the poachers. Gary. Luo Yan hadn't expected him to arrive so quickly, let alone immediately engage the hunters. The hunters reacted just as fast. Seeing the approaching flames, they quickly issued a command to counter. Ursaring, protect. Whoosh. A strong gust swept through as a hulking, fierce-looking Ursaring stepped forward. Raising its arm, a blue protective shield appeared, blocking Arcanine's flames. Where'd this little brat come from? Did nobody teach you to mind your own business? The hunter sneered, but his eyes quickly turned from anger to greed when he noticed Gary's Arcanine. In the black market, an Arcanine could fetch a hefty price. Forget the Kangaskhan. Get that Arcanine. The Kangaskhan could wait, taking out that Arcanine was now the priority. With a swipe of its paw, Ursaring extinguished the leftover flames and charged toward Gary's Arcanine. Arcanine, use agility. A row. Arcanine dashed forward, its speed leaving Ursaring swipes hitting only air. A small grin appeared on Gary's face. Ursaring was far too slow to catch up with Arcanine. But just as he was about to counterattack, a sudden glint flashed through the air. Arcanine let out a pained cry as one of its front legs buckled, sending it tumbling across the ground. Arcanine. Gary was caught off guard, unable to figure out what had happened. From his vantage point above, however, Luo Yen could see everything clearly. One of the hunter's Arbok had launched a poison sting, hitting Arcanine's front paw. At the same time, Ursaring, along with a Mytiana and a Crawdaunt, charged at Gary, who barely managed to call out Executor and Wartortle in response. Mytiana's relentless attacks had Executor backing up frantically, its usual dopey expression now replaced by one of panic. Wartortle was faring no better, retreating into its shell as it was sent rolling across the ground by Ursaring's powerful strike. Facing an overwhelming disadvantage, Gary was struggling. Just as he was beginning to regret his impulsiveness and was considering calling for help, a familiar voice rang out, as if it were a lifeline. Gyarados, Hyper Beam. A blinding beam of white light burst across the field. Boom. A massive explosion sounded, followed by a powerful shockwave. A Nidoking that had been charging toward the poisoned Arcanine was blown off its feet by the blast. Luo Yen. Gary turned and, seeing Gyarados, felt a surge of relief and excitement. Unbelievable. The hunters grumbled as they realized another trainer had arrived. Right when they were about to take down the kid, now he had backup. Their leader, Ruji, clenched his fists in frustration. Everyone, take out that Gyarados. Yes, boss. The hunters regrouped and commanded their Pokémon to swarm Gyarados. Their disorganized assault only highlighted their lack of coordination. Team Rocket and League trainers, even when outnumbered, usually formed tactical groups to support one another. This ragtag crew of hunters had no such order. Luo Yen released Charmeleon and Dragonair. Charmeleon, use Fire Blast. Dragonair, Dragon Pulse. The combination of Fire Blast and Dragon Pulse erupted, throwing the charging Pokémon into disarray. Without discipline, they trampled over one another, turning the field into chaos. Their leader, Ruji, seemed more thrilled than upset as he caught sight of Dragonair. Ha! I'd heard rumors about Dratini being in the Safari Zone. Catching a Dragonair would be just as good, he yelled. He signaled for his Ursaring to launch an attack. Ursaring, Hyper Beam. Bring that Dragonair down. With a fierce roar, Ursaring unleashed a Hyper Beam toward Dragonair. Dragonair, use agility. Dragonair deftly maneuvered, slipping through the air to dodge Ursaring's attack. Meanwhile, Gyarados and Charmeleon targeted the hunters' vehicles. Each fire blast from Charmeleon sent a vehicle up in flames, causing the hunters' eyes to blaze with fury. That was their money going up in smoke. Sensing their frustration boiling over, Luo Yen knew it was time. He exchanged a glance with Sabrina. Catching his cue, Sabrina's eyes glinted as she focused, psychic energy shimmering around her. Before the hunters could react, all of their Pokeballs detached from their belts, floating upward in Sabrina's psychic grasp. What the hell, my Pokeballs? It's a psychic attack. That woman, she's Sabrina, the Saffron City gym leader. One of the hunters finally recognized her. In an instant, their anger gave way to terror, as if they'd just been doused with ice water. Before coming to Kanto, they'd done their homework on its most dangerous figures, and Sabrina's name was high on that list. The rumors of her turning intruders into dolls weren't just urban legends, they were testimonies from those who'd once dared to challenge her gym and had lived to tell the tale. Now, seeing Sabrina, with all of their Pokeballs held in her grasp, the hunters felt their courage evaporate. Their first instinct was to run. But where do you think you're going? Freed from the pressure of their leader, Gary stepped forward, releasing all of his Pokémon to block the hunter's escape path. Chapter 91, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 91. Seeing the panicked Pokémon hunters scrambling away, Luo Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Although he'd anticipated that the strategy he and Sabrina had devised, using her psychic powers to snatch away the Pokeballs from the hunters, would demoralize them, he hadn't expected Sabrina's mere reputation to send them fleeing without even attempting to reclaim their Pokémon. They didn't even struggle. They just took off running. Sabrina, are you really that scary? Signaling Gyarados and Charmeleon to assist Dragonair, Luo Yuan turned to Sabrina with a playful smirk. Sabrina didn't respond verbally but instead gave him a smile he knew all too well, one that radiated danger. I was wrong. Quick to catch the hint, Luo Yuan raised his hands in surrender. On the opposite side, Pokemon hunter Ruji felt a surge of fury as he watched Luo Yuan and Sabrina banter so casually. He was a known figure in the underworld, and here he was being completely ignored. Turning to his remaining lackeys, he bellowed, "Get back here, you idiots. No one leaves until we've defeated them." With that, Ruji directed his Pokemon to launch an all-out attack on Luo Yuan. Ursaring, use belly drum. Ursaring slammed its paws into its belly rhythmically, creating a strange, pulsing sound. And then, its aura skyrocketed. Luo Yuan's sharp eyes noted the change immediately. Belly drum was a technique that sacrificed the user's stamina to sharply boost its attack power. Feeling the intense aura radiating from Ursaring, Luo Yuan's expression grew serious. In that case, it'd be best to avoid dragging this out to give Charmeleon more experience. With this decision, Luo Yuan called out, "Gyarados, Hydro Pump." Gyarados leaned back, opened its jaws, and fired a powerful jet of water. Ruji sneered, "Witness my Ursaring's power." Ursaring, use Slash. Roar. Ursaring let out a mighty growl, raising its arm to meet the incoming Hydro Pump head-on. Boom. Ursaring's paw cleaved through the torrent, splitting the water into two streams as it deflected the attack. Gary, who had already taken down several hunters nearby, couldn't help but stare in shock. Ursaring actually split the Hydro Pump with a slash. If his Wartortle had been hit by that, it might have been game over. Luo Yuan's eyebrows arched at the sight, only mildly surprised. Gyarados, keep up the Hydro Pump. Dragonair, ignore my Tyana and focus on Ursaring, use Dragon Breath. Roar. Dragonair twisted its body midair, turned around, and unleashed a breath of purple mist at Ursaring. Gyarados fired another blast of Hydro Pump. Double trouble, fair and square. Ursaring tried to dodge the Hydro Pump while swiping at the Dragon Breath to dispel it. However, there was no way that was going to work. The Hydro Pump took most of Ursaring's attention, making it impossible to fend off Dragon Breath entirely. Caught in the blast, Ursaring's body began to seize up. Dragon Breath could paralyze its target, and Ursaring was now trapped in a state of paralysis. Ursaring. Muster your stamina. Seeing his trump card in danger, Ruji shouted. At his call, Ursaring's fighting spirit flared. With a furious roar, its aura intensified once more. Unlike in the games, Belly Drum in reality couldn't instantly max out attack power, but Ursaring's Guts ability gave it another boost when under a status condition. Ignoring the paralysis, Ursaring grabbed a large rock nearby and hurled it at Dragonair. Rock Tomb. As the rock hurtled toward Dragonair, Luo Yuan quickly commanded, "Dragonair, use Reflect and dodge." Ursaring's attack was too powerful to block directly. The decision proved wise. Whoosh. The rock whizzed past, smashing through Dragonair's hastily erected reflect barrier, barely missing Dragonair as it flew several hundred meters and crashed heavily into the ground. A belly drum-powered Ursaring with guts was truly terrifying. But Luo Yuan, already fully immersed in battle, didn't miss a beat. Seizing the opportunity, he shouted, "Now, Charmeleon, use Fire Blast." Roar. Charmeleon threw back its head, a crimson glow building in its belly before it unleashed a fiery blast at Ursaring. Ursaring tried to brace for impact, but Gyarados' Hydro Pump was already primed and waiting. The massive fire symbol burst in the air, slamming into Ursaring. Boom. The fire blast exploded against Ursaring's chest, sending it flying backward. After the strain from Belly Drum, the hit from Dragonair's Dragon Breath, Ursaring couldn't hold on any longer. Ursaring had fainted. Charmeleon, who had been trained by Luo Yuan as a living artillery, let out a triumphant roar to the sky. Meanwhile, Mytyana and Crawdaunt had also fallen, unable to withstand even 2 rounds against Dragonair and Gyarados. Ruji was left with no Pokemon capable of fighting. Sabrina knocked him out cold with a single telekinetic strike. Seeing their boss defeated, the remaining hunters glanced at Sabrina with terror, exchanged a look, and quickly surrendered without further resistance. Gary collected their Pokeballs and used ropes to tie up the hunters. What's next? Gary asked. Sabrina's already contacted the League. They'll send a team shortly. As he spoke, Luo Yuan kicked a hunter who was trying to make a sneaky move. Gary sighed, I'd be done for if you hadn't shown up when you did. Well, actually, I'd been there for a while and was about to step in. Luo Yuan chuckled, but then you jumped out, so I figured I'd let you have your moment. Gary. Give me my gratitude back. Not wanting to linger on that topic, Gary changed the subject abruptly. How many Pokemon have you caught, anyway? 2. Luo Yuan released Eevee and Slowpoke. As soon as Eevee appeared, it jumped into Luo Yuan's arms, snuggling up and nudging him with its head. Slowpoke, meanwhile, turned its head to stare blankly at Luo Yuan, greeted him with a slow. Then returned to gazing off into space. One lively and mischievous, the other adorably dopey, complete opposites in personality. Eevee. Slowpoke. Seeing Luo Yuan's new Pokemon, Gary's face first lit up with excitement, then showed some doubt. He was excited because he thought he might have a chance to beat Luo Yuan in their next match. Confused, though, because while Eevee and Slowpoke were rare, one was often kept as a pet, and the other was sometimes used as food. Neither was exactly battle material. Gary couldn't understand why Luo Yuan would capture them. Until he noticed the other Eevee cradled in Sabrina's arms. So it was a pair Pokemon, after all. Alright then. Chapter 92, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 92. Although he wasn't single anymore, Gary still felt as if he'd taken 1,000 emotional hits. He swore to himself that next time he saw Luo Yuan, he'd be sure to bring his own girlfriends along. Luo Yuan, noticing Gary's expression, gave a small smile. No point in being envious. Given Gary's number of girlfriends, even evolving Eevee wouldn't cover his bases for couple Pokemon, unless he went to Galar and caught an Alchemy. At that moment, the roar of an engine grew louder as a vehicle approached. Ranger Caesar stepped out, looking down at the bound Pokemon hunters on the ground, an expression of guilt crossing his face. As a ranger, it was his responsibility to patrol the area, and the fact that so many Pokemon hunters had infiltrated the reserve without him noticing was a clear failure on his part. Fortunately, Luo Yuan and Gary had stepped in, otherwise. After thanking them both, Caesar was about to give the Pokemon hunters a stern talking to when two men dressed as League officers approached from behind him. They addressed Sabrina. Gym Leader Sabrina. Thank you for your bravery. Leave them with us, we'll escort them to the station. I'm not the one you should be thanking, Sabrina replied, nodding toward Luo Yuan. The two League officers followed Sabrina's gaze to Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan took a moment to scrutinize them. The two League officers had an air about them, one that seemed unmistakably familiar, almost as if they were Team Rocket operatives in disguise. It was clear they were allies. Earlier, he'd asked Sabrina to contact Matori, and it looked like these two were the people she'd sent. However, even knowing they were on his side, Luo Yuan kept his tone formal, wearing a look of righteous indignation as he said. Cracking down on crime is the duty of every young trainer in our society. Please ensure these Pokemon hunters are punished severely. If you're going to act, commit fully. Luo Yuan's performance left the undercover Team Rocket officers momentarily stunned. Gary, standing nearby, was practically pumped with patriotic pride. Even Caesar couldn't help but feel moved, lamenting that, in these days of declining morals, there was still a trainer like Luo Yuan with such noble character. Watching the scene unfold, Sabrina finally understood why Giovanni had chosen Luo Yuan for this undercover role. His talent for blending in was truly something to behold. After loading the Pokemon hunters onto the truck and watching it drive away, Caesar turned to Gary and Luo Yuan. I'll handle calming down the Kangaskhan. You two keep searching for Pokemon. Gary also bid them farewell, leaving for a different reason entirely. It wasn't just that he didn't want to play third wheel here. With plenty of daylight left, he figured he shouldn't slack off and decided to hunt for even stronger Pokemon. What should we do? Sabrina asked as she followed Luo Yuan to a quiet spot by the river, where she offered Eevee an energy cube. Let me check on Slowpoke first. Luo Yuan handed his own Eevee an energy cube, letting it entertain itself while he focused on Slowpoke, who was staring off into space nearby. Luo Yuan was certain his telepathic sense hadn't been wrong earlier. This slowpoke possessed far stronger psychic energy than others of its kind. Yet, it behaved so sluggishly. Something wasn't adding up. So, Luo Yuan tried using his telepathy to connect with Slowpoke, employing his viridian force to turn Slowpoke's foggy thoughts into coherent words. And he sensed Slowpoke's thoughts. "Put me back in the poke ball already, so I don't have to walk, you jerk." Luo Yuan. Staring at the Slowpoke, which looked as blank-faced as ever with no visible expression, Luo Yuan was convinced that, in some odd way, this particular Slowpoke was indeed gifted, far more intelligent than others of its kind. But at the same time, he felt it was only right to teach it a little lesson about respect for one's trainer. Today was turning out to be Ruji's unluckiest day yet. He'd just come here to catch a few Kangaskhan with his team, only to run into these meddling kids. Now, not only had all their vehicles and equipment been destroyed, but they were all in League custody as well. He had no idea how much bail it would take to get them out. "Damn those meddling punks," he muttered, swearing that the moment he got out, he'd hunt down that guy named Luo Yuan and teach him a lesson about minding his own business. Just as he was contemplating revenge, one of his lackeys piped up with a concerned question. "Officer, where are we going?" "I'm from Fuchsia City, and this doesn't look like the way to the station." Looking out the window, he saw the trees around them thickening, leading deeper into the fuchsia forest rather than toward the city. "This isn't the way to Fuchsia," one of the officers replied calmly. "Wait, are we being taken to the League headquarters? But for a Kanto crime like ours, that's not really warranted, is it?" Ruji frowned. One of the basic requirements for a competent Pokemon hunter was knowing the law. Under Kanto law, the worst they'd done was illegally using explosives to catch wild Pokemon. It wasn't exactly a major crime. League headquarters. Ha! The two League officers, up front, both sneered at his suggestion. One of them even turned around, casting a look that made Ruji's gut drop. "You think you can mess around on Team Rocket's turf and just walk away unscathed?" Team Rocket. The name sent shivers through all the Pokemon hunters. But, weren't they captured by League officers? How did they end up with Team Rocket? Seeing the officers smirking, it suddenly dawned on them how bad their situation was. You're with Team Rocket?" one of the hunters asked. "Take a wild guess," one officer shot back, as if the answer were obvious. This was essentially an admission. Instantly, the Pokemon hunters, who had been behaving until now, began to struggle frantically. "Please, let us go. We'll never do it again. Damn you, Team Rocket. Stop the car. Let me out." Some begged, some cursed, and others cried out for help. The sheer terror in their voices spoke volumes about their fear of Team Rocket. If they ended up in League custody, they'd serve a few months, pay a fine, and be done with it. But if they fell into Team Rocket's hands... These Pokemon hunters, who lived in the underground world, knew better than anyone what awaited them if they crossed Team Rocket. The Team Rocket member driving gave a cold chuckle. "Oh, you want to get out? The doors are locked tight. No one's leaving until we reach the base." With that, he stepped on the gas. The van, loaded with terrified Pokemon hunters, sped toward the Team Rocket base, their cries growing faint as the forest swallowed the sound. Chapter 93, Team Rocket's Second-in-Command. 93. The League wouldn't notice a few missing Pokemon hunters who were supposed to be locked up. Especially when the whole process, from arrest to detainment, was handled by Team Rocket. After all, officers, prosecutors, gym leaders, the entire Fuchsia City was practically crawling with Team Rocket operatives. Even if Lance showed up, he'd have no way to investigate. Wild Safari Zone, Ranger's Cabin. By now, dusk had fallen. Luo Yuan, along with Sabrina and his freshly trained Slowpoke, was barbecuing in the clearing outside the cabin. Gary caught the scent and arrived just as Luo Yuan fed Sabrina the last piece of grilled meat. "Finally decided to join us, huh?" Luo Yuan called out, spotting Gary's approach. "What are you guys?" Gary's gaze fell on the grill. "Barbecue." "Too bad you're late," Luo Yuan shrugged with a hint of regret. "Gary. I'm not hungry at all, really." Trying to ignore the tantalizing smell of grilled food, Gary refocused. "Are you ready, Luo Yuan?" He couldn't care less about barbecue. His main goal was to settle the score by defeating Luo Yuan in their next battle. Of course. Luo Yuan patted the Slowpoke beside him. "Alright, meet my chosen Pokemon, Slowpoke." Gary looked at the slow, vacant expression on Slowpoke's face, its eyes unfocused, and felt a surge of confusion. Are you serious?" Gary had expected Luo Yuan to catch a new Pokemon for this. But Slowpoke? Really? He couldn't see any sign that Slowpoke had battle potential. Absolutely. Luo Yuan nodded, giving Slowpoke a knowing look. Slowpoke, who had been hoping to take a nap on the grass after eating, reluctantly stood up. Seeing Luo Yuan's confidence, Gary didn't press further. After all, this could only work to his advantage. If Luo Yuan was using Slowpoke, today's victor was as good as decided. Thinking this, Gary confidently tossed his Pokeball. "Let's go, Golduck." Golduck materialized with its light blue body, yellow bill, webbed feet, and the red gem on its forehead glinting in the light. Quack. Golduck's call was bold and fierce. A water-type Golduck. Compared to its pre-evolved form Psyduck, which shared Slowpoke's dopey expression, Golduck had not only shed its headache issues but also boasted a boosted stat total of 500. A fairly solid Pokemon. "This one is mine," Gary announced with absolute confidence. "Don't be so sure." In the heated, Gary thought, atmosphere, Sabrina waved her hand. The battle begins. Gary wasn't about to let his guard down. The moment the battle started, he took the initiative. "Go, Golduck. Use Water Gun on Slowpoke." It was a sound strategy, but the reality didn't go quite as planned. Quack. Golduck glanced over at the vacant-looking Slowpoke, then turned back to Gary with a hint of hesitation. The Slowpoke in front of it didn't look particularly bright. It reminded Golduck of itself before it evolved. It couldn't shake the feeling that attacking Slowpoke would be like bullying an idiot. Gary nearly tripped in exasperation, finally pulling himself together enough to urge Golduck, "Golduck, this is a battle." Having just caught Golduck, Gary hadn't yet had time to develop seamless coordination with it. Luo Yuan noticed this and chuckled. While Gary and Golduck hadn't built synergy, he had spent plenty of time training Slowpoke. This was his advantage. Taking advantage of Golduck's hesitation, Luo Yuan called out, "Slowpoke, use confusion." Upon hearing the command, Slowpoke's expression sharpened, its eyes glowing with an intense blue light as its psychic energy surged forward. Ordinary confusion, enhanced by a deep psychic affinity, hit with an extra punch. Golduck's eyes widened in pain, clutching its head as it reeled from the attack. Golduck. Quack. Perhaps it was used to headaches from its Psyduck days, because Golduck managed to recover quickly. It turned to Slowpoke, its gaze now full of frustration, determined to fight with full force. Water Gun. Golduck opened its mouth, launching a stream of water at Slowpoke. The water gun was fast, there was no way Slowpoke could dodge it. Then again, Luo Yuan never intended for Slowpoke, with its paltry speed stat of 15, to dodge anything. No need to dodge. Just take it and use Yuan. Slowpoke adjusted its stance, taking the hit on its well-padded rear. Then, it opened its mouth wide and let out a big yawn toward the unsuspecting Golduck. In real battles, yawn didn't guarantee sleep as it did in games, but at the very least, Slowpoke's yawn put Golduck into a drowsy, semi-conscious state. Hearing the yawn, Golduck involuntarily let out a yawn of its own, halting its water gun attack. It actually worked. Gary was stunned. He hadn't expected Luo Yuan to block Golduck's water gun with a simple yawn. Golduck, snap out of it. Golduck heard Gary's call and managed to resist sleep, but it was still too sluggish to continue attacking. Seizing the moment, Luo Yuan ordered, "Slowpoke, use Amnesia." Amnesia worked by blanking out the mind to boost special defense. Seeing Slowpoke's body glowing in a steady rhythm, Luo Yuan grinned. Time to stack up those buffs. After using Amnesia several times, Slowpoke's mind was blissfully blank, while its special defense had skyrocketed. And that wasn't all. Once Slowpoke had boosted its special defense enough. Seeing that Golduck still hadn't shaken off the drowsiness, Luo Yuan decided to do it a favor. "Slowpoke, use Water Gun." Slowpoke fired a weak jet of water at Golduck, splashing it awake with a start. Now that it was fully alert, the battlefield was hardly the same. Slowpoke stood, glowing with layers of special defense buffs. The tables had turned. Despite Gary's best efforts to have Golduck attack with Water Gun and Water Pulse, their effects were minimal on Slowpoke. Gary even tried to get in close for a physical attack, but Luo Yuan wasn't about to make things easy. He commanded Slowpoke to use confusion to keep Golduck at bay. Golduck, battered by the psychic attacks, finally succumbed and collapsed, unable to continue. As he stared at his defeated Golduck, Gary looked as if he'd been hit with a dose of amnesia himself, dazedly replaying the battle in his mind. At what point had the tide turned against him? Chapter 94, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 94, 30 PS. Mystic Code Deployment, Bonus Chapters Sparkles. Gary mulled over the battle for a long time, eventually concluding that the problem lay in his lack of synergy with Golduck. He figured that if Golduck had executed his command decisively from the start, seizing the initiative, he could have controlled the pace of the battle. With his discovery in mind, Gary decided to spend some time training with Golduck one-on-one. Not wanting to dampen his spirits, Luo Yuan simply offered encouragement. It's alright, life's bound to have its ups and downs. Every defeat strengthens your mind. Gary. Though he felt like there was an undertone to Luo Yuan's words, he still thanked him for the encouragement. Afterward, Luo Yuan and Sabrina returned to their hotel for a good night's rest. The next morning, they made their way to Fuchsia Gym together. Seated on the floor of the gym, Luo Yuan took a sip of tea, smiling across the table. Koga, long time no see. Indeed, it's been a while. Koga regarded Luo Yuan and Sabrina with a hint of intrigue. Although he was also an executive in Team Rocket, Koga led a secluded life, spending most of his time in rigorous training at the Fuchsia Gym. It had been nearly 2 years since he and Luo Yuan had last crossed paths. I've heard about your feats in the Sevii Islands, capturing a legendary and fending off Lance and Lorelei. Your growth in the past 2 years is nothing short of astounding. As a Team Rocket executive, Koga was familiar with Lance and Lorelei's strength. He still remembered the last time he saw Luo Yuan, who had only one Dragapult at the time. But now, Luo Yuan could actually hold his own against Elite Four members like Lance and Lorelei. His progress was frightening. It's mostly thanks to Deoxys, not really worth mentioning, Luo Yuan replied humbly. Without Deoxys, it would have been him getting soundly beaten, even with Dragapult and Jengar. Koga shook his head. A legendary was part of one's strength, after all. And besides, the ability to capture a legendary was, in itself, proof of strength. So, what brings you here this time? Is it about those Pokemon hunters? Koga asked. Given his reclusive nature, Koga rarely got involved with Team Rocket matters outside Fuchsia City and assumed Luo Yuan was here for the captured Pokemon hunters. That bunch isn't worth a special trip. Luo Yuan shrugged. You know I'm undercover here in Kanto by Giovanni's orders. So, officially, I'm a rookie trainer, and I'm here to challenge the Fuchsia Gym. A rookie trainer. Koga gave Luo Yuan a skeptical look. Who'd believe a rookie trainer would have a legendary? But being a traditional ninja, he had exceptional self-control and managed to hold back his inner commentary. As for the challenge, Koga had actually been looking forward to a match with Luo Yuan. Though he'd heard through the grapevine that Luo Yuan's strength was formidable, he wanted to experience it firsthand. With this thought, he raised his head and said, As it happens, I'd also like a spar to see just how far I still am from Lance and Lorelei. To Luo Yuan's ears, it sounded like Koga wanted to experience the fear of being dominated by a legendary. Of course, Luo Yuan wouldn't refuse. The Fuchsia Gym was vast and empty, with no staff in sight. Apart from the Team Rocket support staff who occasionally came to clean, the only residents were Koga, his sister, and his daughter. Currently, with his sister and daughter traveling in Johto, Koga was alone in the gym. Privacy wasn't an issue. Koga closed off the gym, putting up a closed sign. Once again, Sabrina was relegated to tool duty, standing by as the referee. The match will be a 3v3, with no specific rules. The first side to lose all 3 Pokemon will lose the match. Any questions? Having already agreed on the rules with Koga, neither had any objections. Then let the battle begin. At Sabrina's command, both trainers tossed their pokeballs simultaneously. Go, Dragapult. Go, Crobat. Koga chose Crobat, one of his main Pokémon, while Luo Yuan opted not to send out Deoxys immediately, instead leading with Dragapult to warm up. Though it had been 2 years since they last met, both trainers knew each other well. There was no need for pleasantries, they dove straight into battle. Crobat, Cross Poison. Right out of the gate, Koga went with a powerful move. Crobat's 4 wings pulsed with a ghostly purple hue as it swooped toward Dragapult with sharpened wings slashing forward. While poison-type moves were half as effective against Dragapult, the sheer power behind Crobat's strike made Luo Yuan wary. If I recall, Crobat's hidden ability is Infiltrator. Dragapult, use Protect. A Pokémon with Infiltrator could bypass moves like Reflect, Light Screen, and Substitute, but Protect wasn't affected by it. Bam! In an instant, Crobat's wings struck Dragapult's protective shield. The impact left a cross-shaped crack on the barrier, the edges faintly tinged with a corrosive purple hue. A champion-level Crobat. And it's not an ordinary champion level, either. To Luo Yuan, Crobat didn't quite match up to Lance and Lorelei's signature Pokémon, but it was close, a formidable opponent. He knew Koga had been working toward becoming a champion, but he hadn't realized how much progress he'd made. On the other side, having failed his initial strike, Koga's expression remained calm as he directed Crobat to dodge Dragapult's Shadow Ball and prepare for another counterattack. As a ninja, patience was Koga's strong suit. Waiting for the perfect opportunity and then striking with lethal precision was the ninja way. Crobat gained some distance. At Koga's command, Crobat's 4 wings flapped powerfully, swiftly rising higher to put space between itself and Dragapult. However, Luo Yuan, knowing Koga's intentions, wasn't about to let him get away so easily. To approach Dragapult so boldly without paying a price. Not happening. Signaling Dragapult with a hand gesture, Luo Yuan watched as Dragapult smirked and flicked its tail. Roar! With a fierce bellow, Dragapult accelerated rapidly in midair. Its impressive base speed stat of 142 was on full display as it closed the distance in an instant. Whoosh! In a flash, Dragapult was hot on Crobat's tail. With a higher level and a significant speed advantage of 22 points, Dragapult far outclassed Crobat in terms of pure speed. Thankfully, Crobat's small size allowed it to dodge and weave, buying some time against Dragapult's pursuit. Seeing Dragapult closing in, and with less room to maneuver, Koga's brow furrowed. Crobat, use Air Slash. Chapter 95, Team Rocket's second in command. 95, 40 PS. Mystic Code Deployment, Bonus Chapters Sparkles. Air Slash, a technique that creates sharp blades of compressed air through rapid wing flapping, slice toward its target with deadly precision. Koga's Crobat was clearly well practiced in this move. With a swift aerial roll, Crobat deftly repositioned itself, facing Dragapult head-on. Its wings beat rapidly. A flurry of razor-sharp air blades shot toward Dragapult, targeting its most vulnerable spots. Dragapult's flight speed was exceptional, but by the time Luo Yuan saw the air blades coming, there was no time for Dragapult to dodge. If that's the case, Steel Wing. Charge through. Now, everyone knows that Dragapult doesn't have wings. So, when it used Steel Wing, its triangular head took on the roll, glowing brightly as it charged forward. The air blades came whirling in. With a fierce roar, Dragapult fixed its sharp gaze on Crobat, diving straight through. Clang! 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 The air blades struck Dragapult's hardened head, emitting a metallic clash. In Steel Wing mode, Dragapult's head was at peak defense. Most of the air blades were either blocked or deflected, with only a few grazing its arms and tail. But Dragapult shook off the hits and plowed forward, crashing directly into Crobat. Bam! Crobat spiraled backward from the impact, tumbling through the air before steadying itself with a shaky hover several meters away. Though it was visibly in pain, Dragapult wore a triumphant smirk, hardly scratched. Crobat, are you okay? Crobat let out a sharp cry, signaling that it could continue, and shot Dragapult a defiant glare. Like many poison types, especially Crobat, it was naturally vindictive. Crobat was determined to give Dragapult a taste of its own medicine. Koga nodded, rapidly assessing Dragapult's abilities and developing a new strategy. But Luo Yuan's tactical thinking was clearly faster. With Dragapult holding the advantage, all Luo Yuan needed to do was keep up the pressure. Dragapult, Shadow Ball. A familiar Shadow Ball shot forward, forcing Crobat to dodge, barely avoiding the dark projectile with a quick burst of speed. The Shadow Ball skimmed past Crobat, impacting the ground below with a boom, leaving a crater in the gym's floor. The blast startled Crobat, heightening its caution toward Dragapult's attacks. Realizing he couldn't let Luo Yuan dictate the battle's pace, Koga ordered, "Use Toxic." Poison was Koga's specialty. Over the years, he had meticulously trained his Pokémon with specialized food and exercises to enhance their venom's potency. Perhaps in other areas, Koga's skills might fall short, but when it came to poison, his confidence was absolute. Crobat opened its mouth and sprayed a stream of purple venom toward Dragapult. Luo Yuan didn't command Protect this time, using it repeatedly in a short span risked failure. But taking a toxic attack directly would mean a slow, painful drain on Dragapult's health. The venom shot forward, but Dragapult swiftly sidestepped. Crobat, undeterred, kept spraying, filling the air with a toxic mist that expanded into a web-like trap. Seeing Dragapult's escape routes narrowing, Luo Yuan's eyes flashed with blue light. Using his psychic powers, he scanned the positions of the venom droplets and relayed this information to Dragapult, freeing it from the need to look around. Like a butterfly weaving through flowers, Dragapult performed high-speed evasive maneuvers, slipping through Crobat's poisonous web with ease. As Crobat paused to recover, Dragapult retaliated with a Shadow Ball, forcing Crobat back into evasive action. This cat-and-mouse chase continued, each side acutely aware of the cost of getting hit. But Luo Yuan was not entirely pleased. The Shadow Balls weren't landing. After some time, realizing Shadow Ball wasn't going to connect easily, Luo Yuan switched tactics and opted for Dragapult's signature move. Shadow Ball is too slow. Dragapult, use Dragon Darts. While Shadow Ball was quick, its path was predictable. Experienced Pokémon with sharp instincts could dodge it, but Dragon Darts was a different story. Drag. With an excited screech, two Dreepy shot from Dragapult's launchers, whistling through the air as they homed in on Crobat. A sonic boom echoed as the darts closed in, and Crobat frantically flapped its wings, dodging the initial strike. But the thing about Dragon Darts? The launched Dreepy had a mind of their own, actively tracking their target. Crobat dodged the first dart, unaware that it had already turned back toward it. Just as Crobat aimed another toxic spray at Dragapult, Koga shouted, "Crobat, watch your back." Before Crobat could react, the two Dreepy struck from behind. Though it barely avoided the first dart, the second exploded against it, leaving it spinning in the air. Crobat crashed to the ground, surrounded by a cloud of smoke and debris. Inside the smoke, all was silent. Did it faint already? Luo Yuan doubted it. He didn't think Koga's Crobat would go down so easily from just a Dragon Darts and Steel Wing. Using his psychic sense, Luo Yuan scanned the smoke to check. As expected, it's still active. Dragapult, get back. He quickly warned Dragapult, who had been ready to approach and investigate. In that moment. Whoosh! A battered but furious Crobat burst from the smoke like a missile, bearing its venomous fangs as it lunged at Dragapult. Poison Fang. A guaranteed hit move, if Luo Yuan hadn't sensed it just in time. CRRK. Crobat's fangs snapped shut, barely missing Dragapult's tail as it slipped away. The Poison Fang missed. As the price for its failed ambush, Dragapult's tail whipped back around. Wham! Crobat was swatted back into the smoke cloud like a ragdoll. This time, Luo Yuan didn't even need to check, he knew Koga's Crobat was down for good. Koga. He was feeling a bit disheartened. The poison attacks he prided himself on were like a joke against Dragapult's sheer speed, finding no purchase at all. For a moment, Koga began to question whether his steadfast faith in the poison strategy was truly the right path. Chapter 96, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 96, 50 PS. Mystic Code Deployment, Bonus Chapters Sparkles. Seeing Koga's expression, Luo Yuan offered a few words of comfort. Don't think too much of it. Not every Pokémon can be as strong as my Dragapult. Dragapult had won this fight through sheer speed. In terms of raw speed, even Lance's Dragonite would be left in the dust compared to Dragapult. There weren't many Pokemon out there that could dodge Crobat's toxic assault so effortlessly. Besides, even with Dragapult's speed, if it hadn't been for Luo Yuan's telepathic guidance, it would have been hard-pressed to avoid that surprise poison fang. In other words, Crobat's defeat wasn't all on Koga. Koga, I'll take that as you trying to make me feel better. He took a deep breath, centering himself. Crobat wasn't his strongest Pokemon. After that battle, he'd gained some insight into Dragapult's moves and was ready to deploy his second Pokemon and turn the tide. But just as he reached for his next Pokeball, he noticed Luo Yuan recalling Dragapult. Dragapult wasn't injured. Why switch it out? Koga asked, puzzled. Well, you did say you wanted to understand the gap between yourself and Lance and Lorelei, right? Yes, but switching out Dragapult will give you a clearer sense of what they faced. With a smile, Luo Yuan pressed the button on his Master Ball. A flash of white light illuminated the battlefield. A moment later, Deoxys stood in battle form, its sleek body lined with red and blue, 4 tentacle-like arms hanging at its sides. At Luo Yuan's signal, Deoxys released its suppressed aura. Immediately, Koga felt an intense, almost overwhelming presence emanating from Deoxys. That pressure, this is Deoxys. Facing a legendary Pokemon, even Koga's training as a ninja couldn't fully mask the shock in his eyes. His face grew serious as he ran through his mental notes on Deoxys. A Psychic-type Pokemon, capable of switching between multiple forms. Psychic-type, a direct counter to his Poison-type. After a moment's consideration, Koga's hand landed on a Pokeball at his belt. Among his team, only his Ghost/Poison-type Gengar could stand up to a Psychic Pokemon. Go, Gengar! A deep purple Gengar materialized on the battlefield, its mischievous grin spreading across its face. Hee hee hee. But Gengar's laugh abruptly died when it spotted Deoxys. Feeling the full force of Deoxys's aura, Gengar froze, its grin stiffening mid-laugh. Behind Luo Yuan, his own Gengar peeked out of the shadows, letting out a hearty chuckle at the other Gengar's shock. Blushing slightly from the laughter, Koga's Gengar quickly gathered itself, shaking off its nerves and preparing for the battle. Seeing his Gengar finally steady, Koga focused intently on the battle ahead. He was determined to see for himself just how powerful this legendary, which had fought off both Lance and Lorelei, truly was. Gengar, strike first. Use Shadow Ball. Gengar formed a dark, pulsating Shadow Ball and hurled it at Deoxys. Luo Yuan didn't give Deoxys any commands. Issuing instructions would be overkill here. Unfazed, Deoxys watched the Shadow Ball approach, its eyes flashing blue as a light screen materialized in front of it. Boom. The Shadow Ball exploded against the barrier, leaving cracks and dark scorch marks, but the light screen held firm. Koga's gaze lingered on the unbroken light screen, a complicated look crossing his face. He was beginning to get a sense of what Lance and Lorelei must have felt. But Deoxys wasn't just a passive target. After absorbing Gengar's attack, Deoxys's eyes glowed again, and a wave of psychic energy surged toward Gengar. Koga swiftly regrouped. Gengar, dodge it. Then use Shadow Sneak. Grinning again, Gengar sank into the shadows, slipping into another dimension. When it reappeared, it was directly behind Deoxys. Now, use Toxic. Gengar exhaled a thick purple fog, attempting to envelop Deoxys in its poisonous haze. But Deoxys, having battled Gengars before on Birth Island, was more than prepared for Shadow Sneak. Hum. With a subtle psychic hum, the air around Deoxys shimmered as it activated a spherical protective shield, laced with tiny points of light. Safeguard. The toxic gas dissipated harmlessly upon contact with the safeguard, vanishing like frost in sunlight. Unfazed, Gengar lashed out with Shadow Claw, its claws raking against the protective sphere. Screech. The sound of the claw scraping against the shield was ear-piercing. Safeguard wasn't meant to block direct attacks, so it shattered under the force of Shadow Claw. Seeing his chance, Gengar lunged, Shadow Claw poised to strike Deoxys. But Deoxys didn't flinch, using its psychic powers with blinding speed. Psycho Boost. A torrent of psychic energy burst forth from Deoxys's core, washing over Gengar like an unstoppable wave. Barely able to react, Gengar was blasted back as if hit by a speeding train. Its round body flew across the battlefield, slamming hard against the gym wall. And it didn't end there. Before Jengar could recover, Deoxys extended a tentacle, forming a shadow ball with alarming speed, and launched it straight at the battered ghost type. Boom. The shadow ball exploded on impact, leaving Jengar sprawled on the ground, unable to continue. Watching all this, having only issued 2 commands from start to finish, Koga was finally starting to understand what Lance and Lorelei had gone through. I'm done here. Koga sighed, glancing at Deoxys, which stood calmly, waiting for him to send out another Pokemon. This battle wasn't feasible. If he could use 6 Pokemon to surround Deoxys, then perhaps there'd be a sliver of hope. But in a one-on-one fight, it was nothing but a hopeless struggle. Recalling his fainted Jengar, Koga turned to Luo Yuan. If you were to rate my strength against the champions you faced, where do you think I stand? Among Team Rocket's executives, Luo Yuan had probably fought more champions than anyone. With Crobat, Jengar, and the rest of your main team, I'd say you're not quite on par with Lance or Lorelei, but you definitely hold your own among the champions. If you notice anything that feels off, just let me know, I don't mind fixing things up. Oh, and don't forget to sit up, grab some water, and take it easy while you're here. No rush, right? If you're into this, consider checking out patreon.com/wisetlright. Your support helps me keep going, and I'm grateful for every bit of it. Big announcement below, please read. It's the same announcement posted on Patreon, so if you read that already you can skip it. 3C. Hear me, mongrels. This week, you have proven yourselves worthy. Through your steadfast dedication, the Mystic Code deployment, bonus chapters has been unlocked, thanks to one story reaching 400 Power Stones 3 times. By your hands, the Power Stone progression has evolved, 30/40/50/100/200, and now, a mighty new goal of 400 Power Stones stands ready to reward your efforts. But do not mistake this as the pinnacle of glory. No, what lies ahead is a treasure more magnificent than any before, the unveiling of a noble phantasm. Tapisserie Éternelle now awaits the worthy. What is Tapisserie Éternelle? It is a noble phantasm of unparalleled grandeur, woven from the threads of your support. When a story reaches 800 Power Stones, 4 extra chapters will be bestowed upon it on a single day, bringing the total to a staggering 12 chapters in one day. Yet, this tapestry is vast, encompassing all stories. To honor your collective efforts, every other ongoing story shall receive 2 bonus chapters in celebration of this monumental feat. The path to unleash Tapisserie Éternelle. A story must amass 800 Power Stones in a single week to activate this noble phantasm. Tapisserie Éternelle can only be unleashed once per story each month. To summon it again within the same month, another story must achieve the 800 Power Stone milestone. Do you comprehend the scale of this offering? A noble phantasm such as this is not simply given, it is earned. So rise, readers, and let your Power Stone speak. The gates to the eternal tapestry have been opened. The only question now is, will you seize it? Chapter 97, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 97. Koga felt reassured after hearing Luo Yuan's assessment. He trusted Luo Yuan's judgment, and now his confidence in challenging for the Elite Four's rank grew even stronger. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out the pink soul badge and handed it to Luo Yuan. Thank you for the sparring session. Hearing this, Luo Yuan felt a bit awkward. After all, he had essentially used Deoxys to wipe the floor with Koga. But since Koga was thanking him anyway, he accepted the badge without saying more. A familiar system notification chimed in his head. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved the milestone, defeated the poison gym, and received 1 free draw. Including the draw he'd earned from capturing Deoxys, Luo Yuan now had 2 spins saved up. But he wasn't in any rush. Instead, he turned to Koga and asked, so, when do you plan to go for the Elite Four title? Well. Koga thought for a moment before answering. I'm planning to wait until the Mutuo project is completed. That way, the organization can provide me with more resources. Sounds like you're almost ready, Luo Yuan remarked. Koga sighed. I'd say I'm close. According to inside information, Agatha might be stepping down soon due to her age. Plus, Lance is likely to push for the champion spot again. If he succeeds, that'll leave 2 vacant positions. Ah, so you're going for an open slot. Luo Yuan understood Koga's plan. In the Pokemon world, there were two paths to becoming an Elite Four. One was to compete as an ordinary trainer in the league tournament, fighting through several rounds of qualifiers and elimination matches to become the reigning league champion. A league champion earned the right to challenge the Elite Four and the current champion. If they won and were approved by the league, they could replace one of the Elite Four. But this path was almost impossible for the average trainer. Even if someone won the tournament, there was usually a considerable gap between their strength and that of an Elite Four member. And that qualification to challenge was only valid for 6 months. Few trainers ever became Elite Fours this way. History was full of trainers who'd tried, only to prove that it was easier said than done. The other path was for those who already held a league position, like a gym leader. Koga, as a gym leader, could apply to challenge the Elite Four at any time, or, as he planned, vie for an open position when a spot was vacated by a retiring member. This was the route Koga intended to take. Well, best of luck. Not lingering long at Fuchsia Gym, Luo Yuan bid farewell to Koga and returned to his hotel in Fuchsia City. Lying on his bed, he decided it was time to use his spins. Use both draw opportunities. Drawing. Please wait. Drawing complete. Congratulations. You have received Shiny Ditto. Shiny Ditto, a rare Ditto with a refreshing light blue hue. It can transform by restructuring its cells to perfectly copy the appearance and composition of any target it sees. Congratulations. You have received the skill Poison-type Affinity. Poison-type Affinity boosts the host's affinity with Poison-type Pokemon, grants immunity to poison, and increases the power of Poison-type moves when commanding them. Luo Yuan reviewed the draw results. The Poison-type Affinity was an obvious reward for earning the Soul Badge. As for the Shiny Ditto, well, was it just meant for breeding? With a mental shrug, he went through the motions of retrieving Ditto from the hotel's Pokeball transporter. What's that? Fresh from a shower and wearing her robe, Sabrina glanced at the Pokeball in his hand, curious. It's a Ditto I recently acquired, Luo Yuan explained. Ditto. Sabrina was familiar with Ditto. It was a Pokemon known for its versatility, but also notoriously hard to train. Many trainers loved Ditto for its unique ability to transform. But aside from Ditto's rarity, the real challenge lay in training it to use its transformation ability effectively. I heard training a Ditto's transformations is tricky. Is that why you haven't used it yet? Sabrina asked. She hadn't seen Luo Yuan use Ditto before, so she figured it might still be in training. See for yourself. Luo Yuan smiled as he released Ditto from its ball. Poof. A pale blue Ditto appeared on the ground. A shiny Dit. Sabrina's words trailed off. In the blink of an eye, the Ditto glanced at her, its body rippling as it reconfigured. Within a second, before Luo Yuan could react, an identical Sabrina stood before them. The real Sabrina stared at her duplicate in silence. She'd assumed Luo Yuan's Ditto had trouble transforming, but it had just perfectly replicated her down to the smallest detail. Meanwhile, Luo Yuan had buried his face in his hands. Great. He hadn't expected this Ditto to have the imposter ability. In the real Pokemon world, Dittos with the imposter hidden ability were rare, transforming instantly and accurately. The problem here was the speed. This Ditto had transformed so quickly that, by the time it came out, Luo Yuan hadn't even had a chance to give it a command before it had already become Sabrina. Anyone watching would probably think he'd been training it specifically to impersonate her. Sabrina, let me explain. 30 minutes later. After finishing his explanation to Sabrina, Luo Yuan gave Ditto a stern talking to, instructing it not to transform into human forms without permission. Now back in its soft blue state, Ditto sprawled on Luo Yuan's shoulder, munching on an energy cube, using its gelatinous body to squish and chew. With the tension easing, Luo Yuan finally had time to examine Ditto's abilities. This Ditto was surprisingly versatile. Not only could it transform into other Pokemon for battle, but it could also mimic objects and even disguise Luo Yuan himself. For instance, Ditto could cover his face, allowing him to adopt the appearance of anyone it had seen before. This ability would be invaluable for his work as an undercover agent. Chapter 98, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 98. Luo Yuan and Sabrina spent a pleasant week in Fuchsia City. Sabrina had intended to stay longer, but word came from the Sylph Company president, asking for assistance from the Saffron Gym to help defend against Team Rocket. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuan and Sabrina exchanged a knowing look. As Rocket executives, they could certainly ensure Team Rocket wouldn't trouble Sylph Company, but that wasn't exactly something they could tell the president. And since Sabrina served as Luo Yuan's representative on Sylpha's board, she had no excuse to refuse their request. With a sigh, she made plans to return to Saffron City and oversee the Saffron Gym. After seeing Sabrina off at the airport, Luo Yuan decided not to leave Fuchsia City immediately. There was still plenty of time before the Quartz Conference, so there was no need to rush. Plus, he had just captured Porygon, Eevee, and Slowpoke, all of whom could use some training. At a private training field he'd rented in Fuchsia, the Pokémon were hard at work. Alongside the usual routine training of Dragonair, Gyarados, and Charmeleon, the newcomers, Porygon and Slowpoke, were getting a feel for sparring. After a few stern encounters with Charmeleon and Gyarados and some heart-to-heart encouragement through Luo Yuan's Viridian powers, Porygon quickly straightened up, showing full dedication to his every command. Slowpoke, on the other hand, didn't need much convincing. Despite its dopey appearance, this Slowpoke was sharp. Through his telepathic connection, Luo Yuan had already sensed its clever and calculating nature. For a Pokémon like this, Luo Yuan had his methods. After their talk, Slowpoke decided to ditch its lazy habits and was now training diligently toward becoming a strong Slowpoke. From the sidelines, Luo Yuan watched the 5 Pokémon with satisfaction. He'd also begun looking for upgrade data through Team Rocket's channels to facilitate Porygon's evolution. Gyarados had significantly strengthened, and Dragonair was also advancing rapidly, perhaps thanks to the power it absorbed during its evolution. The one Luo Yuan was most pleased with, though, was Charmeleon. With the Fire-type affinity boosting its potential, Charmeleon had made tremendous strides, and after a steady regimen of training and energy replenishment, the flames within it had reached their peak. Charmeleon was now on the brink of evolution. We just need to find the right opponent for Charmeleon's evolution. He mulled it over, then turned his attention to the Eevee nestled in his arms. Eevee. Eevee cooed contentedly. It was true, petting Eevee was addictive. Especially its long, soft ears, absolute perfection. Watching from the side, Ditto blinked its beady eyes, observing Eevee, then Luo Yuan. After a brief moment of thought, and noticing that Luo Yuan hadn't forbidden it from transforming into Pokémon, Ditto's body wobbled and reshaped itself into an Eevee, hopping into Luo Yuan's arms as well. Eevee was initially startled to see an identical copy of itself. But it quickly shrugged it off. Now, 2 Eevee curled up on Luo Yuan's lap, tails wagging as they snuggled into his hands. Double the pets, double the joy. After a dinner in the hotel's restaurant, Luo Yuan returned to his room and casually opened his communicator, planning to check in with Misty. Suddenly, his device buzzed with an incoming call. He glanced at the caller ID and raised an eyebrow. Matori, has something happened? Could Lance be stirring up trouble again? He took the call, a mix of curiosity and suspicion in his mind. Matori's hologram flickered into view. Contrary to what he'd expected, she didn't look particularly anxious. Luo Yuan, I need your help with 2 matters. Is Lance back at it again? Luo Yuan asked with a teasing grin. As if he has the time, Matori smirked. I've made sure our rocket-backed newspapers are constantly reminding the public of the Sevii Islands incident. He's got his hands full with damage control. Luo Yuan chuckled, giving her a thumbs up. Smart move. He hadn't expected Matori to use the media to keep Lance preoccupied. Not only was this approach subtle, as it made sense for the press to be closely covering the League's failure in the Sevii Islands, but it also didn't give Lance any grounds for complaint. More importantly, it forced Lance to divert his energy to quelling public outrage. Now, what did you want to discuss? Knowing Matori, she wouldn't call him without good reason. If it wasn't about Lance, then what? Tell me, how much do you know about Evolution Mountain and Stone Town? Matori asked. I know of Evolution Mountain and Stone Town, I have a vague impression. Evolution Mountain was Kanto's biggest source of evolution stones, producing all kinds of stones at a higher yield than even MT Moon. Stone Town is located at the base of Evolution Mountain. The stones mined from the mountain are initially sorted and processed there, before being refined, cut, and packaged in Stone Town for sale. Team Rocket has had a partner in Stone Town for years. The Stone Brothers Mining Company has used our support to suppress competitors, securing a monopoly on Evolution Mountain's mining operations. We, in turn, take 35% of their monthly revenue as protection money, which they're supposed to pay us by the 18th of each month. However, they haven't paid us in 3 months. So I need you to investigate the situation. Luo Yuan raised an eyebrow. Are you saying these guys are trying to cut us out? It seemed that Giovanni's recent low-profile approach had led some people to believe that Team Rocket's reign was over. Flash back to the Team Flare incident, and it was understandable why major corporations like Sylph Company would push boundaries. They had the resources, the backing of the League, and the means to fortify their defenses against Team Rocket's retaliation. But the Stone Brothers Mining Company? They weren't exactly big players. Matori shook her head at his question. First, check things out. After all, we're a reasonable organization. Who knows? Perhaps they've run into some unforeseen circumstances. But if it turns out they're trying to cut us loose. She paused, her gaze turning steely. Teach them a lesson. Chapter 99, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 99. Compared to traditional mining giants like Pewter Mining Group at MT Moon or Silver Mining Group near MT Silver, Stone Brothers Mining Company wasn't quite on the same level. Still, they were a well-known mining company in Kanto. Their business focused solely on Pokemon evolution stones. But specializing didn't mean low profits. With the rich resources of Evolution Mountain and the help of Team Rocket to eliminate competitors, the Stone Brothers Mining Company now held a monopoly on evolution stones in Kanto, even exporting to other regions. Their annual profits exceeded billions. Where did they get the nerve to think they could cut us out? Luo Yuan muttered, flipping through the documents Matori had sent him. That's precisely what we want you to investigate, Matori replied over the call. No problem, but you're going to need to assign me a few people. You don't expect me to handle this investigation alone, do you? Luo Yuan asked. If it was simply a matter of giving those guys a warning, he could handle it easily. But getting to the bottom of why Stone Brothers Mining Company was behaving this way. That was going to be time-consuming, and Luo Yuan wasn't about to take all that on himself. Matori's face took on a troubled expression. You know as well as I do, there's a lot of heat on us right now. Plus, some of our people have been reassigned to New Island by Giovanni. Manpower is limited. So, there's no one available. Luo Yuan frowned. He loathed tedious jobs. Not exactly. There are some, but they might not meet your standards, Matori said after a moment of thought. Send whoever you have. I'm not picky about this. All right. One day later, in a forest near Evolution Mountain. Jesse, James, and Meowth were gathered, somewhat disgruntled. Jesse, never on good terms with Matori, huffed in annoyance. What's with that terrible woman anyway? She didn't even say what kind of mission this is. Just tells us to come here and wait. Come on, she's Giovanni's secretary. Show a little respect, Naya, Meowth mumbled around a mouthful of rice ball. The trio had just blown through their latest advance from Team Rocket, leaving them to scrape by on cheap rice balls. Jesse's brow furrowed. Whose side are you on, Meowth? Well, I think Meowth is right. Besides, I heard we'll be reporting to a high-ranking officer for this mission, someone Giovanni trusts. If we do well, Giovanni might finally notice us. James added, his eyes shining with dreams of a brighter future. Jesse's expression softened, intrigued. Maybe we could become executives ourselves. Then I'd never have to see that bratty secretary's face again. And I could drive off that Persian and be Giovanni's favorite again, Naya. The three of them sank blissfully into their fantasies. Luo Yuan, who had just arrived in disguise with Ditto posing as a black-haired youth, couldn't help but feel a headache forming as he watched the trio. He really should have seen this coming. Who else would Matori send with such a strained expression? Only this team. Still, they were better than nothing. Unreliable as they were, they'd be more help than doing this alone. Watching as the trio remained absorbed in their daydreams, oblivious to his presence, he cleared his throat. ahem. The trio snapped out of their reverie at once, startled. Annoyed, they turned to find the source of the interruption. Who do you think you are? Jessie snapped. She reached for a pokeball, ready to teach the stranger a lesson for intruding on their little fantasy session. But Luo Yuan's next words made them freeze in place. Oh, did I just hear someone badmouthing Matori? The three stiffened, eyes widening as they stared at Luo Yuan. Who are you? Ordinary people wouldn't know Matori's name, and this guy spoke of her with familiarity. I'm the supervisor for this operation. Code name K. Matori should have briefed you. To prove his point, Luo Yuan showed them his rocket executive badge. Officer K. Their faces went pale as they scrambled to salute, anxiously exchanging glances. They'd been caught red-handed. The trio could already imagine Matori putting them through endless petty humiliations for their remarks. Luo Yuan didn't offer them any reassurance. After all, with his connection to Matori, letting Jessie stew a little seemed only fair. He wanted them under pressure to remind them to think before speaking out of turn. He wasn't quite finished either. Casually, Luo Yuan walked up to them, addressing each in turn. I know who you three are. You, Jessie. Your mother was a rocket veteran, and you graduated from Team Rocket's elite academy. James. From a wealthy family, you ran away to avoid an arranged marriage. Another elite academy graduate. Meowth. Giovanni's former pet. Hearing Luo Yuan calmly recite their backstories, the trio felt both anxious and flattered. Who was this executive to know their history so well? And did this mean they were actually valued members? This operation is of utmost importance and could involve over $1 billion in funds. 1 billion. Even James, coming from a wealthy background, gulped at the number. Meowth and Jessie's eyes practically sparkled. This mission has high stakes. I hear the organization loaned you a hefty sum recently. If we succeed, I'll clear that debt. Luo Yuan painted an enticing picture of their future. Not like it was his money on the line, so he could afford to promise a little. Really? Overcome with emotion, the trio threw themselves at his feet, almost in tears. Of course. I have no reason to deceive you. But where there's reward, there's also punishment for failure. Luo Yuan's face turned icy, the chill in his tone slicing through their excitement. Seeing his cold smile, the trio's minds cleared, as if doused with a bucket of ice water. Should you fail, I won't be the one you have to worry about. But for one, you'll have to repay the debt out of pocket. Second, I'd imagine Matori would be very interested in hearing the things you said about her. She'll never let us live it down. Envisioning a future under Matori's constant payback, the three huddled together, trembling. Good. You understand the consequences of failure, that's an excellent start. Now, let's move on to the next step. Chapter 100, Team Rocket's Second in Command. 100. For Team Rocket's classic trio, Jessie, Meowth, and James, Luo Yuan decided to establish his authority with a system of rewards and punishments. He knew all too well that if left unchecked, these three would create chaos without a second thought. With a bit of discipline, however, at least he might get them to think before acting. The next step. Jessie, Meowth, and James looked at each other in confusion, unsure what Luo Yuan meant. Our mission plan. Snap. With a snap of his fingers, Jengar floated up silently from the shadow behind him. The trio watched as Jengar opened its mouth and produced 3 sets of black uniforms. What are these? Put them on, Luo Yuan instructed. You know we're supposed to be keeping a low profile right now. The 3 nodded in understanding. They'd been informed of Giovanni's directive for Team Rocket to stay out of the spotlight. Though, in their minds, catching Pikachu to impress the boss was way more important than keeping a low profile, so they hadn't exactly been diligent in following the directive. But seeing the uniforms, void of any rocket insignia, they instantly grasped Luo Yuan's intention. Once they were suited up in black, Luo Yuan handed each of them a dossier. Our target for this mission is the Stone Brothers Mining Company. We're here to investigate why they've failed to pay Team Rocket our share of their profits. I need you to infiltrate the Stone family manor in Stone Town tonight to figure out what's going on. Use force only if absolutely necessary. Yes, sir. the trio saluted, standing straight in their new uniforms, looking the part of a highly trained elite team. Luo Yuan held back a smile. These three might look like elite agents and even have the title of elite unit within Team Rocket, but he knew better. If anyone truly believed that, they were in for a big surprise. With a nod to Jengar, he gave his silent signal. Kihihi. Jengar's eyes gleamed as it slipped back into the shadows, specifically into Meowth's shadow, much to the latter's horror. Why did it go into my shadow, Naya? Watching Jengar's faint silhouette lurking within Meowth's shadow, James and Jessie shivered in sympathy. I heard that when Jengar's around, the temperature drops and it can drain energy by hiding in shadows, James whispered helpfully. Meowth turned ghostly pale, imagining its life energy slowly slipping away. Luo Yuan rolled his eyes at their wild imagination. Not letting the theatrics drag on, he stepped in. That's enough. Jengar won't harm you. There's a chance we'll face unknown enemies during this infiltration, possibly league trainers or agents from other regions' criminal groups. Jengar's job is to help you infiltrate and assist with your escape if things go south. With this clarification, the trio relaxed. What they didn't know was that Luo Yuan fully intended to use them as bait to test the waters at Stone Brothers Mining Company. He felt no guilt about this, he was simply following the example Giovanni had set in the original series by sending the trio on missions in various regions. Plus, he'd given them Jengar as an added safeguard. Take a break and get ready for tonight, he continued, pulling a set of boxed meals from his backpack and handing them out. Woo! Seeing the deluxe meals, the trio, who'd been surviving on cheap instant noodles and rice balls, almost burst into tears of gratitude. They even briefly entertained the thought of giving up on Pikachu altogether and pledging loyalty to Officer K for good. That night, with their gear ready and their spirits high, the trio set off with renewed determination under Luo Yuan's watchful gaze. From his vantage point on a hill, Luo Yuan watched through night vision binoculars as they scaled the wall of the manor and entered the grounds. A faint smile crossed his lips. Stone Brothers Mining Company. Let's see who's given you the courage to defy Team Rocket. Just then, an explosion echoed from within the manor grounds, breaking the quiet night with shouts and the sounds of alarm. Seconds later, Luo Yuan spotted Jessie and James fleeing in terror, carrying Meowth between them. Above them, Jengar hovered in the air, flinging shadow balls to cover their retreat. But roar! A deafening roar shattered the night. A voice followed, Salam Ints, use Dragon Pulse. A Salam Ints shot up from the manor grounds, a figure astride its back, unleashing a powerful purple shockwave at Jengar and the trio. Jengar responded without hesitation, countering with a shadow ball. The attacks collided in midair, resulting in a fiery explosion. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, Luo Yuan adjusted his binoculars, finally getting a clear view of their opponent. Hunter J. Unlike Team Rocket, which operated with a code of conduct in the Underworld, Pokemon Hunter J was notorious for her lack of principles. She would do anything for money. Cold, ruthless, and relentless, she was infamous for her disregard for Pokemon or human life. Luo Yuan hadn't expected to find her here. Did we accidentally stumble on a Pokemon hunter nest or something? They're coming out of the woodwork lately. Between the Pokemon hunter outbreak at the Safari Zone and now Jay showing up here in Stone Town, it was clear the situation was more complicated than he'd expected. As Jay's henchmen flooded out of the manor, Luo Yuan realized that the Stone Brothers' situation was bigger than a simple failure to pay up. It's a good thing Matori sent me instead of Koga. Even with his skill, he'd have had a hard time handling this many people. After all, Jay was on par with the Elite Four, and with a force of henchmen at her command, things could easily spiral. In the time it took him to assess the situation, the trio, still shielded by Jengar's shadow balls, had managed to escape the town's outskirts and were heading up the hill toward him. Looks like keeping a low profile is out of the question. I'll have to trust Giovanni to handle the fallout from a tech hunter reportedly siding with Team Rocket in Fuchsia's vicinity. With that, he tossed his pokeball into the air. Roar! Matching Salamance's roar, Dragapult materialized in front of Luo Yuan and, to the trio's astonishment, soared into the sky to confront the Salamence. Wait, this Pokemon. Isn't it the same one that saved us back in Lamplidge? James asked. Does that mean Officer K was the one who helped us? Jesse, Meowth, and James shared a stunned look, each seeing their amazement mirrored in the other's eyes.